Robbery Under Arms, Part 1 by Rolf Boldrewood. Chapter 1. My name's Dick Marston, Sydney side native. I'm 29 years old, 6 feet in my stocking soles, and 13 stone weight. Pretty strong and active with it, so they say. I don't want to blow, not here, any road. But it takes a good man to put me on my back, or stand up to me with the gloves, or the naked mollies. I can ride anything that ever was lapped in horsehide, swim like a musk duck, and track like a misk duck, and track like a mile black fellow. Most things that a man can do I'm up to, and that's all about it. As I lift myself now, I can feel the muscles swell on my arm like a cricket ball. In spite of the well, in spite of everything, the morning sun comes shining through the window bars, and ever since he was up have I been cursing the daylight, cursing myself and them that brought me into the world. Did I curse mother and the hour I was born into this miserable life? Why should I curse the day? Why do I lie here groaning, yes, crying like a child? And beating my head against the stone floor? I am not mad, though I am shut up in a cell. No, better for me if I was. But it's all up now. There's no get away this time. And I, Dick Marston, as strong as a bullock, as active as a rock wallaby, chock full of life and spirits and health, have been tried for bush-ranging robbery, under arms they call it, and though the blood runs through my veins like the water in the mountain creeks, and every bit of bone and sinew is as sound as the day I was born, I must die on the gallows this day, month. Die, yes, die. Be strung up like a dog, as they say. I'm blessed if ever I did know of a dog being hanged, though. If it comes to that, a shot or a bait generally makes an end of 'em in this country. Ha, ha! Did I laugh? What a rum thing it is that a man should have a laugh in him when he's only got 29 days more to live a day for every year of my life. Well, laughing or crying, this is what it has come to at last. All the drinking and recklessness, the flash talk and the idle ways, the merry cross-country rides that we used to have, night or day, it made no odds. To us, every man well mounted, as like as not on a racehorse in training taken out of his stable within the week, the sharp brushes with the police when now and then a man was wounded on each side, but no one killed. That came later on, worse luck. The jolly sprees we used to have in the bush townships, where we chucked our money about like gentlemen, where all the girls had a smile and a kind word for a lot of game, upstanding chaps that acted like men if they did keep the road a little lively. Our bush telegraphs were safe to let us know when the traps were closing in on us, and then why the coach would be stuck up 100 miles away in a different direction within 24 hours. Marston's gang again. The police are in pursuit. That's what we'd see in the papers. We had 'em sent to us regular. Besides having the pick of 'em when we cut open the mailbags. And now that chain rubbed a sore, curse it, all that racket's over. It's more than hard to die in this settled, infernal, fixed sort of way, like a bullock in the killing yard, all ready to be peed. I used to pity them when I was a boy, walking round the yard, pushing their noses through the rails, trying for a likely place to jump, stamping and pawing and roaring and knocking their heads against the heavy close rails, with misery and rage in their eyes, till their time was up. Nobody told them beforehand, though. Have I and the likes of me ever felt much the same, I wonder? Shut up in a pen like this, with the rails up, and not a place a rat could creep through, waiting till our killing time was come? The poor devils of steers have never done anything but ramble off the run now and again, while but it's too late to think of that. It is hard. There's no saying it isn't. No, nor thinking what a fool, what a blind, stupid, thundering idiot a fellow's been, to laugh at the steady working life that would have helped him up, bit by bit, to a good farm, a good wife, and innocent little kids about him, like that chap, George Storefield, that came to see me last week. He was real right down sorry for me, I could tell, though Jim and I used to laugh at him and call him a regular old crawler of a milker's calf in the old days. The tears came into his eyes regular like a woman, as he gave my hand to squeeze and turned his head away. We was little chaps together, you know. A man always feels that, you know. And old George, he'll go back a 50-mile ride, but what's that on a good horse? He'll be late home, but he can cross the rock ford the short way over the creek. I can see him turn his horse loose at the garden gate and walk through the quinces that lead up to the cottage, with his saddle on his arm. Can I see it all, as plain as if I was there? At his wife and the young unsul run out when they hear father's horse and want to hear all the news. When he goes in, there's his meal tidy and decent waiting for him, while he tells them about the poor chap he's been to see, as is to be scragged next month. Ha! Ha! What a rum joke it is, isn't it? And then he'll go out in the veranda with the roses growing all over the posts. And smellin' sweet in the cool night air. After that, he'll have his smoke and sit there thinking about me perhaps, and old days, and what not, till all hours, till his wife comes and fetches him in. And here I lie, my God. Why didn't they knock me on the head when I was born, like a lamb in a dry season, or a blind puppy blind enough, God knows? They do so in some countries, if the books say true, and what a hell of misery that must save some people from. Well, it's done now, and there's no get away. I may as well make the best of it. A sergeant of police was shot in our last scrimmage, and they must spit someone over that. It's only natural. He was rash, or Starlight would never have dropped him that day, not if he'd been sober either. We'd been drinking all night at that willow tree shanty. Bad grog, too. When a man's half drunk, he's fit for any devilment that comes before him. Drink! How do you think a chap that's taken to the bush regularly turned out, I mean, with a price on his head and a fire burning in his heart night and day, can stand his life if he don't drink, when he thinks of what he might have been and what he is? Why, nearly every man he meets is paid to run him down or trap him some way, like a stray dog that's taken to sheep killin'. He knows a score of men, and women too, that are only looking out for a chance to sell his blood on the quiet and pouch the money. Do you think that makes a chap mad and miserable and tired of his life, or not? And if a drop of grog will take him right out of his wretched self for a bit, why shouldn't he drink? People don't know what they are talking about. Why, he is that miserable that he wonders why he don't hang himself and save the government all the trouble. And if a few nobblers make him feel as if he might have some good chances yet, and that it doesn't so much matter after all, why shouldn't he drink? He does drink, of course. Every miserable man and a good many women as have something to fear or repent of. Drink. The worst of it is that too much of it brings on the horrors, and then the devil, instead of giving you a jog now and then, sends one of his imps to grin in your face and pull your heartstrings all day. And all night long. By George, I'm getting clever. Too clever altogether, I think. If I could forget for one moment, in the middle of all the nonsense, that I was to die on Thursday 3 weeks. Die on Thursday 3 weeks? Die on Thursday! That's the way the time runs in my ears like a chime of bells. But it's all mere bosh. I've been reading these long 6 months. I've been chained up here after I was committed for trial. When I came out of the hospital after curing me of that wound, for I was hit bad by that black tracker. They gave me some books to read, for fear I'd go mad and cheat the hangman. I was always fond of reading, and many a night I've read to poor old mother and Eileen before I left the old place. I was that weak and low, after I took the turn, and I felt glad to get a book to take me away from sitting, staring, and blinking at nothing by the hour together. It was all very well then. I was too weak to think much. But when I began to get well again, I kept always coming across something in the book that made me groan or cry out, as if someone had stuck a knife in me. A dark chap did. Once through the ribs it didn't feel so bad, a little sharpish at first. Why didn't he aim a bit higher? He never was, no good, even at that. As I was saying, there be something about a horse, or the country, or the spring weather. It's just canamity, it's chin, it's stallel, never see it. Or they'd put in a bit about the cows walking through the river in the hot summer afternoons, or they'd go describing about a girl, until I began to think of Sister Eileen again. Then I'd run my head against the wall, or do something like a madman, and they'd stop the books for a week, and I'd be as miserable as a bandicoot, worse at I must either kill myself or get something to fill up my time till the day. Yes, the day comes. I've always been a middling writer, though I can't say much for the grammar, and spelling, and that, but I'll put it all down, from the beginning to the end, and maybe it'll save some other unfortunate young chap from pulling. Back like a colt when he's first roped, setting himself against everything in the way of proper breaking, making a fool of himself generally and choking himself down, as I've done. The gaoler, he looks hard. He has to do that. There's more than one or two within here that would have him by the throat, with his heart's blood running, in half a minute if they had their way, and the warder was off guard. He knows that very well, but he's not a bad-hearted chap. You can have books or paper and pens, anything you like, he said, you unfortunate young beggar, until you're turned off. If I'd only had you to see after me when I was young, says I. Come, don't whine, he said, then he burst out laughing. You didn't mean it, I see. I ought to have known better. You're not one of that sort, and I like you all. The better for it. Well, here goes. Lots of pens, a big bottle of ink, and ever so much foolscap paper, the right sort for me, or I shouldn't have been here. I'm blessed if it doesn't look as if I was going to write copies again. Don't I remember how I used to go to school in old times? The rides there and back on the old pony. And pretty little Grace Storefield that I was so fond of, and used to show her how to do her lessons. I believe I learned more that way than if I'd had only myself to think about. There was another girl, the daughter of the pound keeper, that I wanted her to beat, and the way we both worked, and I coached her up, was a caution, and she did get above her in her class. How proud we were! She gave me a kiss, too, and a bit of her hair. Poor Gracie, I wonder where she is now, and what she'd think if she saw me here today. If I could have looked ahead and seen. Myself chained now like a dog, and going to die a dog's death this day month. Anyhow, I must make a start. How do people begin when they set to work to write their own sayings and doings? There's been a deal more doing than talking in my life. It was the wrong sort, more's the pity. Well, let's see. His parents were poor but respectable. That's what they always say. My parents were poor, and mother was as good a soul as ever broke bread, and wouldn't have taken a shilling's worth that wasn't her own if she'd been starving. But as for father, he'd been a poacher in England, a Lincolnshire man he was, and got sent out for it. He wasn't much more than a boy, he said, and it was only for a hare or two, which didn't seem much. But I begin to think, being able to see the right of things a bit now, and having no bad grog inside of me to turn a fellow's head upside down, as poaching must be something like cattle and horse stuffing, not the worst thing in the world itself, but mighty likely to lead to it. Dad had always been a hard-working, steady-going sort of chap, good at most things. And like a lot more of the government men, as the convicts were always called round our part, he saved some money as soon as he had done his time, and married Mother, who was a simple immigrant girl, just out from Ireland. Father was a square-built, good-looking chap, I believe then, not so tall as I am by 3 inches, but wonderfully strong and quick on his pens. They did say as he could hammer any man in the district before he got old and stiff. I never saw him shape but once, and then he rolled into a man big enough to eat him and polished him off in a way that showed me, though I was a bit of a boy, then that he'd been at the game before. He didn't ride so bad either, though he hadn't had much of it where he came from, but he was afraid of nothing and had a quiet way with colts. He could make pretty good play in thick country, and ride a roughish horse, too. Well, our farm was on a good little flat with a big mountain in front and a scrubby, rangy country at the back for miles. People often asked him why he chose such a place. "It suits me," he used to say, with a laugh, and talk of something else. We could only raise about enough corn and potatoes, in a general way, for ourselves from the flat, but there were other chances and pickings which helped to make the pot boil, and them we'd have been a deal better without. First of all, though our cultivation paddock was small, and the good lands seemed squeezed in between the hills, there was a narrow tract up the creek, and here it widened out into a large, well-grassed flat. This was where our cattle ran, for, of course, we had a team of workers and a few milkers when we came. No one ever took up a farm in those days without a dray and a team, a year's rations, a few horses and milkers, pigs and fowls, and a little furniture. They didn't collar a 40-acre selection, as they do now spend all their money in getting the land and squat down as bare as robins, a man with his wife and children all under a sheet of bark, nothing on their backs and very little in their bellies. However, some of them do pretty well, though they do say they have to live on possums for a time. We didn't do much, in spite of our grand start. The flat was well enough, but there were other places in the gullies beyond that Father had dropped upon when he was out shooting. He was a tremendous chap for poking about on foot or on horseback. And though he was an Englishman, he was what you call a born bushman. I never saw any man almost as was his equal. Wherever he'd been once, there he could take you to again. And what was more, if it was in the dead of the night, he could do it just the same. People said he was as good as a blackfellow, but I never saw one that was as good as he was, all round. In a strange country, too. That was what beat me. He'd know the way the creek run, and noticed when the cattle headed to camp, and a lot of things that other people couldn't see, or if they did, couldn't remember again. He was a great man, for solitary walks too. He and an old dog he had, called Crib, a crossbred mongrel-looking brute, most like what they call a lurcher in England, Father said. Anyhow, he could do most anything but talk. He could bite to some purpose, drive cattle or sheep, catch a kangaroo if it wasn't a regular flyer, fight like a bulldog, and swim like a retriever, track anything, and fetch and carry, but bark he wouldn't. He'd stand and look at Dad as if he worshipped him, and he'd make him some sign, and off he'd go like a child that's got a message. Why he was so fond of the old man we boys couldn't make out. We were afraid of him, and as far as we could see he never patted or made much of Crib. He thrashed him unmerciful as he did us boys. Still the dog was that fond of him you'd think he'd like to die for him there and then. but dogs are not like boys, or men either, better perhaps. Well, we were all born at the hut by the creek, I suppose, for I remember it as soon as I could remember anything. It was a snug hut enough, for father was a good bush carpenter and didn't turn his back to anyone for splitting and fencing, hut building and shingle splitting. He had had a year or two at sawing, too, but after he was married he dropped that. But I've heard mother say that he took great pride in the hut when he brought her to it first, and said it was the best built hut within 50 miles. He split every slab, cut every post and wall plate and rafter himself, with a man to help him at odd times, and after the frame was up and the bark on the roof, he camped underneath and finished every bit of it, chimney, flooring, doors, windows, and partitions by himself. Then he dug up a little garden in front and planted a dozen or two peaches and quinces in it, put a couple of roses, a red and a white one, by the posts of the veranda, and it was all ready for his pretty Nora, as she says he used to call her then. If I've heard her tell about the garden and the quince trees and the 2 roses once, I've heard her tell it 100 times. Poor mother! We used to get round her, Eileen and Jim and I, and say, "Tell us about the garden, mother." She'd never refuse. Those were her happy days, she always said. She used to cry afterwards nearly always. The first thing almost that I can remember was riding the old pony, Possum, out to bring in the milkers. Father was away somewhere, so mother took us all out and put me on the pony and let me have a whip. Eileen walked alongside, and very proud I was. My legs stuck out straight on the old pony's fat back. Mother had written him up when she caned the first horse she ever rode, she said. He was a quiet little old roan with a bright eye and legs like gate posts, but he never fell down with us boys, for all that. If we fell off, he stopped still and began to feed, so that he suited us all to pieces. We soon got sharp enough to flail him along with the quince stick, and we used to bring up the milkers, I expect, a good deal faster than was good for them. After a bit we could milk, leg rope, and bail up for ourselves, and help Dad brand the calves, which began to come pretty thick. There were only 3 of us children, my brother Jim, who was 2 years younger than I was, and then Eileen, who was 4 years behind him. I know we were both able to nurse the baby a while after she came, and neither of us wanted. Better fun than to be allowed to watch her, or rock the cradle, or as a great treat to carry her a few steps. Somehow we was that fond and proud of her from the first that we'd have done anything in the world for her. And so we would now, I was going to say, but that poor Jim lies under a forest oak on the sandhill. And well, I'm here, and if I'd listened to her advice I should have been a free man. A free man, how it sounds, doesn't it, with the sun shining and the blue sky over your head, and the birds twittering and the grass beneath your feet. I wonder if I shall go mad before my time's up. Mother was a Roman Catholic, most Irish women are, and Dad was a Protestant, if he was anything. However, that says nothing. People that don't talk much about their religion or follow it up at all won't change it for all that. So father, though mother tried him hard enough when they were first married, wouldn't hear of turning, not if he was to be killed for it, as I once heard him say. No, he says, my father and grandfather and all the lot was church people, and so I shall live and die. I don't know as it would make much matter to me, but such as my notions is, I shall stick to 'em as long as the craft holds together. You can bring up the girl in your own way. It's made a good woman of you, or found you one, which is most likely, and so she may take her chance. But I stand for church and king, and so shall the boys, as sure as my name's Ben Marston. Chapter 2. Father was one of those people that gets shut of a deal of trouble in this world by always sticking to one thing. If he said he'd do this or that, he always did it and nothing else. As for turning him, a wild bull halfway down a range was a likelier try-on. So nobody ever bothered him after he'd once opened his mouth. They knew it was so much lost labor. I sometimes thought Eileen was a bit like him in her way of sticking to things. But then she was always right, you see, so that clinched it. Mother gave in like a wise woman, as she was. The clergyman from Bargo came one day and christened me and Jim made one job of it. But Mother took Eileen herself in the spring cart all the way to the township and had her christened in the chapel, in the middle of the service, all right and regular, by Father Rocher. There's good and bad of every sort, and I've met plenty that were no chop of all churches. But if Father Roche or Father anybody else had any hand in making Mother and Eileen half as good as they were, I'd turn tomorrow, if I ever got out again. I don't suppose it was the religion that made much difference in our case, for Patsy Daly and his 3 brothers that lived on the creek higher up were as much on the cross as men could be, and many a time I've seen them ride to chapel and attend mass and look as if they'd never seen a clear skin in their lives. Patsy was hanged afterwards for bushranging and gold robbery, and he had more than one man's blood to answer for. Now we weren't like that. We never troubled the church one way or the other. We knew we were doing what we oughtn't to do and scorned to look pious and keep 2 faces under one hood. By degrees we all grew older, began to be active, and able to do half a man's work. We learned to ride pretty well at least. That is, we could ride a bare-backed horse at full gallop through timber or down a range. Could back a colt just caught and have him as quiet as an old cow in a week. We could use the axe and the cross-cut saw, for Father dropped that sort of work himself and made Jim and I do all. The rough jobs of mending the fences, getting firewood, milking the cows, and, after a bit, plowing the bit of flat we kept in cultivation. Jim and I, when we were 15 and 13, he was bigger for his age than I was, and so near my own strength that I didn't care about touching him, were the smartest lads on the creek. Father said he didn't often praise us either. We had often ridden over to help with the muster of the large cattle stations that were on the side of the range, and not more than 20 or 30 miles from us. Some of our young stock used to stray among the squatters' cattle, and we liked attending the muster because there was plenty of galloping about and cutting out, and fun in the men's hut at night, and often a half-crown or so for helping someone away with a big mob of cattle or a lot for the pound. Father didn't go himself, and I used to notice that whenever we came up and said we were Ben Marston's boys, both master and super looked rather glum, and then appeared. Not to think any more about it. I heard the owner of one of these stations say to his managing man, "Pity, isn't it? Fine boys, too." I didn't understand what they meant. I do now. We could do a few things besides riding because, as I told you before, we had been to a bit of a school kept by an old chap that had once seen better days, that lived 3 miles off, near a little bush township. This village, like most of these places, had a public house and a blacksmith's shop. That was about all. The publican kept the store and managed pretty well to get hold of all the money that was made by the people round about, that is, of those that were good drinking men. He had half a dozen children and, though he was not up to much, he wasn't that bad that he didn't want his children to have the chance of being better than himself. I've seen a good many crooked people in my day, but very few that, though they'd given themselves up as a bad job, didn't hope a bit that their youngsters mightn't take after them. Curious, isn't it? But it is true, I can tell you. so Lammerby the publican, though he was a greedy, sly sort of fellow, that bought things he knew were stolen and lent out money and charged everybody two prices for the things he sold 'em, didn't like the thought of his children growing up like Mile cattle, as he said himself. And so he fished out this old Mr. Howard, that had been a friend or a victim or some kind of pal of his in old Sydney, and got him to come and keep school. He was a curious man, this Mr. Howard. What he had been or done none of us ever knew, but he spoke up to one of the squatters that said something sharp to him one day in a way that showed us boys that he thought himself as good as he was. And he stood up straight and looked him in the face till we hardly could think he was the same man that was so bent and shambling and broken down looking most times. He used to live in a little hut in the township all by himself. It was just big enough to hold him and us at our lessons. He had his dinner at the inn along with Mr. and Mrs. Lammerby. She was always kind to him and made him puddings and things when he was ill. He was pretty often ill, and then he'd hear us our lessons at the bedside and make a short day of it. Mostly he drank nothing but tea. He used to smoke a good deal out of a big meerschaum pipe with figures on it that he used to show us when he was in a good humor. But 2 or 3 times a year he used to set to and drink for a week, and then school was left off till he was right. We didn't think much of that. Everybody, almost, that we knew did the same, all the men nearly all. That is, and some of the women, not Mother though. She wouldn't have touched a drop of wine or spirits to save her life, and never did to her dying day. We just thought of it as if they'd got a touch of fever or sunstroke or broke a rib or something. They'd get over it in a week or 2 and be all right again. All the same, poor old Mr. Howard wasn't always on the booze, not by any manner of means. He never touched a drop of anything, not even ginger beer. While he was straight, and he kept us all going from 9 o'clock in the morning till 3 in the afternoon, summer and winter, for more than 6 years. Then he died. Poor old chap, found dead in his bed one morning. Many a basting he gave me and Jim with an old Malacca cane he had with a silver knob to it. We were all pretty frightened of him. He'd say to me and Jim and the other boys, "It's the best chance of making men of yourselves you ever had if you only knew it. You'll be rich farmers or settlers, perhaps magistrates, one of these days. That is, if you're not hanged. It's you, I mean," he'd say, pointing to me and Jim and the Dalis. "I believe some of you will be hanged unless you change a good deal. It's cold blood and bad blood that runs in your veins, and you'll come to earn the wages of sin some day. It's a strange thing," he used to say, as if he was talking to himself, "that the girls are so good, while the boys are delivered over to the evil one, except a case here and there. Look at Mary Darcy and Jane Lammerby and my little pet Eileen here. I defy any village in Britain to turn out such girls plenty of." Rosy cheeked to gigglers, but the natural refinement and intelligence of these little damsels astonishes me. Well, the old man died suddenly, as I said, and we were all very sorry, and the school was broken up. But he had taught us all to write fairly and to keep accounts, to read and spell decently, and to know a little geography. It wasn't a great deal, but what we knew well, and I often think of what he said. Now it's too late, we ought to have made better use of it. After school broke up, Father said Jim and I knew quite as much as was likely to be any good to us, and we must work for our living like other people. We'd always done a pretty fair share of that, and our hands were hard with using the axe and the spade, let alone holding the plow at odd times and harrowing, helping Father to kill and brand and a lot of other things, besides getting up while the stars were in the sky so as to get the cows milked early before it was time to go to school. all this time we had lived in a free kind of way we wanted for nothing. We had plenty of good beef and a calf now and then. About this time I began to wonder how it was that so many cattle and horses passed through Father's hands, and what became of them. I hadn't lived all my life on Rocky Creek, and among some of the smartest hands in that line that old New South Wales ever bred, without knowing what clearskins and cross beasts meant, and being well aware that our brand was often put on a calf that no Calvars ever suckled. Don't I remember well the first calf I ever helped to put our letters on? I've often wished I'd defied Father, then taken my licking, and bolted away from home. It's that very calf, and the things it led to, that's helped to put me where I am. Just as I sit here, and these cursed irons rattle whenever I move my feet, I can see that very evening, and Father and the old dog with a little mob of our crawling. Cattle and half a dozen head of strangers, cows and calves, and a fat little steer coming through the scrub to the old stockyard. It was an awkward place for a yard, people used to say, scrubby and stony all round, a blind sort of hole you couldn't see till you were right on the top of it, but there was a wing ran out a good way through the scrub. There's no better guide to a yard like that, and there was a sort of track cattle followed easy enough once you were round the hill. Anyhow, between Father and the dog and the old mare he always rode, very few beasts ever broke away. These strange cattle had been driven a good way, I could see. The cows and calves looked done up, and the steer's tongue was out. It was hottish weather. The old dog had been healing him up too, for he was bleeding up to the hocks, and the end of his tail was bitten off. He was a savage old wretch, was Crib, like all dogs that never bark, and men too, his bite was all the worse. Go and get the brands, confound. You don't stand there frightening the cattle, says Father, as the tired cattle, after smelling and jostling a bit, rushed into the yard. You, Jim, make a fire, and look sharp about it. I want to brand old Polly's calf, and another or two. Father came down to the hut while the brands were getting ready, and began to look at the harness cask, which stood in a little back scullion. It was pretty empty. We had been living on eggs, bacon, and bread and butter for a week. Oh, Mother, there's such a pretty red calf in the yard, I said, with a star and a white spot on the flank, and there's a yellow steer fat enough to kill. What? Said Mother, turning round and looking at Father with her eyes staring a sort of dark blue. There were people used to say mine and Jim's were the same color, and her brown hair pushed back off her face as if she was looking at a ghost. Is it doing that again? You are, after all you promised me, and you so. Nearly caught after the last one? Didn't I go on my knees to ye to ask you to drop it and lead a good life? And didn't ye tell me you'd never do the like again? And the poor innocent children too. I wonder ye've the heart to do it. It came into my head now to wonder why the sergeant and 2 policemen had come down from Bargo very early in the morning, about 3 months ago, and asked Father to show them the beef in his cask and the hide belonging to it. I wondered at the time the beast was killed why Father made the hide into a rope, and before he did that had cut out the brand and dropped it into a hot fire. The police saw a hide with our brand on, all right, killed about a fortnight. They didn't know it had been taken off a cancered bullock, and that Father took the trouble to stick him and bleed him before he took the hide off, so as it shouldn't look dark. Father certainly knew most things in the way of working on the cross. I can see now he'd have made his money a deal easier, and no trouble of mind, if he'd only chosen to go straight. When Mother said this, Father looked at her for a bit as if he was sorry for it. Then he straightened himself up, and an ugly look came into his face as he growled out, "You mind your own business. We must live as well as other people. There's squatters here that does as bad. They're just like the squires at home. Think a poor man hasn't a right to live. "You bring the brand and look alive, Dick, or I'll sharpen ye up a bit." The brand was in the corner, but Mother got between me and it and stretched out her hand to Father as if to stop me and him. "In God's name," she cried out, "art ye satisfied with losing your own soul and bringing disgrace upon your family, but ye must be the ruin of your innocent children? Don't touch the brand, Dick." But Father wasn't a man to be crossed, and what made it worse, he had a couple of glasses of bad grog in him. There was an old villain of a shanty keeper that lived on a back creek. He'd been there as he came by and had a glass or two. He had a regular savage temper, Father had, though he was quiet enough and not bad to us when he was right. But the grog always spoiled him. He gave poor Mother a shove, which sent her reeling against the wall, where she fell down and hit her head against the stool, and lay there. Eileen, sitting down in the corner, turned white and began to cry, while Father catches me a box on the ear, which sends me kicking, picks up the brand out of the corner, and walks out, with me after him. I think if I'd been another year or so older, I have struck back. I felt that savage about poor Mother, that I could have gone at him myself, but we had been too long used to do everything he told us, and somehow, even if it chaps Father's a bad one, he don't seem like other men to him. So, as Jim had lighted the fire, we branded the little red heifer calf, first a fine fat 6 months old nugget she was, and then 3 bull calves, all strangers, and then Polly's calf, I suppose, just for a blind. Jim and I knew the 4 calves were all strangers, but we didn't know the brands of the mothers. They all seemed different. After this all was made right to kill a beast. The gallows was ready rigged in a corner of the yard. Father brought his gun and shot the yellow steer. The calves were put into our calf-pin Pollies, and all in all the cows turned out to go where they liked. We helped Father to skin and hang up the beast, and pretty late it was when we finished. Mother had laid us out our tea and gone to bed with Eileen. We had ours and then went to bed. Father sat outside and smoked in the starlight. Hours after I woke up and heard Mother crying. Before daylight we were up again, and the steer was cut up and salted and in the harness cask soon after sunrise. His head and feet were all popped into a big pot where we used to make soup for the pigs, and by the time it had been boiling an hour or two, there was no fear of anyone swearing to the yellow steer by headmark. We had a hearty breakfast off the skirt, but Mother wouldn't touch a bit nor let Eileen take any. She took nothing but a bit of bread and a cup of tea and sat there looking miserable and downcast. Father said nothing, but sat very dark-looking and ate his food as if nothing was the matter. After breakfast he took his mare. The old dog followed. There was no need to whistle for him. It's my belief he knew more than many a Christian. And away they went. Father didn't come home for a week. He had got into the habit of staying away for days and days together. Then things went on the old way. Chapter 3. So the years went on slow enough. They seemed to us sometimes. The green winters, pretty cold I tell you, with frost and hailstorms, and the long hot summers. We were not called boys any longer, except by Mother and Eileen, but took our places among the men of the district. We lived mostly at home, in the old way, sometimes working pretty hard, sometimes doing very little. When the cows were milked and the wood chopped, there was nothing to do for the rest of the day. The creek was that close that Mother used to go and dip the bucket into it herself when she wanted one from a little wooden step above the clear, reedy water hole. Now and then we used to dig in the garden. There was reaping and corn pulling and husking for part of the year. But often, for weeks at a time, there was next to nothing to do. No hunting worth much. We were sick of kangarooing, like the dogs themselves, that as they grew old would run a little way and then pull up if a mob came, jump past them. No shooting, except a few ducks and pigeons. Father used to laugh at the shooting in this country and say they'd never have poachers here. The game wasn't worth it. No fishing, except an odd codfish in the deepest water holes, and you might sit half a day without a bite. Now this was very bad for us boys. Lads want plenty of work, and a little play now and then to keep them straight. If there's none, they'll make it, and you can't tell how far they'll go when they once start. Well, Jim and I used to get our horses and ride off quietly in the afternoon, as if we were going after cattle, but in reality, as soon as we were out of sight of Mother, to ride over to that old villain, Grimes, the shanty keeper, where we met the young Dailies, and others of the same sort, talked a good deal of nonsense and gossip. What was worse, played at all fours in euchre, which we had learned from an American harvest hand at one of the large farms. Besides playing for money, which put us rather into trouble sometimes, as we couldn't always find a half-crown if we lost it, we learned another bad habit, and that was to drink spirits. What burning nasty stuff I thought it at first, and so did we all, but everyone wanted to be thought a man, and up to all kinds of wickedness, so we used to make it a point of drinking our nobbler, and sometimes treating the others twice, if we had cash. There was another family that lived a couple of miles off, higher up the creek, and we had always been good friends with them, though they never came to our house, and only we boys went to theirs. They were the parents of the little girl that went to school with us, and a boy who was a year older than me. Their father had been a gardener at home, and he married a native girl who was born somewhere about the Hawkesbury, near Windsor. Her father had been a farmer, and many a time she told us how sorry she was to go away from the old place, and what fine corn and pumpkins they grew, and how they had a church at Windsor, and used to take their hay and fruit and potatoes to Sydney. And what a grand place Sydney was, with stone buildings called markets for people to sell fruit and vegetables and poultry in, and how you could walk down into Lower George Street and see Sydney Harbor, a great shining salt water plain 1,000 times as big as the biggest water hole, with ships and boats and sailors and every kind of strange thing upon it. Mrs. Storefield was pretty fond of talking, and she was always fond of me, because once when she was out after the cows, and her man was away and she had left Grace at home, the little thing crawled down to the water hole and tumbled in. I happened to be riding up with a message for Mother, to borrow some soap, when I heard a little cry like a lamb's, and there was poor little Gracie struggling in the water like a drowning kitten, with her face under. Another minute or two would have finished her, but I was off the old pony and into the water like a teal flabber. I had her out in a second or two, and she gasped and cried a bit, but soon came to, and when Mrs. Storefield came home, she first cried over her as if she would break her heart, and kissed her. And then she kissed me and said, "Now, Dick Marston, you look here. Your mother's a good woman, though simple. Your father I don't like, and I hear many stories about him that makes me think the less we ought to see of a lot of you, the better. But you've saved my child's life today, and I'll be a friend and a mother to you as long as I live, even if you turn out bad, and I'm rather afraid you will, you and Jim both. But it won't be my fault for want of trying to keep you straight. And John and I will be your kind and loving friends as long as we live, no matter what happens." After that it was strange enough, but I always took to the little toddling thing that I pulled out of the water. I wasn't very big myself, if it comes to that, and she seemed to have a feeling about it, for she'd come to me every time I went there and sit on my knee and look at me with her big, brown, serious eyes. They were just the same after she grew up and talked to me in her little childish lingo. I believe she knew all about it, for she used to say, "Dick, pull Gracie out of water," and then she'd throw her arms round my neck and kiss me, and walk off to her mother. If I'd let her drown then, and tied a stone round my neck, and dropped through the reeds to the bottom of the big water hole, It would have been better for both of us. When John came home, he was nearly as bad as the old woman and wanted to give me a filly. But I wouldn't have it, boy as I was. I never cared for money nor money's worth, and I was not going to be paid for picking a kid out of the water. George Storefield, Gracie's brother, was about my own age. He thought a lot of what I'd done for her, and years afterwards I threatened to punch his head if he said anything more about it. He laughed and held out his hand. "You and I might have been better friends lately," says he, "but don't you forget, you got another brother besides Jim, one that will stick to you too, fair weather or foul." I always had a great belief in George, though we didn't get on over well, and often had fallings out. He was too steady and hard-working altogether for Jim and me. He worked all day and every day, and saved every penny he made. Catch him gaffing, no, not for a sixpence. He called the Dailies and Jacksons thieves and swindlers who would be locked up or even hanged some day unless they mended themselves. As for drinking a glass of grog, you might just as soon ask him to take a little laudanum or arsenic. "Why should I drink grog?" he used to say, "such stuff, too, as you get at that old villain Grimes's, with a good appetite and a good conscience. I'm afraid of no man. The police may come and live on my ground for what I care. I work all day, have a red in the evening, and sleep like a top when I turn in. What do I want? More? Oh, but you never see any life," Jim said. "You're just like an old working bullock that walks up to the yoke in the morning and never stops hauling till he's let go at night. This is a free country, and I don't think a fellow was born for that kind of thing and nothing else. This country is like any other country, Jim," George would say, holding up his head and looking straight at him with his steady gray eyes. "A man must work and save when he's young if he don't want to be a beggar or a slave when he's old. I believe in a man enjoying himself as well as you do, but my notion of that is to have a good farm, well stocked and paid for, by and by, and then to take it easy, perhaps when my back is a little stiffer than it is now." "But a man must have a little fun when he is young," I said. "What's the use of having money when you're old and rusty and can't take pleasure in anything?" "A man needn't be so very old at 40, he says then, and 20 years steady work will put all of us youngsters well up the ladder. Besides, I don't call it fun getting half drunk with a lot of blackguards at a low pothouse or a shanty, listening to the stupid talk and boasting lies of a pack of loafers and worse. They're fit for nothing better, but you and Jim are. Now look here, I've got a small contract from Mr. Andrews for a lot of fencing stuff that will pay us wages and something over. If you like to go in with me, we'll go share and share. I know what hands you both are at splitting and fencing. What do you say?" Jim, poor Jim, was inclined to take George's offer. He was that good-hearted that a kind word would turn him any time. But I was put out at his laying it down so about the Dailies and a shantying and gaffing, and I do think now that some folks are born so as they can't do without a taste of some sort of fun once in a way. I can't put it out clear, but it ought to be fixed somehow for us chaps that haven't got the gift of working all day and every day, but can do 2 days' work. In one when we like, that we should have our allowance of reasonable fun and pleasure, that is, what we called pleasure, not what somebody thinks we ought to take pleasure in. Anyway, I turned on George rather rough, and I says, "We're not good enough for the likes of you, Mr. Storefield. It's very kind of you to think of us, but we'll take our own line and you take yours." "I'm sorry for it, Dick, and more sorry that you take huff at an old friend. All I want is to do you good and act a friend's part. Goodbye, some day you'll see it." "You're hard on George," says Jim. "There's no pleasing you today. One would think there were lots of chaps fighting how to give us a lift. Goodbye, George, old man. I'm sorry we can't wire in with you. We'd soon knock out those posts and rails on the ironbark range." "You'd better stop, Jim, and take a hand in the deal," says I. "Or rather, The devil, for I believe he gets inside a chap at times, and then you and George can take a turn it local preaching when you're cut out. I'm off." So without another word, I jumped onto my horse and went off down the hill, across the creek, and over the boulders the other side, without much caring where I was going. The fact was, I felt I had acted meanly in sneering at a man who only said what he did for my good, and I wasn't at all sure that I hadn't made a breach between Gracie and myself. And, though I had such a temper when it was roused that all the world wouldn't have stopped me, every time I thought of not seeing that girl again, made my heart ache as if it would burst. I was nearly home before I heard the clatter of a horse's feet, and Jim rode up alongside of me. He was just the same as ever, with a smile on his face. You didn't often see it without one. I knew he had come after me and had given up his own fancy for mine. "I thought you were going to stay and turn good," I said. "Why didn't you?" "It might have been better for me if I had," he said. "But you know very well, Dick, that whatever turns up, whether it's for good or evil, you and I go together." We looked at one another for a moment. Our eyes met. We didn't say anything, but we understood one another, as well as if we had talked for a week. We rode up to the door of our cottage without speaking. The sun had set, and some of the stars had come out, early as it was, for it was late autumn. Eileen was sitting on a bench in the veranda reading. Mother was working away as usual at something in the house. Mother couldn't read or write, but you never caught her sitting with her hands before her. Except when she was asleep. I don't think she ever was quite still. Eileen ran out to us and stood while we let go our horses and brought the saddles and bridles under the veranda. "I'm glad you're come home for one thing," she said. "There is a message from Father. He wants you to meet him." "Who brought it?" I said. "One of the Daly's Patsy, I think." "All right," said Jim, kissing her as he lifted her up in his great strong arms. "I must go in and have a gossip with the old woman. Eileen can tell me after tea. I dare say it's not so good that it won't keep. Mother was that fond of both of us, that I believe, as sure as I sit here, she'd have put her head on the block, or died in any other way for either of her boys, not because it was her duty, but glad and cheerful like, to have saved us from death or disgrace. I think she was fonder of us two than she was of Eileen. Mothers are generally fonder of their sons, why I never could see, and if she thought more of one than the other. It was Jim. He was the youngest, and he had that kind of big, frolicsome, loving way with him, like a Newfoundland pup about half grown. I always used to think, somehow, nobody ever seemed to be able to get into a pelter with Jim. Not even Father, and that was a thing as some people couldn't be got to believe. As for Mother and Eileen, they were as fond of him as if he'd been a big baby. So while he went to sit down on the stretcher, and let Mother put her arms round his neck and hug him and cry over him, as she always did if he'd been away more than a day or two, I took a walk down the creek with Eileen in the starlight to hear all about this message from Father. Besides, I could see that she was very serious over it, and I thought there might be something in it more than common. "First of all, did you make any agreement with George Storefield?" she said. "No. Why should I? Has he been talking to you about me? What right has he to meddle with my business?" "Oh, Dick, don't talk like that. Anything that he said was only to do you a kindness, and Jim." "Hang him, and his kindness too," I said. "Let him keep it for those that want it." "But what did he tell you?" He said, first of all, answered poor Eileen with the tears in her eyes and trying to take hold of my hand, that he had a contract for fencing timber, which he had taken at good prices, which he would share with you and Jim. That he knew you two and himself could finish it in a few weeks, and that he knew you two and himself could finish it in a few weeks, and that he expected to get the contract for the timber for the new bridge at Dargle, which he would let you go shares in too. He didn't like to speak about that because it wasn't certain, but he had calculated all the quantities and prices, and he was sure you would make 70. Or 80 pounds each before Christmas. Now, was there any harm in that, and don't you think it was very good of him to think of it? Well, he's not a bad fellow, old George, I said, but he's a little too fond of interfering with other people's business. Jim and I are quite able to manage our own affairs, as I told him this evening when I refused to have anything to do with his fencing arrangement. "Oh, Dick, did you?" she said. "What a pity." I made sure Jim would have liked it so, for only last week he said he was sick and tired of having nothing to do, that he should soon lose all his knack at using tools that he used to be so proud of. Didn't he say he'd like to join George? He would, I dare say, and I told him to do as he liked. I came away by myself and only saw him just before we crossed the range. He's big enough and old enough to take his own line. But you know he thinks so much of you, she groaned out, that he'd follow you to destruction. That will be the end of it. Depend upon it, Dick. I tell you so now. You've taken to bad ways. You'll have his blood on your head yet. Jim's old enough and big enough to take care of himself, I said sulkily. If he likes to come my way, I won't hinder him. I won't try to persuade him one way or the other. Let him take his own line. I don't believe in preaching and old women's talk. Let a man act and think for himself. You'll break my heart and poor mother's too, said Eileen, suddenly taking both my hands in hers. What has she done but love us ever since we were born? And what does she live for? You know she has no pleasure of any kind. You know she's afraid every morning she wakes that the police will get father for some of his cross-doings. And now you and Jim are going the same wild way. And whatever will be the end of it. Here she let go my hands and sobbed and cried as if she was a child again, much as I remember her doing one day when my kangaroo dog killed her favorite cat. And Eileen was a girl that didn't cry much generally, and never about anything that happened to herself. It was always about somebody else and their misfortunes. She was a quiet girl too, very determined, and not much given to talking about what she was going to do. But when she made up her mind, she was sure to stick to it. I used to think she was more like father than any of us. She had his colored hair and eyes, and his way of standing and looking as if the whole world wouldn't shift him. But she'd mother's soft heart for all that, and I took the more notice of her crying and whimpering this time because it was so strange for her. If anyone could have seen straight into my heart just then, I was regularly knocked over, and had two minds to go inside to Jim and tell him we'd take George's splitting job and start to tackle it first thing tomorrow morning, but just then, one of those confounded nighthawks flitted on a dead tree before us and began his hoo-ho as if it was laughing at me. I can see the place now. The mountain black and dismal, the moon low and strange-looking, the little waterhole glittering in the half-light, and this dark bird hooting away in the night. An odd feeling seemed to come over my mind, and if it had been the devil himself standing on the dead limb, it could not have had a worse effect on me. As I stopped there, uncertain whether to turn to the right or the left. We don't often know in this world sometimes whether we are turning off along a road where we shall never come back from, or whether we can go just a little way and look at the far-off hills and new rivers and come home safe. I remember the whole lot of bad-meaning thoughts coming with a rush over my heart, and I laughed at myself for being so soft as to choose a hard-working, poky kind of life at the word of a slow fellow like George when I might be. Riding about the country on a fine horse, eating and drinking of the best, and only doing what people said half the old settlers had made their money by. Poor Eileen told me afterwards that if she'd thought for a moment I could be turned, she'd have gone down on her knees and never got up till I promised to keep straight and begin to work at honest daily labor, like a man who hoped to end his days in a good house, on a good farm, with a good wife and nice children round him, and not in a prison cell. Some people would call the first after years of honest work and being always able to look everyone in the face, being more the man than the other. But people have different ways and different ideas. "Come, Ailey," I said. "Are you going to whine and cry all night? I shall be afraid to come home if you're going to be like this. What's the message from Father?" She wiped away her tears and, putting her hand on my shoulder, looked steadily into my face. "Poor boy. Poor dear Dick," she said. "I feel as if I should see that fresh face of yours looking very different some day or other. Something tells me that there's bad luck before you. But never mind, you'll never lose your sister if the luck's ever so bad. Father sent word you and Jim were to meet him at Broken Creek and bring your whips with you." "What in the world's that for?" I said, half speaking to myself. "It looks as if there was a big mob to drive, and where's he to get a big mob there in that mountainous beastly place, where the cattle all bolt like wallabies, and where I never saw 20 head together?" "He's got some reason for it," said Eileen sorrowfully. "If I were you, I wouldn't go. It's no good. And Father's trying now to drag you and Jim into the bad ways he's been following these years." "How do you know it's so bad?" said I. "How can a girl like you know?" "I know very well," she said. "Do you think I've lived here all these years and don't know things? What makes him always come home after dark, and be that nervous every time he sees a stranger coming up you'd think he was come out of Gale? Why has he always got money, and why does Mother look so miserable when he's at home, and cheer up when he goes away? He may get jobs of droving or something," I said. "You have no right to say that he's robbing or something of that sort, because he doesn't care about tying himself to Mother's apron string." Eileen laughed, but it was more like crying. "You told me just now," she said. "Oh," so sorrowfully, "that you and Jim were old enough to take a line of your own. Why don't you do it now?" "And tell Father we'll have nothing more to do with him. Why not?" she said, standing up straight before me and facing me just as I saw Father face the big bullet driver before he knocked him down. "Why not? You need never ask him for another meal. You can earn an easy living in half a dozen ways, you and Jim. Why should you let him spoil your life and ruin your soul forevermore?" "The priest put that into your head," I said sneeringly. "Father Doyle, of course he knows what they'll do with the fellow after he's dead." "No," she said, "Father Doyle never said a word about you that wasn't good and kind. He says Mother's a good Catholic, and he takes an interest in you boys, and me because of her. He can persuade you women to do anything," I said. Not that I had any grudge. Against poor old Father Doyle, who used to come riding up the rough mountain track on his white horse, and tiring his old bones just to look after his flock, as he said, and nice lambs some of them were, but I wanted to tease her and make her break off with this fancy of hers. He never does, and couldn't persuade me, except for my good, said she, getting more and more roused, and her black eyes glowed again. And I'll tell you what I'll do to prove it. It's a sin, but if it is, I'll stand by it, and now I'll swear it. Here she knelt down, as Almighty God shall help me at the last day, if you and Jim will promise me to start straight off up the country and take bush work till shearing comes on, and never to have any truck with cross-chaps and their ways, I'll turn Protestant. I'll go to church with you, and keep to it till I die. Wasn't she a trump? I've known women that would give up a lot for a man they were sweet on, and wives that would follow their husbands about like spaniels, and women that would lie and deceive, and all but rob and murder for men they were fond of, and sometimes do nearly as much to spite other women. But I don't think I ever knew a woman that would give up her religion for anyone before. And it's not as if she wasn't staunch to her own faith. She was as regular in her prayers and crossings and beads and all the rest of it as Mother herself, and if there ever was a good girl in the whole world, she was one. She turned faint as she said this, and I thought she was going to drop down. If anything could have turned me then, it would have been this. It was almost like giving her life for ours, and I don't think she'd have valued hers 2 straws if she could have saved us. There's a great deal said about different kinds of love in this world, but I can't help thinking that the love between brothers and sisters that have been brought up together and have had very few other people to care about is a higher, better sort than any other in the world. There's less selfishness about it, no thought, but for the other's good. If that can be made safe, death and pain and poverty. Misery are all little things, and wasn't I fond of Eileen, in spite of all my hardness and cross-grained obstinacy? So fond that I was just going to hug her to me and say, "Take it all your own way, Ailey dear," when Jim came tearing out of the hut, bareheaded, and stood listening to a far-off sound that caught all our ears at once. We made out the source of it too well, far too well. What was the noise at that hour of the night? It was a hollow, faint, distant roaring that gradually kept getting louder. It was the strange, mournful bellowing that comes from a drove of cattle forced along an unknown track. As we listened, the sound came clearly on the night wind, faint, yet still clearly coming nearer. "Cattle being driven," Jim cried out. "And a big mob, too. It's bother for a note. Let's get our horses and meet him." Chapter 4. "All right," said I. "He must have got there a day before his time. It is a big mob and no mistake. I wonder where they're taking them to." Eileen shrugged her shoulders and walked into Mother with a look of misery and despair on her face such as I never saw there before. She knew it was no use talking to me now. The idea of going out to meet a large lot of unknown cattle had strongly excited us, as would have been the case with every bush-bred lad. All sorts of wonders passed through our minds as we walked down the creek bank with our bridles in our hands towards where our horses usually fed. One was easy to catch, the other with a little management was secured. In 10 minutes we were riding fast through the dark trees and fallen timber towards the wild gullies and rock-strewed hills of Broken Creek. It was now more than an hour when we got up to the cattle. We could hear them a good while before we saw them. "My word," said Jim, "ain't they restless? They!" "Can't have come far, or they wouldn't roar so. Where can the old man have touched for them?" "How should I know?" I said roughly. I had a kind of idea, but I thought he would never be so rash. When we got up, I could see the cattle had been rounded up in a flat with stony ridges all round. There must have been 300 or 400 of them, only a man and a boy riding round and wheeling them every now and then. Their horses were pretty well knocked up. I knew father at once, and the old chestnut mare he used to ride an animal with legs like timbers and a mule rump, but you couldn't tire her, and no beast that ever was calved could get away from her. The boy was a half-caste that father had picked up somewhere. He was as good as 2 men any day. So you've come at last, growled father. And a good thing, too. I didn't expect to. Be here till tomorrow morning. The dog came home, I suppose that's what brought you here, wasn't it? I thought the infernal cattle would beat Warrigal and me, and we'd have all our trouble for nothing. Whose cattle are they, and what are you going to do with them? Never you mind. Ask no questions, and you'll see all about it tomorrow. I'll go and take a snooze now. I've had no sleep for 3 nights. With our fresh horses and riding round so we kept the cattle easily enough. We did not tell Warrigal he might go to rest, not thinking a half-caste brat like him wanted any. He didn't say anything, but went to sleep on his horse, which walked in and out among the angry cattle as he sat on the saddle with his head down on the horse's neck. They sniffed at him once or twice, some of the old cows, but none of them horned him, and daylight came rather quicker than one would think. Then we saw whose cattle they were. They had all Hunters and Falklands brands on, which showed that they belonged to Banda and Illingham estations. By George, says Jim, they're Mr. Hunter's cattle, and all these circle dots belong to Banda. What a mob of calves, not one of them branded. What in the world does father intend to do with them? Father was up and came over where we stood with our horses in our hands before we had time to say more. He wasn't one of those that slept after daylight, whether he had work to do or not. He certainly could work, daylight or dark, wet or dark, cold or hot, it was all one to father. It seems a pity what he did was no use to him, as it turned out, for he was a man, was old Dad, every inch of him. Now, boys, he said, quite brisk and almost good-natured for him, look alive and we'll start the cattle. We've been long enough here. Let 'em head up that gully, and I'll show you something you've never seen before for as long as you've known. Broken Creek Ranges. But where are you going to take 'em to? I said. They're all Mr. Hunter's and Mr. Falkland's. The brands are plain enough. Are the calves branded, you blasted fool? He said, while the black look came over his face that had so often frightened me when I was a child. You do what I tell you if you've any pluck and gumption about you, or else you and your brother can ride over to Dargle police station and give me away if you like. Only don't come home again, I warn you, sons, or no sons. If I had done what I had 2 minds to do, for I wasn't afraid of him then, savage as he looked, told him to do his own duffing and ridden away with Jim, there and then. Poor Jim, who sat on his horse staring at both of us and saying nothing how much better it would have been for all of us, the old man as well as ourselves. But it seemed as if it wasn't to be, partly from use and partly from a love of danger and something new, which is at the bottom of half the crime in the bush districts. I turned my horse's head after the cattle, which were now beginning to straggle. Jim did the same on his side. How easy is it for chats to take the road to hell? For that was about the size of it, and we were soon too busy to think about much else. The track we were driving on led along a narrow, rocky gully which looked as if it had been split up or made out of a crack in the earth thousands of years ago by an earthquake or something of that kind. The hills were that steep, that every now and then some of the young cattle that were not used to that sort of country would come sliding down and bellow as if they thought they were going to break their necks. The water rushed down it like a torrent in wet winters and formed a sort of creek, and the bed of it made what track there was. There were overhanging rocks in places that made you giddy to look at, and some of these must have fallen down and blocked up the creek at one time or other. We had to scramble round them the best way we could. When we got nearly up to the head of the gully, and great work it was to force the footsore cattle along, as we couldn't use our whips overmuch, Jim called out, "Why, here comes old Crib." Who'd have thought he'd have seen the track? "Well done, old man, now we're right." Father never took any notice of the poor brute as he came limping along the stones. Woman or child, horse or dog, it's the same old thing. The more any creature loves a man in this world, the worse they're treated. It looks like it, at any rate. I saw how it was. Father had given Crib a cruel beating the night before, when he was put out for some trifling matter, and the dog had left him and run home. But now he had thought better of it and seen our tracks and come to. Work and slave with his bleeding feet, for they were cut all to pieces, and got the whip across his back now and then for his pains. It's a queer world. When we got right to the top of this confounded gully, nearly dead beat all of us, and only for the dog heeling them up every now and then, and making his teeth nearly meetin' them, without a whimper, I believe the cattle would have charged back and beat us. There was a sort of rough tableland, scrubby and stony and thick it was, but still the grass wasn't bad in summer, when the country below was all dried up. There were wild horses in troops there, and a few wild cattle, so Jim and I knew the place well, but it was too far and too much of a journey for our own horses to go often. "Do you see that Sugarloaf Hill with the bald top across the range?" said Father, riding up just then, as we were taking it easy a little. "Don't let the cattle straggle, and make straight for that." "Why, it's miles away," said Jim, looking rather dismal. "We could never get 'em there." "We're not going there, stupid," says Father. "That's only the line to keep. I'll show you something about dinner time that'll open your eyes a bit." Poor Jim brightened up at the mention of dinner time, for, boy-like, he was getting very hungry, and as he wasn't done growing, he had no end of an appetite. I was hungry enough for the matter of that, but I wouldn't own to it. "Well, we shall come to somewhere, I suppose," says Jim, when Father was gone. Blessed if I didn't think he was going to keep us wandering in this blessed Nulla Mountain all day. I wish I'd never seen the blessed cattle. I was only waiting for you to hook it when we first seen the brands by daylight, and I'd have been off like a brindle Mickey down a range. "Better for us if we had," I said, "but it's too late now. We must stick to it, I suppose." We had kept the cattle going for 3 or 4 miles through the thickest of the country, every now and then, steering our course by the clear round top of Sugarloaf that could be seen for miles round, but never seemed to get any nearer, when we came on a rough sort of log fence which ran the way we were going. "I didn't think there were any farms up here," I said to Jim. "It's a break," he said, almost in a whisper. "There's a duffing yard somewhere handy. That's what's the matter. Keep the cattle along it anyway. We'll soon see what it leads to." The cattle ran along the fence as if they expected to get to the end of their trouble soon. The scrub was terribly thick in places, and every now and then there was a break in the fence when one of us had to go outside and hunt them until we came to the next bit. At last we came to a little open kind of flat, with a scrub that thick round it as you couldn't hardly ride through it, and just as Jim said, there was the yard. It was a duffing yard, sure enough. No one but people who had cattle to hide and young stock they didn't want other people to see branded would have made a place there. Just on the south side of the yard, which was built of great heavy stringy bark trees cut down in the line of the fence and made up with limbs and logs, the range went up as steep as the side of a house. The cattle were that tired and footsore, half their feet were bleeding, poor devils, that they ran in through the slip rails and began to lay down. "Light a fire, one of you boys," says father, putting up the heavy slip rails and fastening them. "We must brand these calves before dark. One of you can go to that guinea just under the range where that big white rock is, and you'll find tea and sugar and something to eat." Jim rushed off at once, while I sulkily began to put some bark and twigs together and build a fire. "What's the use of all this cross work?" I said to father. "We're bound to be caught some day if we keep on at it. Then there'll be no one left to take care of Mother and Eileen." He looked rather struck at this, and then said quietly, "You and your brother can go back now. Never say I kept you against your will. You may as well lend a hand to brand these calves, then you may clear out as soon as you like." Well, I didn't quite like leaving the old chap in the middle of the work like that. I remember thinking, like many another young fool I suppose, that I could draw back in time just after I tackled this job. Draw back indeed. When does a man ever get the chance of doing that once he's regularly gone in for any of the devil's work and wages? He takes care there isn't much drawing back afterwards, so I said, "We may as well give you a hand with this lot, but we'll go home then and drop all this stuffing work. It don't pay. I'm old enough to know that, and you'll find it out yet, I expect, father, yourself. The fox lives long and gives the hounds many a long chase before he's run into," he said with a grim chuckle. "I swore I'd be revenged on 'em all when they locked me up and sent me out here for a paltry hare. Broke my old mother's heart, so it did. I'd had a pound for every hair in her skin, and I shall go on till I die. After all, if a man goes to work cautious and runs mute, it's not so easy to catch him in this country at any rate." Jim at this came running out of the cave with a face of joy, a bag of ship biscuit and a lot of other things. "Here's tea and sugar," he said, "and there's biscuits and jam, and a big lump of cheese. Get the fire right, Dick, while I get some water. We'll soon have some tea, and these biscuits are jolly." The tea was made, and we all had a good meal. Father found a bottle of rum, too. He took a good drink himself, and gave Jim and me a sip each. I felt less inclined to quarrel with father after that. So we drafted all the calves into a small pen yard and began to put our brand on them as quick as we could catch 'em. 160 of 'em all together, all ages, from a month old to nearly a year. Fine strong calves, and in rare condition too. We could see they were all belonging to Mr. Hunter and Mr. Falkland. How they came to leave them all so long unbranded I can't say. Very careless they often are on these large cattle stations, so that sharp people like father and the Dalis, and a lot more, get an easy chance at them. Whatever father was going to do with them all when he had branded 'em, we couldn't make out. "There's no place to tail or wean 'em," whispered Jim. "We're not above 30 miles from Banda in a straight line. These cows are dead sure to make straight back the very minute they're let out, and very nice work it'll look with all these calves with our brand on, sucking these cows." Father happened to come round for a hot brand just as Jim finished. "Never you mind about the weaning," he snarled. "I shan't ask you to tail them either. It wouldn't be a nice job here, would it?" And father actually laughed. It wasn't a very gay kind of a laugh, and he shut up his mouth with a sort of snap again. Jim and I hadn't seen him laugh for I don't know how long, and it almost frightened us. As Jim said, it wouldn't do to let the cattle out again. If calves are weaned and have only one brand on, it is very hard for any man to swear that they are not the property of the man to whom that brand belongs. He may believe them to be his, but may never have seen them in his life. And if he has seen them on a camp or on the run, it's very hard to swear to any one particular red or spotted calf as you would to a horse. The great dart is to keep the young stock away from their mothers until they forget one another, and then most of the danger is past. But if calves with one man's brand on are seen sucking another man's cows, it is pretty plain that the brand on the calves has been put on without the consent of the owner of the cows, which is cattle stealing, a felony, according to the Acts 7 and 8, George IV, number 29, punishable with 3 years' imprisonment, with hard labor on the roads of the colony or other place, as the judge may direct. There is a lot of law. How did I learn it? I had plenty of time in Barrymagall. Worse luck my first stretch, but it was after I'd done the foolishness, and not before. Chapter 5. Now then, you boys, says father, coming up all of a sudden like, and bringing out his words as if it was old times with us, when we didn't know whether he'd hit first and talk afterwards, or the other way on. Get out the lot we've just branded, and drive 'em straight for that peak, where the water shines dripping over the stones, right agin the sun, and looks slippy. We're burning daylight, and these cows are making row enough, blast 'em, to be heard all the way to Bonda. I'll go on and steady the lead. You keep 'em close up to me. Father mounted the old mare. The dog stopped behind. He knew he'd have to mind the tail that is the hindmost cattle and stop 'em from breaking or running clear away from the others. We threw down the rails. Away the cattle rushed out, all in a long string. You'd a thought no mortal men could. I kept 'em in that blind hole of a place. But father headed 'em and turned 'em towards the peak. The dog worried those that wanted to stay by the yard or turn another way. We dropped our whip on 'em and kept 'em going. In 5 minutes, they were all a-moving along in one mob at a pretty sharpish trot like a lot of store cattle. Father knew his way about, whether the country was thick or open. It was all as one to him. What a slashing stockman he would have made in new country, if he only could have kept straight. It took us an hour's hard dinkum to get near the peak. Sometimes it was awful rocky, as well as scrubby, and the poor devils of cattle got as sore-footed as baby's blood up to the knee, some of 'em. But we crowded them on. There was no help for it. At last we rounded up on a flat, rocky, open kind of a place. And here father held up his hand. Let 'em ring a bit. Some of their tongues are out. These young bings is generally soft. Come here, Dick. I rode up and he told me to follow him. We walked our horses up to the edge of the mountain and looked over. It was like the end of the world. Far down there was a dark, dreadful drop into a sort of deep valley below. You couldn't see the bottom of it. The trees on the mountainside looked like bushes, and they were big iron barks and messmates too. On 3 sides of us was this awful, desolate-looking precipice, a dreary, gloomy, God-forsaken kind of spot. The sky got cloudy, and the breeze turned cold and began to murmur and whistle in an odd, unnatural kind of way, while father, seeing how scared and puzzled I was, began to laugh. I shuddered. A thought crossed my mind that it might be the enemy of souls, in his shape, going to carry us off for doing such a piece of wickedness. Looks queer, doesn't it? Says father, going to the brink and kicking down a boulder. that rolled and crashed down the steep mountainside, tearing its way through scrub and heath till it settled down in the glen below. It won't do for a man's horse to slip, will it, boy? And yet there's a track here into a fine large paddock, open and clear too, where I'm going to put these cattle into. I stared at him without speaking, thinking was he mad. No! The old man isn't mad, youngster, he said. Not yet, at least. I'm going to show you a trick that none of you native boys are up to, smart as you think yourselves. Here, he got off the old mare and began to lead her to the edge of the mountain. Now you rally the cattle well after me, he said. They'll follow the old mare after a bit. I left a few cows among 'em on purpose, and when they draw, keep 'em going, well up, but not too fast. He had lengthened the bridle of the mare and tied the end of a light tether rope that he had round her neck to it. I saw her follow him slowly, and turn down a rocky track that seemed to lead straight over a bluff of the precipice. However, I gave the word to head on. The dog had started rounding him up as soon as he saw the old mare walk towards the mountainside, and the cattle were soon crushed up pretty close to the mare's heels. Mind this, that they were so footsore and tender about the hooves that they could not have run away from us on foot if they had tried. After ringing a bit, one of the quiet cows followed up the old mare that was walking step by step forward, and all the rest followed her like sheep. Cattle will do that. I've seen a stock rider, when all the horses were dead beat, trying to get fat cattle to take a river and flood, jump off and turn his horse loose into the stream. If he went straight and swam across, all the cattle would follow him like sheep. Well, when the old mare got to the bluff, she turned short round to the right, and then I saw that she had struck a narrow path down a gully that got deeper and deeper every yard we went. There was just room for a couple or three calves to go abreast, and by all of 'em was walking down it like as if they was the beasts a-going into Noah's Ark. It wound and got deeper and deeper till the walls of rock were ever so far above our heads. Our work was done then. The cattle had to walk on like sheep in a race. We led our horses behind them, and the dog walked along, saving his sore feet as well as he could, and never tried to bite a beast once he got within the walls. He looked quite satisfied and kept chuckling almost to himself. I really believe I've seen dogs laugh. Once upon a time I've read if they'd have taken poor Crid for a familiar spirit and hanged or burnt him. Well, he knew a lot, and no mistake. I've seen plenty of Christians as he could buy and sell, and no trouble to him. I'm dashed if the old mare, too, didn't take a pleasure in working cattle on the cross. She was the laziest old wretch, bringing up the cows at home or running in the horses. Many a time Jim and I took a turn out of her when father didn't know, but put her after a big mob of cattle she must have known. They couldn't be ours, and she'd clatter down a range like the wall of a house, and bite and kick the tail cattle if they didn't get out of her way. They say dogs and horses are all honest, and it's only us as teaches 'em to do wrong. My notion's they're a deal like ourselves, and some of 'em fancies the square racket dull and safe, while some takes a deal kindlier to the other. Anyhow, no cattle duffer in the colonies could have had a better pair of mates than old Sally and Cribe if the devil himself had broken 'em in special for the trade. It was child's play now, as far as the driving went. Jim and I walked along, leading our horses and yarning away as we used to do when we were little chaps, bringing in the milkers. My word, Dick, Dad's dropped into a fine road through this thundering mountain, hasn't he? I wonder where it leads to, how high the rock walls are. Getting above us, he says. I know now. I think I heard long ago from one of the Crosbys of a place in the ranges down towards behind the Nola Mountain, Terrible Hollow. He didn't know about it himself, but said an old stockman told him about it when he was drunk. He said the government men used to hide the cattle and horses there in old times, and that it was never found out. Why wasn't it found out, Jim? If the old fellow split about it, someone else would get to know. Well, old Dan said that they killed one man that talked of telling, the rest were too frightened after that, and they all swore a big oath never to tell anyone except he was on the cross. That's how Dad come to know, I suppose, said Jim. I wish he never had. I don't care about those cross doings. I never did. I never seen any good come out of them yet. Well, we must go through with it now, I suppose. It won't do to leave old Dad in the lurch. You won't, will you, Jim? You know very well I won't, says Jim, very sober-like. I don't like it any the more for that, but I wish Father had broke his leg and was lying up at home with Mother nursing him before he found out this hell-hole of a place. Well, we're going to get out of it, and soon, too. The gully seems getting wider, and I can see a bit of open country through the trees. Thank God for that, says Jim. My boots'll part company soon, and the poor devils of calves won't have any hoofs either, if there's much more of this. They're drawing faster now. The leading cattle are beginning to run. We're at the end of the drive. So it was. The deep rocky gully gradually widened into an open and pretty, smooth flat. This, again, into a splendid little plain, up to the knees in grass. A big natural park, closed round on every side with sandstone rock walls, as upright as if they were built, and a couple of 1,000 feet above the place where we stood. This scrub country was crossed by 2 good creeks. It was several miles across and a trifle more in length. Our hungry weaners spread out and began to feed, without a notion of their mothers they'd left behind, but they were not the only ones there. We could see other mobs of cattle, some near, some farther off. Horses, too, and the well-worn track in several ways showed that this was no new grazing ground. Father came riding back quite comfortable and hearty like for him. "Welcome to Terrible Hollow, lads," says he. "You're the youngest chaps it has ever been shown to, and if I didn't know you were the right stuff, you'd never have seen it, though you're my own flesh and blood. Jump off and let your horses go. They can't get away even if they tried. They don't look much like that. Our poor nags were something like the cattle, pretty hungry and stiff. They put their heads down to the thick green grass and went in at it with a will. Bring your saddles along with you, Father said, and come after me. I'll show you a good camping place. You deserve a treat after last night's work." We turned back towards the rocky wall, near to where we had come in, and there, behind a bush and a big piece of sandstone that had fallen down, was the entrance to a cave. The walls of it were quite clean and white-looking. The floor was smooth, and the roof was pretty high, well blackened with smoke, too, from the fires which had been lighted in it for many a year gone by. A kind of natural cellar had been made by scooping out the soft sandstone behind a ledge. From this Father took a bag of flour and cornmeal. We very soon made some cakes in the pan that tasted well, I can tell you. Tea and sugar too, and quart pots, some bacon in a flour bag, and that rasher fried in the pan was the sweetest meat I ever ate in all my born days. Then Father brought out a keg and poured some rum into a pint pot. He took a pretty stiff pull and then handed it to us. "A little of it won't hurt you boys," he said, after a night's work. I took some, not much. We hadn't learned to drink then to keep down the fear of something hanging over us. A dreadful fear it is. It makes a coward of every man who doesn't lead a square life, let him be as game as he may. Jim wouldn't touch it. "No," he said, when I laughed at him. "I promised Mother last time I had more than was good for me at Dargle Raises that I wouldn't touch it again for 2 years, and I won't either." I can stand what any other man can, and without the hard stuff either. Please yourself, said Father. When you're ready, we'll have a ride through the stock. We finished our meal, and a first-rate one it was. A man never has the same appetite for his meals anywhere else that he has in the bush, especially if he has been up half the night. It's so fresh, and the air makes him feel as if he'd ate nothing for a week. Sitting on a log, or in the cave as we were, I've had the best meal I've ever tasted since I was born. Not like the close-feeling, close-smelling, dirty clean graveyard they call a jail. But it's no use beginning on that. We were young men, and free too. Free! By all the devils in hell, if there are devils, and there must be to tempt a man, or how could he be so great a fool, so blind a born idiot, as to do anything in this world that would put his freedom in jeopardy? And what for? For folly and nonsense. For a few pounds he could earn with a month's honest work, and be all the better man for it. For a false woman's smile that he could buy, and 10 like her, if he only kept straight and saving. For a bit. Of sudden pride or vanity or passion. A short bit of what looks like pleasure, against months and years of weariness and cold and heat and dull half-death, with maybe a dog's death at the end. I could cry like a child when I think of it now. I have cried many's the time, and often since I have been shut up here and dashed my head against the stones till I pretty nigh knocked all sense and feeling out of it. Not so much in repentance, though I don't say I feel sorry, but to think what a fool I'd been. Yes, fool, 3 times over 100 times to put my liberty and life against such a miserable stake. A stake the devil that deals the pack is so safe to win at the end. I may as well go on. But I can't help breaking out sometimes when I hear the birds calling to one another as they fly over the yard and know it's fresh air and sun and green grass outside that I never shall see again. Never see the river rippling under the big drooping trees or the cattle coming down in the twilight. To drink after the long hot day. Never, never more. And whose fault is it? Who have I to blame? Perhaps Father helped a bit, but I knew better, and no one is half as much to blame as myself. Where were we? Oh, at the cave mouth, coming out with our bridles in our hands to catch our horses. We soon did that, and then we rode away to the other cattle. They were a queer lot, in fine condition, but all sorts of ages and breeds, with every kind of brand in earmark. Lots of the brands we didn't know and had never heard of. Some had no brands at all, full-grown beasts too. That was a thing we had very seldom seen. Some of the best cattle and some of the finest horses, and there were some real plums among the horses, had a strange brand, J.J. Who does the J.J. brand belong to? I said to Father. They're the pick of the lot, whose ever they are. Father looked black for a bit, and then he growled out, "Don't you ask too many questions, lad. There's only 4 living men besides yourselves knows about this place. So take care and don't act foolishly, or you'll lose a plant that may save your life, as well as keep you in cash for many a year to come. That brand belongs to Starlight, and he was the only man left alive of the men that first found it and used it to put away stock in. He wanted help and told me 5 years ago. He took in a half-caste chap too against my will. He helped him with that last lot of cattle that you noticed, though where did those horses come from?" Jim said. "I never hardly saw such a lot before. All got the J.J. brand on too, and nothing else, all about 3-year-old. They were brought here as foals," says Father, "following their mothers. Some of them was foaled here. And of course, as they've only the one brand on, they never can be claimed or sworn to. They're from some of Mr. Maxwell's best. Thoroughbred mares, and their sire was Earl of Atheling, imported. He was here for a year." "Well, they might look the real thing," said Jim, his eyes brightening as he gazed at them. I'd like to have that dark bay colt with the star. My word, what a forehand he's got, and what quarters, too. If he can't gallop, I'll never say I know a horse from a poley cow. You shall have him, or as good. Never fear if you stick to your work, says father. You mustn't cross Starlight, for he's a born devil when he's taken the wrong way, though he talks so soft. The half-caste is an out-and-out chap with cattle, and the horse doesn't stand on 4 legs that he can't ride and make follow him, for the matter of that. But he's worth watching. I don't believe in him myself, and now you have the lot. And a fine lot they are, I said, for I was vexed with Jim for taking so easy. To the bait father held out to him about the horse. A very smart crowd to be on the roads inside of 5 years and drag us in with them. How do you make that out, says father. Are you going to turn dog now you know the way in? Isn't it as easy to carry on for a few years more as it was 20 years ago? Not by a long chalk, I said, for my blood was up, and I felt as if I could talk back to father and give him as good as he sent, and all for Jim's sake. Poor Jim, he'd always go to the mischief for the sake of a good horse, and many another currency chap has gone the same way. It's a pity for some of 'em that a blood horse was ever foaled. You think you can't be tracked, says I, but you must bear in mind you haven't got to do with the old-fashioned mounted police as was potterin' about when this bot was first hit on. There's chaps in the police getting now, natives are all. The same as can ride and track every bit as well as the half-caste you're talking about. Someday they'll drop on the track of a mob coming in or getting out, and then the game will be all up. You can cut it if you like now, said father, looking at me curious-like. Don't say I dragged you in. You and your brother can go home and no one will ever know where you were. No more than if you'd gone to the moon. Jim looked at the brown colt that just came trotting up as Dad finished speaking, trotting up with his head high and his tail stuck out like a circus horse. If he'd been the devil in a horsehide, he couldn't have chosen a better moment. Then his eyes began to glitter. We all 3 looked at each other. No one spoke. The colt stopped, turned, and galloped back to his mates like a red flyer with the dogs close behind him. It was not long. We all began to speak at once, but in that time the die was cast, the stakes were down, and in the pool were 3 men's lives. I don't care whether we go back or not, says Jim. I'll do either way that Dick likes. But that colt I must have. I never intended to go back, I said. But with 3 fools, all the same father and sons, it'll be the dearest horse you ever bought, Jim, old man, and so I tell you. Well, I suppose it's settled now, says father. So let's have no more chat. We're like a pack of old women, blessed if we ain't. After that, we got on more socializably. Father took us all over the place, and a splendid paddock it was walled all round. But where we had come in, and a narrow gash in the far side that not one man in 1,000 could ever hit on, except he was put up to it, a wild country for miles when you did get out all scrub and rock that few people ever had call to ride over. There was splendid grass everywhere, water and shelter. It was warmer, too, than the country above, as you could see by the coats of the cattle and horses. If it had only been honestly come by, Jim said, what a jolly place it would have been. Towards the north end of the paddock was a narrow gully with great sandstone walls all round, and where it narrowed the first discoverers had built a stockyard, partly with dry stone walls and partly with logs and rails. There was no trouble in getting the cattle or horses into this, and there were all kinds of narrow yards and pens for branding the stock if they were clearskins and altering or faking the brands if they were plain. This led into another yard, which opened into the narrowest part of the gully. Once in this, like the one they came down, and the cattle or horses had no chance but to walk slowly up, one behind the other, till they got on the tableland above. Here, of course, every kind of work that can be done to help disguise cattle was done. Earmarks were cut out and altered in shape, or else the whole ear was cropped off. Every letter in the alphabet was altered by means of straight bars or half circles, figures, crosses, everything you could think of. "Mr. Starlight is an educated man," said father. "This is all his notion, and many a man has looked at his own beast, with the ears altered and the brand faked, and never dreamed he ever owned it. He's a great card, is Starlight. It's a pity he ever took to this kind of life." Father said this with a kind of real sorrow that made me look at him to see if the grog had got into his head. Just as if his life, mine, and Jim's didn't matter a straw compared to this man's, whoever he was, that had had so many better chances than we had, and had chucked 'em all away. But it's a strange thing that I don't think there's any place in the world where men feel a more real out-and-out respect for a gentleman than in Australia. Everybody's supposed to be free and equal now. Of course they couldn't be in the convict days, but somehow a man that's born and bred a gentleman will always be different from other men to the end of the world. What's the most surprising part of it is that men like father, who have hated the breed and suffered by them too, can't help having a curious liking and admiration for them. They'll follow them like dogs, fight for them, shed their blood, and die for them. Must be some sort of a natural feeling. Whatever it is, it's there safe enough, and nothing can knock it out of 9/10 of all the men and women you meet. I began to be uneasy to see this wonderful mate of father's, who was so many things at once, a cattle stealer, a bushranger, and a gentleman. Chapter 6. After we'd fairly settled to stay, father began to be more pleasant than he'd ever been before. We were pretty likely, he said, to have a visit from Starlight and the half-caste in a day or two if we'd like to wait. He was to meet him at the hollow on purpose to help him out with the mob of fat bullocks we had looked at. Father, it appears, was coming here by himself when he met this outlying lot of Mr. Hunter's cattle and thought he and old Crib could bring them in by themselves. And a mighty good haul it was. Father said we should share the wieners between the three of us. That meant 50 pounds apiece at least. The devil always helps beginners. We put through a couple of days pleasantly enough after our hardish bit of work. Jim found some fishhooks and a line, and we caught plenty of mullet and eels in the deep, clear waterholes. We found a couple of double-barreled guns and shot ducks enough to last us a week. No wonder the old frequenters of the hollow used to live here for a month at a time, having great times of it, as long as their grog lasted, and sometimes having the tribe of blacks that inhabited the district to make merry and carouse with them, like the buccaneers of the Spanish Main that I've read about, till the plunder was all gone. There were scrawls on the wall of the first cave we had been in that showed all the visitors had not been rude, untaught people, and Jim picked up part of a woman's dress splashed with blood, and in one place, among some smoldering packages and boxes, a long lock of woman's hair, fair, bright brown, that looked as if the name of Terrible Hollow might not have been given to this lonely, wonderful glen for nothing. We spent nearly a week in this way, and were beginning to get rather sick of the life, when father, who used always to be looking at a bare patch in the scrub above us, said, "They're coming at last." "Who are coming, friends?" "Why, friends, of course. That's Starlight's signal. See that smoke? The half-caste always sends that up like the blacks in his mother's tribe, I suppose." "Any cattle or horses with them?" said Jim. "No, or they'd send up 2 smokes. They'll be here about dinner time, so we must get ready for them." We had plenty of time to get ourselves or anything else ready. In about 4 hours we began to look at them through a strong spyglass which father brought out. By and by we got sight of two men coming along on horseback on the top of the range, the other side of the far wall. They wasn't particularly easy to see, and every now and then we'd lose sight of 'em as they got into thick timber or behind rocks. Father got the spyglass onto 'em at last, pretty clear, and nearly threw it down. With an oath, "By," he says, "I believe Starlight's hurt somehow. He's so infernal rash. I can see the half-caste holding him on. If the police are on his tracks, they'll spring the plant here and the whole thing'll be blown." We saw them come to the top of the wall, as it were. Then they stopped for a long while. Then all of a sudden they seemed to disappear. "Let's go over to the other side," says father. "They're coming down the gully now. It's a terrible steep, rough track, worse than the other. If Starlight's hurt bad he'll never ride down. But he has the pluck of the devil sure enough." We rode over to the other side, where there was a kind of gully that came in, something like the one we came in by, but rougher and full of gibbers boulders. There was a path, but it looked as if cattle could never be driven or forced up it. We found afterwards that they had an old pack bullock that they trained to walk up this, and down too when they wanted him, and the other cattle followed in his track, as cattle will. Father showed us a sort of cave by the side of the track, where one man, with a couple of guns and a pistol or two, could have shot down a small regiment as they came down one at a time. We stayed in there by the track, and after about half an hour we heard the two horses coming down slowly, step by step, kicking the stones down before them. Then we could hear a man groaning as if he couldn't bear the pain, and partly as if he was trying to smother it. Then another man's voice, very soft and soothing like, trying to comfort another. My head's afire, and these cursed ribs are grinding against one another every step of this infernal ladder. Is it far now? How he groaned then! Just got the bottom. Hold on a bit longer and you'll be all right. Just then the leading horse came out into the open before the cave. We had a good look at him and his rider. I never forgot them. It was a bad day I ever saw either, and many a man had cause to say the same. The horse held up his head and snorted as he came abreast of us, and we showed out. He was one of the grandest animals I'd ever seen, and I afterwards found he was better than he looked. He came stepping down that beastly rocky goat track, he, a clean thoroughbred that ought never to have trod upon anything rougher than a rolled training track or the sound bush turf. And here he was with a heavy weight on his back, a half-dead, fainting man that couldn't hold the reins, and him walking down as steady as an old mountain bull or a wallaroo on the side of a creek bank. I hadn't much time to look him over. I was too much taken up with the rider. Who was lying forward on his chest across a coat rolled round and strapped in front of the saddle, and his arms round the horse's neck. He was as pale as a ghost. His eyes, great dark ones, they were staring out of his head. I thought he was dead, and called out to father and Jim that he was. They ran up, and we lifted him off after undoing some straps and a rope. He was tied on. That was what the half-caste was waiting for at the top of the gully. When we laid him down, his head fell back, and he looked as much like a corpse as if he had been dead a day. Then we saw he had been wounded. There was blood on his shirt, and the upper part of his arm was bandaged. "It's too late, father," said I. "He's a dead man. What pluck he must have had to ride down there. "He's worth 2 dead uns yet," said father, who had his hand on his pulse. "Hold his head up, one of you, while I go for the brandy. How did he get hit, Warrigal?" "That's Sergeant Goring," said the boy, a slight, active-looking chap, about 16, that looked as if he could jump into a gum tree and back again, and I believe he could. Sergeant Goring, he very near grab us at Dillaga. We got a lot of old Jobson's cattle when he came on us. He jump off his horse when he see he couldn't catch us, and very near drop Starlight. My word, he very nearly fall off just like that. Here he imitated a man reeling in his saddle, but the old horse stopped steady with him, my word, till he come to. Then the sergeant fire at him again, hit him in the shoulder with his pistol. Then Starlight come to his senses, and we clear. My word, he couldn't see the way the old horse went. Ha! Ha! Here the young devil laughed till the trees and rocks rang again. Galloped different ways, too, and met at the old Needle Rock. But they was miles away. Then, before the wild boy had come to the end of his story, the wounded man had proved that it was only a dead faint, as the women call it, not the real thing. And after he had tasted a pannikin full of brandy and water which father brought him, he sat up and looked like a living man once more. "Better have a look at my shoulder," he said. "That fellow shot like a prize winner at Wimbledon. I've had a squeak for it." "Puts me in mind of our old poaching Rose," said father, while he carefully cut the shirt off. That was stiffened with blood and showed where the bullet had passed through the muscle, narrowly missing the bone of the joint. We washed it and relieved the wounded man by discovering that the other bullet had only been spent after striking a tree most like, when it had knocked the wind out of him and nearly unhorsed him, as Warrigal said. "Fill my pipe, one of you. Who the devil are these lads? Yours, I suppose, Marston, or you wouldn't be fool enough to bring them here. Why didn't you leave them at home with their mother? Don't you think you and I and this devil's limb enough for this precious trade of ours?" "They'll take their luck as it comes, like others," growled father. "What's good enough for me isn't too bad for them. We want another hand or two to work things right." "Oh, we do we?" said the stranger, fixing his eyes on father as if he was going to burn a hole in him with a burning glass. "But if I'd a brace of fine boys like those of my own, I'd hang myself before I dragged them into the pit after myself." "That's all very fine," said father, looking very dark and dangerous. "Is Mr. Starlight going to turn parson? You'll be just in time, for we'll all be shocked if you run against the police like this, and next thing to lay them on to the hollow." "By making for it when you're too weak to ride." "What would you have me do? Pull up and hold up my hands?" There was nowhere else to go, and that new sergeant rode devilish well, I can tell you, with the big chestnut well-bred horse that gave old Rainbow here all he knew to lose him. "Now, once for all, no more of that, Marston, and mind your own business. I'm the superior officer in this ship's company. You know that very well. Your business is to obey me and take second place." Father growled out something, but did not offer to deny it. We could see plainly that the stranger was or had been far above our rank, whatever were the reasons which had led to his present kind of life. We stayed for about 10 days, while the stranger's arm got well. With care and rest, it soon healed. He was pleasant enough, too, when the pain went away. He had been in other countries and told us all kinds of stories about them. He said nothing, though, about his own former ways, and we often wondered whatever could have made him take to such a life. Unknown to father, too, he gave us good advice, warned us that what we were in was the road to imprisonment or death in due course, and not to flatter ourselves that any other ending was possible. "I have my own reasons for leading the life I do," he said, "and must run my own course, of which I foresee the end as plainly as if it was written in a book before me. Your father had a long account to square with society, and he has a right to settle it his own way. That yellow whelp was never intended for anything better, but for you lads," and here he looked kindly in poor old Jim's honest face, and an honest face and heart Jim's was, and that I'll live and die on my advice to you is to clear off home when we go and never come back here again. Tell your father you won't come. Cut loose from him once and for all. You'd better drown yourselves comfortably at once than take to this cursed trade. Now, mind what I tell you, and keep your own counsel. By and by the day came when the horses were run in for father and Mr. Starlight and Warrigal, who packed up to be off for some other part. When they were in the yard we had a good look at his own horse, a good look, and if I'd been a fellow that painted pictures and that kind of thing, I could draw a middling good likeness of him now. By George, how fond I am of a good horse, a real well-bred clinker. I'd never had been here if it hadn't been for that, I do believe. And many another currency chap can say the same. A horse or a woman that's about the size of it, one or t'other generally fetches us. I shall never put foot in stirrup again, but I'll try and scratch out a sort of likeness of Rainbow. He was a dark bay horse, nearly brown, without a white hair on him. He wasn't above 15 hands and an inch high, but looked a deal bigger than he was, for the way he held his head up and carried himself. He was deep and thick through behind the shoulders, and girth ever so much more than you'd think. He had a short back, and his ribs went out like a cask. Long quarter, great thighs and hocks, wonderful legs and feet, of course, to do the work he did. His head was plainish, but clean and bony, and his eye was big and well opened, with no white showing. His shoulder was sloped back that much that he couldn't fall, no matter what happened. His 4 legs, all his paces were good too. I believe he could jump anything he was ridden at, and very few horses could get the better of him for 1 mile or 3. Where he'd come from, of course, we were not to know then. He had a small private sort of brand that didn't belong to any of the big studs, but he was never bred by a poor man. I afterwards found out that he was stolen before he was foaled, like many another plum, and his dam killed as soon as she had weaned. Him. So, of course, no one could swear to him, and Starlight could have ridden past the Supreme Court at the Assizes and never been stopped, as far as this horse was concerned. Before we went away, father and Starlight had some terrible long talks. And one evening, Jim came to me and says he, "What do you think they're up to now?" "How should I know? Sticking up a bank or boning a flock of maiden ewes to take up a run with? They seem to be game for anything. There'll be a hanging match in the family if us boys don't look out." "There's no knowing," says Jim, with a roguish look in his eye. I didn't think then how near the truth I was, but it's about a horse this time. "Oh, a horse. That alters the matter. But what's one horse to make such a shine?" "About? Ah, that's the point," says poor old Jim. "It's a horse worth talking about. Don't you remember the imported entire that they had his picture in the papers, that Mr. Winhall gave £2,000 for?" "What, the Marquis of Lorne? Why, you don't mean to say they're going for him?" "By George, I do," says Jim, "and they'll have him here, and 20 blood mares to put to him, before September. They're all gone mad. They'll raise the country on us. Every police trooper in the colony'll be after us like a pack of dingoes after an old man kangaroo when the ground's boggy, and they'll run us down too. They can't be off it. Whatever made 'em think of such a big touch as that?" "That Starlight's the devil, I think," said Jim slowly. "Father didn't seem to like it at first, but he brought him round bit by bit, said he knew a squatter in Queensland he could pass him on to, that they'd keep him there for a year and get a crop of foals by him, and when the dairy was off he'd take him over himself. But how's he going to nail him? People say Windhall keeps him locked up at night and his box is close to his house. Starlight says he has a friend handy. He seems to have one or two everywhere. It's wonderful, as Father told him, where he gets information. By George, it would be a touch, and no mistake. And if we could get a few colts by him out of thoroughbred mares, we might win half the races every year on our side, and no one a bit the wiser. It did seem a grand sort of thing, young fools, that we were to get hold of this wonderful stallion that we'd heard so much of, as thoroughbred as a clip's, good as anything England could turn out. I say again, if it weren't for the horseflesh part of it, the fun and hard riding and tracking, and all the rest of it, there wouldn't be anything like the crosswork that there is in Australia. It lies partly between that and the dry weather. There's the long spells of drought when nothing can be done by young or old. Sometimes for months you can't work in the garden, nor plow, nor sow, nor do anything useful to keep the devil out of your heart. Only sit at home and do nothing, or else go out and watch the grass witherin' and the water dryin' up and the stock dyin' by inches before your eyes. And no change, maybe, for months. The ground like iron and the sky like brass, as the parson said, and very true too, last Sunday. Then the youngsters, havin' so much idle time on their hands, take to gaffin' and flash talk. And money must be got to sport and pay up if they lose, and the stock all ramblin' about and mixed up, and there's a temptation to collar. Somebody's calves are foals, like we did that first red heifer. I shall remember her to my dying day. It seems as if I had put that brand on my own heart when I jammed it down on her soft skin. Anyhow, I never forgot it, and there's many another like me, I'll be bound. The next morning Jim and I started off home. Father said he should stay in the hollow till Starlight got round a bit. He told us not to tell Mother or Ailey a word about where we'd been. Of course, they couldn't be off knowin' that we'd been with him, but we were to stall them off by saying we'd been helping him with a bit of bushwork or anything we could think off. It'll do no good, and your mother's quite miserable enough as it is, boys, he said. She'll know time enough, and maybe break her heart over it too. Poor Nora. Dashed if I ever heard Father say a soft thing before. I couldn't, believed it. I always thought he was ironbark outside and in, but he seemed real sorry for. Once, and I was near sayin', why don't ye cut the whole blessed lot then, and come home and work steady, and make us all comfortable and happy. But when I looked again, his face was all changed and hard like. Off you go, he says, with his old voice. Next time I want either of you, I'll send Warrigal for you. And with that he walked off from the yard where we had been catching our horses, and never looked nigh us again. We rode away to the low end of the gully, and then we let the horses up, foot by foot, and hard work it was like climbing up the roof of a house. We were almost done when we got to the tableland at the top. We made our way to the yard, where there were the tracks of the cows all round about it, but nothing but the wild horses had ever been there since. What a scrubby hole it is, said Jim. I wonder how in the world they ever found out the way to the hollow? Some runaway government men, I believe, so that half-caste chap told me, and a gin showed 'em the track down, and where to get water and everything. They lived on kangaroos at first. Then, by degrees, they used to crawl out by moonlight and collar a horse or two, or a few cattle. They managed to live there years and years. One died, one was killed by the blacks. The last man showed it to the chaps that passed it on to Starlight. Warrigal's mother or aunt or something was the gin that showed it to the first white men. A black woman. Chapter 7. It was pretty late that night when we got home, and poor Mother and Eileen were that glad to see us that they didn't ask too many questions. Mother would sit and look at the pair of us for ever so long without speaking, and then the tears would come into her eyes and she'd turn away her head. The old place looked very snug, clean, and comfortable too, after all the camping out, and it was first rate to have our own beds again. Then the milk and fresh butter, and the eggs and bacon, my word! How Jem did lay in, you'd have thought he was going on all night. By George, home's a jolly place after all, he said. I am going to stay ever so long this time, and work like an old near-side polar, see if I don't. Let's look at your hands, Eileen. My word, you've been doing your share. Indeed has she, said Mother. It's a shame, so it is, and her with 2 big brothers, too. Poor Ailey, said Jim. She had to take an axe, had she, in her pretty little hands. But she didn't cut all that wood that's outside the door, and I nearly broke my neck over, ogle bail. How do you know, says she, smiling roguish-like. All the world might have been here for what you'd been the wiser going away, nobody knows where. And coming home at night like bushrangers, says I. Say it out. But we haven't turned out yet, if that's what you mean, Miss Marston. I don't mean anything but what's kind and loving. You naughty boy, says she, throwing her arms about my neck. But why will you break our hearts, poor Mother's and mine, by going off in such a wild way and staying away, as if you were doing something that you were ashamed of? Women shouldn't ask questions, I said roughly. You'll know time enough, and if you never know, perhaps it's all the better. Jim was alongside of Mother by this time, lying down like a child on the old native dogskin rug that we tanned ourselves with wattle bark. She had her hand on his hair, thick and curly. It was always from a child. She didn't say anything, but I could see the tears drip down from her face. Her head was on Jim's shoulder, and by he put his arms round her neck. I went off to bed, I remember, and left them to it. Next morning, Jim and I were up at sunrise and got in the milkers, as we always did when we were at home. Eileen was up too. She had done all the dairying lately by herself. There were about a dozen cows to milk, and she had managed it all herself every day that we were away, put up the calves every afternoon, drove up the cows in the cold mornings, made the butter which she used to salt and put into a keg, and feed the pigs with the skim milk. It was rather hard work for her, but I never saw her equal for farm work rough or smooth. And she used to manage to dress neat and look pretty all the time, not like some small settlers' daughters that I have seen, slouching about with a pair of blucker boots on, no bonnet, a dirty frock, and a petticoat like a blanket rag. Not bad-looking girls either, and their hair like a dry mop. No, Eileen was always neat and tidy, with a good pair of thick boots outside and a thin pair for the house when she'd done her work. She could frighten a wildish cow and bail up anything that would stay in a yard with her. She could ride like a bird and drive bullocks on a pinch in a dray, or at plow, chop wood too, as well as here and there a one. But when she was in the house and regularly set down to her sewing, she'd look that quiet and steady going, you'd think she was only fit to teach in a school or sell laces and gloves. And so she was when she was let work in her own way, but if she was crossed or put upon, or saw anything going wrong, she'd hold up her head and talk as straight as any man I ever saw. She'd look just like Father when he'd made up his mind, only her way was always the right way. What a difference it makes, doesn't it? And she was so handsome with it. I've seen a goodish lot of women since I left the old place, let alone her, that's helped to put me where I am. But I don't think I ever saw a girl that was a patch on Eileen for looks. She had a wonderful fair skin, and her eyes were large and soft like poor Mother's. when she was a little raised, like you'd see a pink flush come on her cheeks like a peach blossom in September, and her eyes had a bright startled look like a doe kangaroo when she jumps up and looks round. Her teeth were as white and even as a black gin's. The mouth was something like father's, and when she shut it up, we boys always knew she'd made up her mind and wasn't going to be turned from it. But her heart was that good that she was always thinking of others and not of herself. I believe I know she'd have died for anyone she loved. She had more sense than all the rest of us put together. I've often thought if she'd been the oldest boy, instead of me she'd have kept Jim straight and managed to drive father out of his crossways, that is, if anyone living could have done it. As for riding, I have never seen anyone that could sit a horse or handle him through rough, thick country like her. She could ride barebacked, or next to it sitting sideways on nothing but a gunny bag, and send a young horse flying through scrub and rocks or down ranges where you'd think a horse could hardly keep his feet. We could all ride a bit out of the common, if it comes to that. Better if we'd learned nothing but how to walk behind a plow, year in year out, like some of the folks in father's village in England, as he used to tell us about when he was in a good humor. But that's all as people are reared, I suppose. We'd been used to the outside of a horse ever since we could walk almost, and it came natural to us. Anyhow, I think Eileen was about the best of the lot of us at that, as in, everything else. Well, for a bit, all went on pretty well at home. Jim and I worked away steady, got in a tidy bit of crop, and did everything that lay in our way right and regular. We milked the cows in the morning and brought in a big stack of firewood and chopped as much as would last for a month or two. We mended up the paddock fence and tidied the garden. The old place hadn't looked so smart for many a day. When we came in at night, old mother used to look that pleased and happy. We couldn't help feeling better in our hearts. Eileen used to read something out of the paper that she thought might amuse us. I could read pretty fair, and so could Jim. But we were both lazy at it, and after working pretty hard all day, didn't so much care about spelling out the long words in the farming news or the stories they put in. All the same, it would have paid us better if we'd read a little more. And put the bullocking on one side, at odd times. A man can learn as much out of a book or a paper sometimes in an hour as will save his work for a week or put him up to working to better purpose. I can see that now too late, and more's the pity. Anyhow, Eileen could read pretty near as fast as anyone I ever saw, and she used to reel it out for us as we sat smoking over the fire in a way that kept us jolly and laughing till it was nearly turning in time. Now and then, George Storefield would come and stay an hour or two. He could read well, nearly as well as she could. Then he had always something to show her that she'd been asking about. His place was 8 miles off, but he'd always get his horse and go home, whatever the night was like. "I must be at my work in the morning," he'd say. "It's more than half a day gone if you lose that, and I've no half days to spare, or quarter days either." So we all got on first rate, and anybody would have thought that there wasn't a more steady-going, hard-working, happy family in the colony. No more there wasn't, while it lasted. After all, what is there that's half as good as being all right and square, working hard for the food you eat and the sleep you enjoy, able to look all the world in the face and afraid of nothing and nobody? We were so quiet and comfortable till the winter was over and the spring coming on, till about September, that I almost began to believe we'd never done anything in our lives we could be made to suffer for. Now and then, of course, I used to wake up in the night, and my thoughts would go back to Terrible Hollow, that wonderful place, and one night with the unbranded cattle, and Starlight with the blood dripping onto his horse's shoulder, and the half-caste with his hawk's eye and glittering teeth father, his gloomy face and dark words. I wondered whether it was all a dream, whether I and Jim had been in it all, whether any of the cross work had been found out, and, if so, what would be done to me and Jim. Most of all, though, whether Father and Starlight were away after some big touch, and, if so, where and what it was, and how soon we should hear of it. As for Jim, he was one of those happy-go-lucky fellows that didn't bother himself about anything he didn't see or run against. I don't think it ever troubled him. It was the only bad thing he'd ever been in. He'd been drawn in against his will, and I think he had made up his mind pretty nearly not to go in for any more. I have often seen Eileen talking to him, and they'd walk along in the evening when the work was done, he with his arm round her waist, and she looking at him with that quiet, pleased face of hers, seeming so proud and fond of him, as if he'd been the little chap she used to lead about and put on the old pony and bring into the calf pen when she was milking. I remember he had a fight with a little bull calf about a week old. They came in with a wild heifer, and Eileen made as much of his pluck as if it had been a Mallee scrubber. The calf bayed and butted at Jim, as even the youngest of them will if they'd the wild blood in 'em, and nearly upset him. He was only a bit of a toddler, but Jim picked up a loose leg of a milking stool, and the two went at it hammer and tongs. I could hardly stand for laughing till the calf gave him best and walked. Eileen pulled him out and carried him in to Mother, telling her that he was the bravest little chap in the world, and I remember I got scolded for not going to help him. How these little things come back. I'm beginning to be afraid, says George one evening, that it's going to be a dry season. There's plenty of time yet, says Jim, who always took the bright side of things. It might rain towards the end of the month. I was thinking the same thing, I said. We haven't had any rain to speak of for a couple of months, and that bit of wheat of ours is beginning to go back. The oats look better. Now I think of it, put in Jim, Dick Dawson came in from outside, and he said things are shocking bad, all the frontage bare already and the water drying up. It's always the way, I said, bitter-like. As soon as a poor man's got a chance of a decent crop, the season turns against him or prices go down, so that he never gets a chance. It's as bad for the rich man, isn't it, said George. It's God's will, and we can't make or mend things by complaining. I don't know so much about that, I said sullenly, but it's not as bad for the rich man. Even if the squatters suffer by a drought and lose their stock, they've more stock and money in the bank, or else credit to fall back on, while the like of us lose all we have in the world, and no one would lend us a pound afterwards to save our lives. It's not quite so bad as that, said George. I shall lose my year's work unless rain comes, and most of the cattle and horses besides. But I shall be able to get a few pounds to go on with, however the season goes. Oh! If you like to bow and scrape to rich people, well and good, I said, but that's not my way. We have as good a right to our share of the land and some other good things as they have, and why should we be done out of it? If we pay for the land as they do, certainly, said George. But why should we pay? God Almighty, I suppose, made the land and the people too, one to live on the other. Why should we pay for what is our own? I believe in getting my share somehow. That's a sort of argument that doesn't come out right, said George. How would you like another man to come and want to have the farm with you? I shouldn't mind. I should go halves with someone else who had a bigger one, I said. More money too, more horses, more sheep, a bigger house. Why should he have it and not me? That's a lazy man's argument. And well, not an honest man's, said George, getting up and putting on his cabbage tree. I can't sit and hear you talk such rot. Nobody can work better than you and Jim when you like. I wonder you don't leave such talk to fellows like Frowser, that's always spouting at the Shearer's Arms. Nonsense or not, if a dry season comes and knocks all our work over, I shall help myself to someone's stuff that has more than he knows what to do with. Why can't we all go shearing and make as much as will keep us for 6 months? Said George. I don't know what we'd do without the squatters. Nor I either, more ways than one. But Jim and I are going shearing next week, so perhaps there won't be any need for duffing after all. Oh, Dick, said Eileen, I can't bear to hear you make a joke of that kind of thing. Don't we all know what it leads to? Wouldn't it be better to live on dry bread and be honest than to be full of money and never know the day when you'd be dragged to jail? I've heard all that before, but ain't there lots of people that have made their money by all sorts of villainy that look as well as the best and never see a gale? They're always caught some day, says poor Eileen, sobbing. And what a dreadful life of anxiety they must lead. Not at all, I said. Look at Luxley Squeezer and Frying Pan Jack. Everybody knows how they got their stock and their money. See how they live. They've got stations and public house and town property, and they get richer every year. I don't think it pays to be too honest in a dry country. You're a naughty boy, Dick, isn't he, Jim? She said, smiling through her tears. But he doesn't mean half what he says, does he? Not he, says Jim, and very likely we'll have lots of rain after all. Chapter 8. The big squatter, as he was called on our side of the country, was Mr. Falkland. He was an Englishman that had come young to the colony and worked his way up by degrees. He had had no money when he first came, people said. Indeed, he often said so himself. He was not proud at any rate in that way, for he was not above telling a young fellow that he should never be downhearted because he hadn't a coat to his back or a shilling in his pocket, because he, Herbert Falkland, had known what it was to be without either. This was the best country in the whole world, he used to say, for a gentleman who was poor or a working man. The first sort could always make an independence if they were moderately strong, liked work, and did not drink. There were very few countries where idle, unsteady people got rich. As for the poor man, he was the real rich man in Australia. High wages, cheap food, lodging, clothing, traveling. What more did he want? He could save money, live happily, and die rich if he wasn't a fool or a rogue. Unfortunately, these last were highly popular professions, and many people high and low belonged to them here and everywhere else. We were all well up in this kind of talk, because for the last 2 or 3 years, since we had begun to shear pretty well, we had always shorn at his shed. He was one of those gentlemen. And he was a gentleman, if ever there was one that takes a deal of notice of his working hands, particularly if they were young. Jim, he took a great fancy to the first moment he saw him. He didn't care so much about me. You're a sulky young dog, Richard Marston, he used to say. I'm not sure that you'll come to any good, and though I don't like to say all I hear about your father before you, I'm afraid he doesn't teach you anything worth knowing. But Jim, there's a grand fellow. If he'd been caught young and weaned from all of your lot, he'd have been an honor to the land he was born in. He's too good for you all. Every one of you gentlemen wants to be a small God Almighty, I said impudently. You'd like to break us all in and put us in yokes and bows like a lot of working bullocks. You mistake me, my boy, and all the rest of us who are worth calling men, let alone gentlemen. We are your best friends and would help you in every way if you'd only let us. I don't see so much of that, because you often fight against your own good. We should like to see you all have farms of your own to be all well taught and able to make the best of your lives, not driven to drink, as many of you are, because you have no notion of any rational amusement and anything between hard work and idle dissipation. And suppose you had all this power, I said, for if I was afraid of father there wasn't another man living that could overcrow me. Don't you think you'd know the way to keep all the good things for yourselves? Hasn't it always been so? I see your argument, he said, quite quiet and reasonable, just as if I had been a swell like himself. That was why he was unlike any other man I ever knew. And it is a perfectly fair way of putting it. But your class might, I think, always rely upon there being enough kindness and wisdom in ours to prevent that state of things. Unfortunately, neither side trusts the other enough. And now the bell is going to ring, I think. Jim and I stopped at Boree shed till all the sheep were cut out. It pays well if the weather is pretty fair, and it isn't bad fun when there's 20 or 30 chaps of the right sort in the shearer's hut. There's always some fun going on. Shearers work pretty hard, and as they buy their own rations generally, they can afford to live well. After a hard day's shearing, that is, from 5 o'clock in the morning to 7 at night, going best pace all the time, every man working as hard as if he was at it for his life. One would think a man would be too tired to do anything, but we were mostly strong and hearty, and at that age a man takes a deal of killing, so we used to have a little card playing at night to pass away the time. Very few of the fellows had any money to spend. They couldn't get any either until shearing was over and they were paid off, but they get someone who could write to scribble a lot of IOUs, and they did as well. We used to play all fours and Delu, and now and then an American game which some of the fellows had picked up. It was strange how soon we managed to get into big stakes. I won at first, and then Jim and I began to lose, and had such a lot of ELUs out that I was afraid we'd have no money to take home after shearing. Then I began to think what a fool I'd been to play myself and drag Jim into it, for he didn't want to play at first. One day I got a couple of letters from home, one from Eileen and another in a strange hand. It had come to our little post office, and Eileen had sent it on to Boree. When I opened it, there were a few lines with father's name at the bottom. He couldn't write, so I made sure that Starlight had written it for him. He was quite well, it said, and to look out for him about Christmas time. He might come home then, or send for us, to stop at Boree if we could get work, and keep a couple of horses in good trim, as he might want us. A couple of 5-pound notes fell out of the letter as I opened it. When I looked at them first, I felt a kind of fear. I knew what they came from, and I had a sort of feeling that we should be better without them. However, the devil was too strong for me. Money's a tempting thing, whether it's notes or gold, especially when a man's in debt. I had begun to think the fellows looked at little cool on us the last 3 or 4 nights, as our losses were growing big. So I gave Jim his share, and after tea, when we sat down again, there weren't more than a dozen of us that were in the card racket. I flung down my note, and Jim did his, and told them that we owed to take the change out of that and hand us over their paper for the balance. They all stared, for such a thing hadn't been seen since the shearing began. Shearers, as a rule, come from their homes in the settled districts very bare. They are not very well supplied with clothes. Their horses are poor and done up, and they very seldom have a note in their pockets unless they have managed to sell a spare horse on the journey. So we were great men for the time, looked at by the others with wonder and respect. We were fools enough to be pleased with it. Strangely, too, our luck turned from that minute, and it ended in our winning not only our own back, but more than as much more from the other men. I don't think Mr. Falkland liked these goings-on. He wouldn't have allowed cards at all if he could have helped it. He was a man that hated what was wrong, and didn't value his own interest a pin when it came in the way. However, the shearing hut was our own, in a manner of speaking, and as long as we shore clean and kept the shed going, the overseer, Mr. M'Intyre, didn't trouble his head much about our doings in the hut. He was anxious to get done with the shearing, to get the wool into the bales before the dust came in, and the grass seed ripened, and the grass seed ripened fall. Why should ye fash your, I heard him say once to Mr. Falkland, aboot these young devils like the Marstons. There is goods ready money in old Nick's purse. It's bred and born and welded in them. You'll just have the burrs and seeds among the wool if you keep losing a smart shearer for the sake o' ween cards and dies. And you'll met nae heed of convertin' the young caterans ony mair than you'll change a Norway falcon into a barn door chucky. I wonder if what he said was true, if we couldn't help it, if it was in our blood. It seems like it, and yet it's hard lines to think a fellow must grow up and get on the cross in spite of himself, and come to the gallows foot at last, whether he likes it or not. The parson here isn't bad at all. He's a man and a gentleman too, and he's talked and read to me by the hour. I suppose some of us chaps are like the poor stupid tribes that the Israelites found in Canaan, only meant to live for a bit and then to be rubbed out to make room for better people. When the shearing was nearly over, we had a Saturday afternoon to ourselves. We had finished all the sheep that were in the shed, and old M'Intyre didn't like to begin a fresh flock. So we got on our horses and took a ride into the township, just for the fun of the thing and for a little change. The horses had got quite fresh with the rest in the spring grass. Their coats were shining, and they all looked very different from what they did when we first came. Our two were not so poor when they came, so they looked the best of the lot, and jumped about in style when we mounted. Ah! Only to think of a good horse. All the men washed themselves and put on clean clothes. Then we had our dinner, and about a dozen of us started off for the town. Poor old Jim, how well he looked that day! I don't think you could pick a young fellow anywhere in the countryside that was a patch on him for good looks and manliness, somewhere about 6 foot or a little over, as straight as a rush, with a bright blue eye that was always laughing and twinkling, and curly dark brown hair. No wonder all the girls used to think so much of him. He could do anything and everything that a man could do. He was as strong as a young bull, and as active as a rock wallaby and ride. Well, he sat on his horse as if he was born on. One, with his broad shoulders and upright easy seat, he was a regular picture on a good horse, and he had a good one under him today. A big, brown, resolute, well-bred horse he had got in a swap because the man that had him was afraid of him. Now that he had got a little flesh on his bones, he looked something quite out of the common, a deal too good for a poor man and him honest, as old M'Intyre said. But Jim turned on him pretty sharp, and said he had got the horse in a fair deal, and had as much right to a good mount as anyone else, super or squatter, he didn't care who he was. And Mr. Falkland took Jim's part, and rather made Mr. M'Intyre out in the wrong for saying what he did. The old man didn't say much more, only shook his head, saying, "Ah, you're a grand laddie, and wordly, and know that thrawn either like ye, Dick, ye born deeble, looking at me. But I misdoot sair you'll die wi' your boots on. There's a smack o' Johnny Armstrong in the glinty Ye'll be to dree ye're weird, there's nae help for dat." "What's all that lingle, Mr. M'Intyre?" called out Jim, all good-natured again. "Is it French or Queensland blacks yabber? Blessed if I understand a word of it. But I didn't want to be nasty, only I am regular shook on this old moke, I believe, and he's as square as Mr. Falkland's dog-cart horse. Maybe ye balked him fair and new. I'll no deny you. I saw the receipt mysel. But where did yon Leggett, Long Locket, Fish River Moss, Trooping Callant win how to him? Answer me that, Jeems." "That says nothing," answered Jim. I'm not supposed to trace back every horse in the country and find out all the people that owned him since he was a foal. He's mine now, and mine he'll be till I get a better one. A contumacious and stiff-necked generation, said the old man, walking off and shaking his head. And yet he's a fine laddie, a grey and laddie wad he be with good guidance. It's the Lord's doing, nae doot, and we durna fault it. It's wondrous in our een. That was the way old Mac always talked. Droll lingo, wasn't it? Chapter 9. Well, away we went to this township. Bundah was the name of it. Not that there was anything to do or see when we got there. It was the regular up-country village with a public house, a store, a pound, and a blacksmith's shop. However, a public house is not such a bad place. At any rate, it's better than nothing when a fellow's young and red-hot for anything like a bit of fun, or even a change. Some people can work away day after day, and year after year, like a bullock in a team or a horse in a chaff-cutting machine. It's all the better for them if they can, though I suppose they never enjoy themselves except in a cold-blooded sort of way. But there's other men that can't do that sort of thing, and it's no use talking. They must have life and liberty and a free range. There's some birds, and animals too, that either pine in a cage or kill themselves, and I suppose it's the same way with some men. They can't stand the cage of what's called honest labor, which means working for someone else for 20 or 30 years, never having a day to yourself, or doing anything you like, and saving up a trifle for your old age when you can't enjoy it. I don't wonder youngsters break traces and gallop off like a colt out of a team. Besides, sometimes there's a good-looking girl even at a bush public, the daughter or the barmaid, and it's odd now, what a difference that makes. There's a few glasses of grog going, a little noisy, rattling talk, a few smiles and a saucy answer or two from the girl, a look at the last newspaper, or a bit of the town news from the landlord. He's always time to read. Hang him. I mean, confound him, for he's generally a sly old spider who sucks us fellows pretty dry and then don't care what becomes of us. Well, it don't amount to much, but it's life, the only taste of it that chaps like us are likely to get. And people may talk as much as they like. Boys, and men too, will like it and take to it and hanker after it as long as the world lasts. There's danger in it, and misery, and death often enough comes of it, but what of that? If a man wants a swim on the seashore, he won't stand all day on the beach, because he may be drowned or snapped up by a shark, or knocked against a rock, or tired out and drawn under by the surf. No, if he's a man, he'll jump in and enjoy himself all the more, because the waves are high and the water's deep. So it was very good fun to us, simple as it might sound to some people. It was pleasant to be bowling along over the firm green turf, along the plain, through the forest, gully, and over the creek. Our horses were fresh, and we had a scurry or two, of course, but there wasn't one that could hold a candle to Jim's brown horse. He was a long, striding, smooth goer, but he got over the ground in wonderful style. He could jump, too, for Jim put him over a big log fence or two, and he sailed over them like a forester buck over the head of a fallen wattle. Well, we'd had our lark at the Bunda Royal Hotel, and were coming home to tea at the station, all in good spirits, but sober enough, when, just as we were crossing one of the roads that came through the run, over the pretty plain, as they called it, we heard a horse coming along best pace. When we looked, who should it be but Miss Falkland, the owner's only daughter? She was an only child, and the very apple of her father's eye, you may be sure. The shearers mostly knew her by sight, because she had taken a fancy to come down with her father a couple of times to see the shed when we were all in full work. A shed's not exactly the best place for a young lady to come into. Shearers are rough in their language now and then, but every man liked and respected Mr. Falkland. So we all put ourselves on our best behavior, and the 2 or 3 flash fellows who had no sense or decent feeling were warned that if they broke out at all, they would get something to remember it by. But when we saw that beautiful, delicate-looking creature stepping down the boards between the 2 rows of shearers, most of them stripped to their jerseys and working like steam engines, looking curiously and pitifully at the tired men, and the patient sheep, with her great, soft, dark eyes and fair white face like a lily, we began to think we'd heard of angels from heaven, but never seen one before. Just as she came opposite Jim, who was trying to shear sheep, and sheep with the ringer of the shed, who was next on our right, the wether he was holding kicked, and knocking the shears out of his hand, sent them point down against his wrist. One of the points went right in, and though it didn't cut the sinews, as luck would have it, the point stuck out at the other side, outspurted the blood, and Jim was just going to let out when he looked up and saw Miss Falkland looking at him, with her beautiful eyes so full of pity and surprise that he could have had his hand chopped off. So he told me afterwards, rather than vex her for a moment. So he shut up his mouth and ground his teeth together, for it was no joke in the way of pain, and the blood began to run like a blind creek after a thunderstorm. "Oh, poor fellow, what a dreadful cut! Look, Papa," she cried out. "Hadn't something better be bound round it? How it bleeds! Does it pain much?" "Not a bit, Miss," said Jim, standing up like a schoolboy going to say his lesson. "That is, it doesn't matter if it don't stop my shearing." Tar!" sings out my next-door neighbor. "Here, boy." Tar wanted for number 36. "That'll put it all right, Jim. It's only a scratch. You mind your shearing, my man?" said Mr. Falkland quietly. "I don't know whether Mr. M'Intyre will quite approve of that last sheep of yours. This is rather a serious wound. The best thing is to bind it up at once." Before anyone could say another word, Miss Falkland had whipped out her soft, fine cambric handkerchief and torn it in two. "Hold up your hand," she said. "Now, Papa, lend me yours." With the last she cleared the wound of the flowing blood, and then neatly and skillfully bound up the wrist firmly with the strips of cambric. This she further protected by her father's handkerchief, which she helped herself to and finally stopped the blood with. Jim kept looking at her small white hands all the time she was doing it. Neither of us had ever seen such before. The dainty skin, the pink nails, the glittering rings. "There," she said, "I don't think you ought to shear any more today. It might bring on inflammation. I'll send to know how it gets on tomorrow." "No, miss." "My grateful thanks, miss," said Jim, opening his eyes and looking as if he'd like to drop down on his knees and pray to her. "I shall never forget your goodness, Miss Falkland, if I live till I'm 100. Then Jim bent his head a bit, and don't suppose he ever made a bow in his life before, and then drew himself up as straight as a soldier, and Miss Falkland made a kind of bow and smile to us all, and passed out. Jim did shear all the same that afternoon, though the tally wasn't any great things. "I can't go and lie down in a bunk in the men's hut," he said. "I must chance it," and he did. Next day it was worse and very painful. But Jim stuck to the shears, though he used to turn white with the pain at times, and I thought he'd faint. However, it gradually got better, and, except a scar, Jim's hand was as good as ever. Jim sent back Mr. Falkland's handkerchief after getting the cook to wash it and iron it out with a bit of a broken axle tree, but the strips of white handkerchief, one had CF. In the corner he put away in his swag and made some foolish excuse when I laughed at him about it. She sent down a boy from the house next day to ask how Jim's hand was, and the day after that, but she never came to the shed anymore, so we didn't see her again. So it was this young lady that we saw coming tearing down the back road, as they called it, that led over the pretty plain. A good way behind we saw Mr. Falkland, but he had as much chance of coming up with her as a cattle dog of catching a brush flyer. The stable boy, Billy Donnellan, had told us, of course, like all those sort of youngsters, he was fond of getting among the men and listening to them talk all about Miss Falkland's new mare. She was a great beauty and thoroughbred. The stud groom had bought her out of a traveling mob from New England when she was dog poor and hardly able to drag herself along. Everybody thought she was going to be the best lady's horse in the district, but though she was as quiet as a lamb at first, she had begun to show a nasty temper lately, and to get very touchy. "I don't care about chestnuts myself," says Master Billy, smoking a short pipe as if he was 30. "They've a deal of temper, and she's got too much white in her eye for my money. I'm afeard she'll do some mischief afore we've done with her. And Miss Falkland's that game as she won't have nothing done to her. I'd ride the tail off her, but what I'd bring her to if I had my way." So this was the brute that had got away with Miss Falkland the day we were coming back from Bunda. Some horses, and a good many men and women, are all pretty right as long as they're well kept under and starved a bit at odd times. But give them an easy life and 4 feeds of corn a day, and they're troublesome brutes, and mischievous too. It seems this mare came of a strain that had turned out more devils and killed more grooms and breakers than any other in the country. She was a troubadour. It seems there never was a troubadour yet that wouldn't buck and bolt and smash himself and his rider if he got a fright or his temper was roused. Men and women, horses and dogs, are very much alike. I know which can talk best. As to the rest, I don't know whether there's so much for us to be proud of. It seems that this cranky wretch of a mare had been sidling and fidgeting when Mr. Falkland and his daughter started for their ride, but had gone pretty fairly. Miss Falkland, like my sister Eileen, could ride anything in reason when suddenly a dead limb dropped off a tree close to the side of the road. I believe she made one wild plunge and set to. She propped and reared, but Miss Falkland sat her splendidly and got her head up. When she saw she could do nothing that way, she stretched out her head and went off as hard as she could lay legs to the ground. She had one of those mouths that are not so bad when horses are going easy, but get quite callous when they are over-eager and excited. Anyhow, it was like trying to stop a mail coach going down Mount Victoria with the brake off. So what we saw was the wretch of a mare coming along as if the devil was after her and heading straight across the plain at its narrowest part. It wasn't more than half a mile wide there. In fact, it was more like a flat than a plain. The people about Boree didn't see much open country, so they made a lot out of what they had. The mare, like some women when they get their monkey up, was clean out of her senses, and I don't believe anything could have held her under a hide rope with it turned round a stockyard post. This was what she wanted, and if it had broken her infernal neck, so much the better. Miss Falkland was sitting straight and square, with her hands down, leaning a bit back, and doing her level best to stop the brute. Her hat was off, and her hair had fallen down and hung down her back. Plenty of it there was, too. The mare's neck was stretched straight out. Her mouth was like a deal board, I expect, by that time. We didn't sit staring at her all the time, you bet. We could see the boy ever so far off. We gathered up our reins and went after her, not in a hurry, but just collecting ourselves a bit to see what would be the best way to wheel the brute and stop her. Jim's horse was far and away the fastest, and he led out to head the mare off from a creek that was just in front and at the end of the plain. "By George," said one of the men, a young fellow who lived near the place, "the mare's turning off her course, and she's heading straight for the trooper's downfall, where the policeman was killed. If she goes over that, they'll be smashed up like a matchbox, horse and rider." "What's that?" I said, closing up alongside of him. We were all doing our best, and were just in the line to back up Jim, who looked as if he was overhauling the mare fast. "Why, it's a bluff 100 feet deep, a straight drop and rocks at the bottom. She's making as straight as a beeline for it now, blast her." "And Jim don't know it," I said. "He's closing up to her, but he doesn't calculate to do it for a quarter of a mile more. He's letting her take it out of herself." "He'll never catch her in time," said the young chap. "My God, it's an awful thing, isn't it? And a fine young lady like her, so kind to us chaps as she was." "I'll see if I can make Jim hear," I said, for though I looked cool, I was as nearly mad as I could be to think of such a girl being lost before our eyes. "No, I can't do that, but I'll telegraph." Chapter 10. Now Jim and I had had many a long talk together about what we should do in case we wanted to signal to each other very pressing. We thought the time might come some day when we might be near enough to sign, but not to speak. So we hit upon one or two things a little out of the common. The first idea was, in case of one wanting to give the other the office, that he was to look out his very brightest for danger and not to trust to what appeared to be the state of affairs. The sign was to hold up your hat or cap straight over your head. If the danger threatened on the left, to shift to that side. If it was very pressing, and on the jump, as it were, quite unexpected, and as bad could be, the signalman was to get up on the saddle with his knees and turn half round. We could do this easy enough, and a lot of circus tricks besides. How had we learned them? Why, in the long days we had spent in the saddle, tailing the milkers and searching after lost horses for many a night. As luck would have it, Jim looked round to see how we were getting on, and up went my cap. I could see him turn his head and keep watching me when I put on the whole box and dice of the telegraph business. He dropped, I could see. He took up the brown horse and made such a rush to collar the mare that showed he intended to see for himself what the danger was. The cross-grained jade, she was a well-bred wretch, and be hanged to her, went as if she wanted to win the Derby and gave Jim all he knew to challenge her. We could see a line of timber just ahead of her, and that Jim was riding for his life. "By, they'll both be over it," said the young shearer. "They can't stop themselves at that pace, and they must be close up now." "He's neck and neck," I said. "Stick to her, Jim, old man." We were all close together now. Several of the men knew the place, and the word had been passed round. No one spoke for a few seconds. We saw the two horses rush up at top speed to the very edge of the timber. "By Jove, they're over. No, he's reaching for her rein. It's no use. Now, she's saved. Oh my God, they're both right. By the Lord, well done. Hurrah, one cheer more for Jim Marston." It was all right. We saw Jim suddenly reach over as the horses were going stride and stride. Saw him lift Miss Falkland from her saddle as if she had been a child and place her before him. Saw the brown horse prop and swing round on his haunches in a way that showed he had not been called the cutting-out horse on a big cattle run for nothing. We saw Jim jump to the ground and lift the young lady down. We saw only one horse. "3 minutes after Mr. Falkland overtook us, and we rode up together. His face was white, and his dry lips couldn't find words at first. But he managed to say to Jim, when we got up, "You have saved my child's life, James Marston, and if I forget the service, may God in that hour forget me. You are a noble fellow. You must allow me to show my gratitude in some way." "You needn't thank me so out and out as all that, Mr. Falkland," said Jim, standing up very straight and looking at the father first, and then at Miss Falkland, who was pale and trembling, not altogether from fear, but excitement, and trying to choke back the sobs that would come out now and then. "I'd risk life and limb any day before Miss Falkland's finger should be scratched, let alone see her killed before my eyes. I wonder if there's anything left of the mare, poor thing. Not that she don't deserve it all, and more." Here we all walked forward to the deep creek bank. A yard or two farther, and the brown horse and his burden must have gone over the terrible drop, as straight as a plumb line, on to the awful rocks below. We could see where the brown had torn up the turf as he struck all four hoofs deep into it at once. Indeed, he had been newly shod, a freak of Jim's about a bet with a traveling blacksmith. Then the other tracks, the long score on the brink over the brink where the frightened, maddened animal had made an attempt to alter her speed, all in vain, and had plunged over the bank and the 100 feet of fall. We peered over and saw a bright-colored mass among the rocks below, very still. Just at the time, one of the ration carriers came by with a spring cart. Mr. Falkland lifted his daughter in and took the reins, leaving his horse to be ridden home by the ration carrier. As for us, we rode back to the shearer's hut, not quite so fast as we came, with Jim in the middle. He did not seem inclined to talk much. "It's lucky I turned round when I did, Dick," he said at last, "and saw you making the 'danger, look out sharp' signal. I couldn't think what the dickens it was. I was so cocksure of catching the mare in half a mile farther that I couldn't help wondering what it was all about. Anyhow, I knew we agreed it was never to be worked for nothing, so thought the best thing I could do was to call in the mare and see if I could find out anything then. When I got alongside, I could see that Miss Falkland's face was that white that something must be up. It weren't the mare she was afraid of. She was coming back to her. It took something to frighten her, I knew, so it must be something I did not know or didn't see. "What is it, Miss Falkland?" I said. "Oh," she cried out, "don't you know? Another 50 yards and we'll be over the downfall where the trooper was killed." "Oh, my poor father! Don't be afraid," I said. "We'll not go over if I can help it." So I reached over and got hold of the reins. I pulled and jerked. She said her hands were cramped, and no wonder. Pulling double for a 4-mile heat is no joke, even if a man's in training. Fancy a woman, a young girl, having to sit still and drag at a runaway horse all the time. I couldn't stop the brute. She was boring like a wild bull. So just as we came pretty close, I lifted Miss Falkland off the saddle and yelled at old Brownie as if I had been on a cattle camp, swinging round to the near side at the same time. Round he came like 1 o'clock. I could see the mare make one prop to stop herself, and then go flying right through the air, till I heard a beastly thud at the bottom. Miss Falkland didn't faint, though she turned white and then red and trembled like a leaf when I lifted her down and looked up at me with a sweet smile and said, "Jim, you have paid me for binding up your wrist, haven't you? You have saved me from a horrible death, and I shall think of you as a brave and noble fellow all the days of my life." "What could I say?" said Jim. I stared at her like a fool. "I'd have gone over the bank with you, Miss Falkland," I said, "if I could not have saved you. Well, I'm afraid some of my admirers would have stopped short of that, James," she said. She did indeed. and then Mr. Falkland and all of you came up. "I say, Jim," said one of the young fellows, "your fortune's made. Mr. Falkland'll stand a farm, you may be sure, for this little fakement." "And I say, Jack," says old Jim, very quiet like, "I've told you all the yarn, and if there's any chaff about it after this, the cove will have to see whether he's best man or me, so don't make any mistake now." There was no more chaff. They weren't afraid. There were 2 or 3 of them. Pretty smart with their hands, and not likely to take much from anybody. But Jim was a heavy weight and could hit like a horse kicking, so they thought it wasn't good enough and left him alone. Next day Mr. Falkland came down and wanted to give Jim a check for 100, but he wouldn't hear of so much as a note. Then he said he'd give him a billet on the run, make him under overseer, after a bit buy a farm for him and stock it. No, Jim wouldn't touch nothing or take a billet on the place. He wouldn't leave his family, he said. And as for taking money or anything else for saving Miss Falkland's life, it was ridiculous to think of it. There wasn't a man of the lot in the shed, down to the tarboy, that wouldn't have done the same or tried to. All that was in it was that his horse was the fastest. It's not a bad thing for a poor man to have a fast horse now and then, is it, Mr. Falkland? He said, looking up and smiling, just like a boy. He was very shy, was. Poor Jim. I don't grudge a poor man a good horse or anything else he likes to have or enjoy. You know that, all of you. It's the fear I have of the effect of the dishonest way that horses of value are come by, and the net of roguery that often entangles fine young fellows like you and your brother. That's what I fear, said Mr. Falkland, looking at the pair of us, so kind and pitiful like. I looked him in the face, though I felt I could not say he was wrong. I felt, too, just then, as if I could have given all the world to be afraid of no man's opinion. What a thing it is to be perfectly honest and straight, to be able to look the whole world in the face. But if more gentlemen were like Mr. Falkland, I do really believe no one would rob them for very shame's sake. When shearing was over, we were all paid. Up shearers, washers, knockabout men, cooks, and extra shepherds. Every soul about the place except Mr. M'Intyre and Mr. Falkland seemed to have got a check and a walking ticket at the same time. Away they went, like a lot of boys out of school, and half of 'em didn't show as much sense either. As for me and Jim, we had no particular wish to go home before Christmas. So as there's always contracts to be let about a big run like Banda, we took a contract for some bush work and went at it. Mr. M'Intyre looked quite surprised, but Mr. Falkland praised us up and was proud we were going to turn over a new leaf. Nobody could say at that time we didn't work. Fencing, dam making, horse breaking, stock riding, from making hay to building a shed, all bushwork came easy enough to us, Jim in particular. He took a pleasure in it and was never happier than when he'd had a real tearing day's work and was settling himself after his tea to a good steady smoke. A great smoker he'd come to be. He never was much for drinking, except now and again, and then he could knock it off as easy as any man I ever seen. Poor old Jim. He was born good and intended to be so. Like mother, like her, his luck was dead out in being mixed up with a lot like ours. One day we were out at the back making some lambing yards. We were about 20 miles from the head station and had about finished the job. We were going in the next day. We had been camping in an old shepherd's hut and had been pretty jolly all by ourselves. There was first-rate feed for our horses, as the grass was being saved for the lambing season. Jim was in fine spirits, and as we had plenty of good rations and first-rate tobacco, we made ourselves pretty comfortable. What a jolly thing it is to have nothing on your mind. Jim used to say, I hadn't once, and what a fine time it was. Now, I'm always waking up with a start and expecting to see a policeman or that infernal half-caste. He's never far off when. There's villainy on. Some fine day he'll sell us all, I really do believe. If he don't, somebody else will. But why do you pitch upon him? You don't like him somehow. I don't see that he's worse than any other. Besides, we haven't done anything much to have a reward put on us. No! That's to come, answered Jim very dismally for him. I don't see what else is to come of it. Hist! Isn't that a horse's step coming this way? Yes, and a man on him too. It was a bright night, though only the stars were out. But the weather was that clear that you could see ever so well, and hear ever so far also. Jim had a blackfellow's hearing. His eyes were like a hawk's. He could see in about any light, and read tracks like a printed book. I could hear nothing at first. Then I heard a slight noise a good way off, and stick breaking every now and then. Talk of the devil, growled Jim, and here he comes. I believe that's Master Warrigal, infernal scoundrel that he is. Of course he's got a message from our respectable old dad or Starlight, asking us to put our heads in a noose for them again. How do you know? I know it's that ambling horse he used to ride, says Jim. I can make out his sideline kind of way of using his legs. All amblers do that. You're right, I said, after listening for a minute. I can hear the regular pace, different from a horse's walk. How does he know we're here, I wonder, says Jim. Some of the telegraphs piped us, I suppose, I answered. I begin to wish they forgot us altogether. No such luck, says Jim. Let's keep dark and see what this black snake of a Warrigal will be up to. I don't expect he'll ride straight up to the door. He was right. The horse hooves stopped just inside a thick bit of scrub, just outside the open ground on which the hut stood. After a few seconds, we heard the cry of the mopoke. It's not a cheerful sound at the dead of night, and now, for some reason or other, it affected Jim and me in much the same manner. I remembered the last time I had heard the bird at home, just before we started over for Terrible Hollow, and it seemed unlucky. Perhaps we were both a little nervous. We hadn't drunk anything but tea for weeks. We drank it awfully black and strong, and a great lot of it. Anyhow, as we heard the quick, light tread of the horse pacing in his 2 feet, on one side way over the sandy, thin-grassed soil, every moment coming near and nearer, and this queer, dismal-voiced bird hooting its hoarse, deep notes out of the dark tree that swished inside like in front of the sandhill, a queer feeling came over both of us that something unlucky was on the boards for us. We felt quite relieved when the horse's footsteps stopped. After a minute or so, we could see a dark form creeping towards the hut. Chapter 11. Warrigal left his horse at the edge of the timber, for fear he might want him in a hurry, I suppose. He was pretty fly and never threw away a chance as long as he was sober. He could drink a bit, like the rest of us, now and then, not often, but when he did it made a regular devil of him. That is, it brought the devil out that lives low down in most people's hearts. He was a worse one than usual, Jim said. He saw him once in one of his breakouts and heard him boast of something he'd done. Jim never liked him afterwards. For the matter of that, he hated Jim, and me too. The only living things he cared about were Starlight and the 3-cornered weed he rode that had been a brumbee, and wouldn't let anyone touch him, much less ride him, but himself. How he used to snort if a stranger came near him. He could kick the eye out of a mosquito and bite too, if he got the chance. As for Warrigal, Starlight used to knock him down like a log if he didn't please him, but he never offered to turn upon him. He seemed to like it, and looked regular put out once when Starlight hurt his knuckles against his hard skull. Us, he didn't like, as I said before. Why? I don't know nor we. Him. Likes and dislikes are curious things. People hardly know the rights of them. But if you take a regular strong down upon a man or woman when you first see him, it's 10 to 1 that you'll find someday, as you've good reason for it. We couldn't say what grounds we had for hating the sight of Warrigal neither, for he was as good a tracker as ever followed man or beasts. He could read all the signs of the bush like a printed book. He could ride any horse in the world and find his way day or night to any place he'd ever once been to in his life. Sometimes we should have been hard pushed when we were making a cross country at night only for him. Hour after hour he'd ride ahead through scrub or forest, up hill or down dale, with that brute of a horse of his. He called him Bilbah, ambling away, till our horses, except Rainbow, used to shake the lives out of us jogging. I believe he did it on purpose. He was a fine shot, and could catch fish and game in all sorts of ways that came in handy when we had to keep dark. He had pluck enough, and could fight a pretty sharp battle with his fists if he wasn't overweighted. There were white men that didn't at all find him a good thing if they went to bully him. He tried it on with Jim once, but he knocked the 7 senses out of him inside of 3 rounds, and that satisfied him. He pretended to make up, but I was always expecting him to play us some dog's trick yet. Anyway, so far he was all right, and as long as Starlight and us were mixed up together, he couldn't hurt one without the other. He came gliding up to the old hut in the dull light by bits of moves, just as if he'd been a bush that had changed its place. We pretended to be asleep near the fire. He peeped in through a chink. He could see us by the firelight, and didn't suppose we were watching him. "Hello, Warrigal," sung out Jim suddenly. "What's up now? Some devil's work, I suppose, or you wouldn't be in it. Why don't you knock at a gentleman's door when you come a-visiting?" "Wasn't sure it was you," he answered, showing his teeth. "It don't do to get sold. Might been troopers for all I know." "Pity we wasn't," said Jim. "I'd have the hobbles on ye by this time, and you'd have got fitted to rights. I wish I'd gone into the police sometimes. It isn't a bad game for a chap that can ride and track, and likes a bit of rough and tumble now and then. If I'd been a police tracker, I'd have had as good a chance of nailing you, Jim Marston," spoke up Warrigal. "Perhaps I will some day. Mr. Garton wanted me bad once, and said they'd never go agin me for old times. But that says nothing. Starlight's out at the back, and the old man too. They want you to go too." "Them sharp. What for?" "Dunno. I was to tell you and show the camp, and now give me some grub, for I've had nothing since sunrise but the leg of a possum." "All right," said Jim, putting the billy on. "Here's some damper and mutton to go on with while the tea warms. Wait till I hobble out Bilbah. He's as hungry as I am, and thirsty too, my word. Take some out of the barrel. We shan't want it tomorrow," said Jim. Hungry as Warrigal was, and when he began to eat, I thought he never would stop. He went and looked after his horse first, and got him a couple of buckets of water out of the cask they used to send us out every week. There was no surface water near the hut. Then he hobbled him out of a bit of old sheepyard and came in. The more I know of men, the more I see what curious lumps of good and bad they're made up of. People that won't stick at anything in some ways will be that soft and good feeling in others 10 times more so than your regular good people. Anyone that thinks all mankind's divided into good, bad, and middlin', and that they can draft 'em like a lot of cattle, some to one yard, some to another, don't know much. There's a mob in most towns, though, I think, that wants boilin' down bad. Some day they'll do it, maybe. They'll have to, when all the good country's stocked up. After Warrigal had his supper, he went out again to see his horse, and then coiled himself up before the fire, and wouldn't hardly say another word. How far was it to where Starlight was? Long way. Took me all day to come. Had he been there long? Yes. Had a camp there. Anybody else with him? 3 more men from this side. Did the old man say we were to come at once? Yes, or leave it alone, which you liked. Then he shut his eyes, and his mouth too, and was soon as fast asleep as if he never intended to wake under a week. "What shall we do, Jim?" I said. "Go or not?" "If you leave it to me," says Jim, "I say, don't go. It's only some other cross cattle or horse racket. We're bound to be nobled some day. Why not cut it now, and stick to the square thing? We couldn't do better than we're doing now. It's rather slow, but we'll have a good check by Christmas." "I'm half a mind to tell Warrigal to go back and say we're not on," I said. "Lots of other chaps would join without making any bones about it." "Hoo, hoo, hoo, hoo," sounded once more the night bird from the black tree outside. "Dee the bird! I believe he's the devil in the shape of a mopoke. And yet I don't like Starlight to think we're afraid. He and the old man might be in a fix and want help. Suppose we toss up?" "All right," says Jim, speaking rather slowly. You couldn't tell from his face or voice how he felt about it. But I believe now more than that. He let on once to me that he was awfully cut up about my changing, and thought we were just in for a spell of straightforward work, and would stash the other thing for good and all. We put the fire together. It burnt up bright for a bit. I pulled out a shilling. "If it's head we go, Jim. If it's woman, we stay here." I sent up the coin. We both bent over near the fire to look at it. The head was uppermost. "Hoo, hoo, hoo, hoo," came the night bird's harsh croak. There was a heavyish stake on that throw, if we'd only known. Only ruin, only death. 4 men's lives lost, and 3 women made miserable for life. Jim and I looked at one another. He smiled and opened the door. "It's all the fault of that cursed owl, I believe," he said. "I'll have his life if he waits till it's daylight. We must be off early and get up our horses. I know what a long day for Warrigal and that ambling 3-cornered devil of his means, 70 or 80 miles, if it's a yard." We slept sound enough till daybreak, and could sleep then, whatever was on the card. As for Jim, he slept like a baby always once he turned in. When I woke I got up at once. It was half dark. There was a little light in the east. But Warrigal had been out before me and was leading his horse up to the hut with the hobbles in his hand. Our horses were not far off. One of them had a bell on. Jim had his old brown, and I had a chestnut that I thought nearly as good. We weren't likely to have anything to ride that wasn't middlin' fast and plucky. Them that overhauled us would have to ride for it. We saddled up and took our blankets, and what few things we couldn't do without. The rest stopped in the hut for anyone that came after us. We left our wages, too, and never asked for 'em from that day to this. A trifle like that didn't matter after what we were going in for. More's the pity. As we moved off, my horse propped once or twice, and Warrigal looked at us in a queer side sort of way, and showed his teeth a bit smile nor laugh. It wasn't, only a way he had when he thought he knew more than we did. "My word, your horse has been where the feed's good. We're going a good way today. I wonder if they'll be as flash as they are now." They'll carry us wherever that three-cornered mule of yours will shuffle to tonight, said Jim. Never you mind about them. You ride straight and don't get up to any monkey tricks, or, by George, I'll straighten you, so as you'll know better next time. You know a lot, Jim Marston, said the half-caste, looking at him with his long, dark, sleepy eyes, which I always thought were like a half-roused snake's. Never mind, you'll know more one of these days. We'd better push on. He went off at a hand gallop, and then pulled back into a long, darting kind of canter, which Bilbah thought was quite the thing for a journey. Anyhow, he never seemed to think of stopping it. Went on mile after mile as if he was not going to pull up this side of sundown. A wiry brute, always in condition, was this, said Bilbah, and just at this time as hard as nails. Our horses had been doing nothing lately, and being on good young feed had of course got fat, and were rather soft. After 4 or 5 miles they began to blow. We couldn't well pull up. The ground was hard in places and bad for tracking. If we went on at the pace we should cook our horses. As soon as we got into a bit of open I raced up to him. Now look here, Warrigal, I said. You know why you're doing this, and so do I. Our horses are not up to galloping 50 or 60 miles on end, just off a spell, and with no work for months. If you don't pull up and go our pace, I'll knock you off your horse. Oh, you're riled, he said, looking as impudent as he dared, but slackening all the same. Pulled up before, if I knowed your horses were getting baked. Thought they were up to anything, same as you and Jim. So they are. You'll find that one of these days. If there's work ahead, you ought to have sense enough not to knock smoke out of fresh horses before we begin. All right, plenty of work to do, my word. And Starlight said, tell him to be here today if they can. I know he's afraid of someone follerin' up our tracks, as it is. That's all right, Warrigal, but you ride steady all the same, and don't be tearing away through thick timber like a Mallee scrubber that's got into the open and sees the devil behind him until he can get cover again. We shall be there tonight if it's not 100 miles, and that's time enough. We did drop in for a long day and no mistake. We only pulled up for a short halt in the middle, and Warrigal's cast-iron pony was off again, as if he was bound right away for the other side of the continent. However, though we were not going slow either, but kept up a reasonable fast pace, it must have been past midnight when we rode into Starlight's camp. Very glad Jim and I were to see the fire, not a big one either. We had been taking it pretty easy, you see, for a month or two, and were not quite so ready for an 80-mile ride as if we had been in something like training. The horses had had enough of it too, though neither of them would give in, not if we'd ridden 'em 20 mile farther. As for Warrigal's Bilbah, he was near as fresh as when he started, and kept tossin' his head and amblin' and passin' away as if he was walkin' for a wager round a ring in a show yard. As we rode up, we could see a gunyah made out of boughs, and a longish wing of dog-leg fence made light but well put together. As soon as we got near enough, a dog ran out and looked as if he was going to worry us. Didn't bark either, but turned round and waited for us to get off. It's old Crib, said Jim with a big laugh. Blessed if it ain't. Father's somewhere handy. They're going to take up a back block and do the thing regular, Marston, Starlight and company, that's the fakement. They want us out to make dams or put up a wool shed or something. I don't see why they shouldn't, as well as Crossman and Fakesley. It's 6 of one and half a dozen of the other as far as being on the square goes. Depend upon it, Dad's turned over a new leaf. Do you fellows want anything to eat? Said a voice that I knew to be Starlight's. If you do, there's tea near the fire and some grub in that flour bag. Help yourselves and hobble out your horses. We'll settle matters a bit in the morning. Your respected parent's abed in his own camp, and it's just as well not to wake him unless you want his blessing ere you sleep. We went with Starlight to his gunya. A path led through a clump of pines, so thick that a man might ride round it and never dream there was anything but more pines inside. A clear place had been made in the sandhill, and a snug crib enough rigged with saplings and a few sheets of bark. It was neat and tidy, like everything he had to do with. "I was at sea when I was young," he once said to Jim when he was a bit on, "and a man learns to be neat there." There was a big chimney outside, and a lot of leaves and rushes out of a swamp, which he had made Warrigal gather. "Put your blankets down there, boys, and turn in. You'll see how the land lies in." The morning. We didn't want asking twice. Jim's eyes were nigh shut as it was. The sun was up when we woke. Outside, the first thing we saw was Father and Starlight talking. Both of these seemed a bit cranky. "It's a d shame," we heard Starlight say as he turned and walked off. "We could have done it well enough by ourselves." "I know what I'm about," says Father. "It's all or none. What's the use of crying after being in it up to our neck?" "Some day you'll think different," says Starlight, looking back at him. I often remembered it afterwards. "Well, lads," says Father, looking straight at us, "I wasn't sure as you'd come. Starlight has been barneying with me about sending for you. But we've got a big thing on now, and I thought you'd like to be in it." "We have come," says I, pretty short. "Now we're here. What's the play called, and when does the curtain rise? We're on." I was riled, vexed at Starlight talking as if we were children, and thought I'd show as we were men, like a young fool as I was. "All right," says Father, and he sat down on a log and began to tell us how there was any quantity of cattle running at the back where they were camped, a good lot strayed and mixed up from the last dry season, and had never been mustered for years. The stockmen hardly ever came out till the autumn musters. One of the chaps that was in it knew all this side and had told them. They were going to muster for a month or so and drive the mob right through to Adelaide. Store cattle were dear then, and we could get them off easy there and come back by sea. No one was to know we were not regular overlanders, and when we'd got the notes in our pockets, it would be a hard matter to trace the cattle or prove that we were the men that sold 'em. "How many head do you expect to get?" says Jim. "1,000 or 1,200, half of 'em fat, and 2/3 of them young cattle." "By George! That's something like a haul. But you can't muster such a lot as that without a yard." "I know that," says Father. "We're putting up a yard on a little plain about a mile from here. When they find it, it'll be an old nest, and the birds flown." "Well, if that ain't the cheekiest thing I ever heard tell of," says I laughingly, "to put up a yard at the back of a man's run and muster his cattle for him. I never heard the like before, nor anyone else. But suppose the cove or his men come across it?" "'Tain't no ways likely," says Father. "They're the sleepiest lot of chaps in this frontage I ever saw. It's hardly worthwhile touching them. There's no fun in it. It's like shooting pheasants when they ain't preserved. There's no risk, and when there's no risk, there's no pleasure. Anyway, that's my notion. Talking about risks, why didn't you work that Marquis of Lorne racket better? We saw in the papers that the troopers hunted you so close you had to kill him in the ranges." Father looked over at us and then began to laugh, not long, and he broke off short. Laughing wasn't much in his line. "Killed him, did we? And a horse worth nigh onto 2,000 pounds. You ought to have known your old father better than that." "We did kill a chestnut horse, one we picked out a purpose. White legs, white knee, short underlip, everything quite regular. We even fed him for a week on prairie grass, just like the Marquis had been eating. Bless you, we knew how to work all that. We. Deceived Windhall his own self, and he thinks he's pretty smart. No. The Marquis is all safe. You know where. I opened my eyes and stared at father. You've some call to crow if you can work things like that. How you ever got him away beats me. But not more than how you managed to keep him hid with a ring of troopers all round you from every side of the district. We had friends, father said. Me and Warrigal done all the traveling by night. No one but him could have gone afoot, I believe, much less led a blood horse through the beastly scrub and ranges he showed us. But the devil himself could not beat him. And that little brute Bilbah in rough country. I believe you, I said, thinking of our ride yesterday. It's quite bad enough to follow him on level ground. But don't you think our tracks will be easy to follow? With 1,000 head of cattle before us, any fool could do that. It ain't that as I'm looking at, said father. Of course an old woman could do it and knit stockings all the time. But our dart is to be off and have a month's start before anybody knows they are off the run. They won't think of mustering before fat cattle takes a bit of a turn. That won't be for a couple of months yet, then they may catch us if they can. We had a long talk with Starlight, and what he said came to much the same. One stockman they had squared, and he was to stand in. They had but 2 or 3 flash chaps to help muster and drive, who were to swear they thought we were dealers, and had bought cattle all right. 1 or 2 more were to meet us farther on. If we could get the cattle together and clear off before anything was suspected, the rest was easy. The yard was nearly up, and Jim and I wired in and soon finished it. It didn't want very grand work putting into it as long as it would last our time, so we put it up roughly but pretty strong with pine saplings. The drawing in was the worst, for we had to hump the most of them ourselves. Jim couldn't help bursting out laughing from time to time. It does seem such a jolly cheeky thing, he said. Driving off a mob of cattle on the quiet I've known happen once or twice, but I'm dashed if ever I heard tell of putting up duffing improvements of a superior class on a cove's run and clearing off with 1,000 drafted cattle, all quiet and regular, and him pottering about his home station, and never dropping to it no more than if he was in Sydney. People ought to look after their stock closer than they do, I said. It is their fault, almost as much as ours. But they are too lazy to look after their own work, and too miserable to pay a good man to do it for them. They just get a half-and-half sort of fellow that'll take low wages and make it up with duffing, and of course he's not likely to look very sharp after the back country. You're not far away, says Jim, but don't you think they'd have to look precious sharp and get up very early in the morning to be level with chaps like Father and Starlight, let alone Warrigal, who's as good by night as day? Then there's you and me. Don't try and make us out better than we are, Dick. We're all D scoundrels, that's the truth of it, and honest men haven't a chance with us, except in the long run, That's where they'll have us, Dick Marston. That's quite a long speech for you, Jim, I said, but it don't matter much that I know of whose fault it is that we're in this duffing racket. It seems to be our fate, as the chap says in the book. We'll have a jolly spree in Adelaide if this journey comes out right. And now let's finish this evening off. Tomorrow they're going to yard the first mob. After that we didn't talk much except about the work. Starlight and Warrigal were out every day and all day. The 3 new hands were some chaps who, formed part of a gang that did most of the horse stealing in that neighborhood, though they never showed up. The way they managed it was this. They picked up any good-looking nag or second-class racehorse that they fell across and took them to a certain place. There they met another lot of fellows who took the horses from them and cleared out to another colony. At the same time they left the horses they had brought. So each lot traveled different ways and were sold in places where they were quite strange, and no one was likely to claim them. After a man had had a year or two at this kind of work, he was good, or rather bad, for anything. These young chaps, like us, had done pretty well at these games, and one of them, falling in with Starlight, had proposed to him to put up a couple of 100 head of cattle on Outer Back Mambra, as the run was called. Then father and he had seen that 1,000 were as easy to get as 100. Of course there was a risky feeling, but it wasn't such bad fun while it lasted. We were out all day running in the cattle. The horses were in good wind. And condition now. We had plenty of rations, flour, tea, and sugar. There was no cart, but some good pack horses, just the same as if we were a regular station party on our own run. Father had worked all that before we came. We had the best of fresh beef and veal, too. You may be sure of that. There was no stint in that line. And at night we were always sure of a yarn from Starlight. That is, if he was in a good humor. Sometimes he wasn't. And then nobody dared speak to him, not even father. He was an astonishing man, certainly. Jim and I used to wonder, by the hour, what he'd been in the old country. He'd been all over the world, in the islands and New Zealand, in America, and among Malays and other strange people that we'd hardly ever heard of. Such stories as he'd tell us, too, about slaves and wild chiefs that he'd lived with and gone out to fight with against their enemy. People think a great deal of a dead man now and then in this innocent country, he said once when the grog was uppermost. Why, I've seen 50 men killed before. Breakfast, and in cold blood too, chopped up alive, or next thing to it, and a drove of slaves, men, women, and children as big nearly as our mob, handed over to a slave dealer and driven off in chains just as you'd start a lot of station cattle. They didn't like it, going off their run either, poor devils. The women would try and run back after their pickaninnies when they dropped, just like that heifer when Warrigal knocked her calf on the head today. What a man he was! This was something like life, Jim and I thought. When we'd sold the cattle, if we got 'em down to Adelaide all right, we'd take a voyage to some foreign country, perhaps, and see sights too. What a paltry thing working for £1 a week seemed when a rise like this was to be made. Well, the long and short of it is that we mustered the cattle quite comfortably, nobody coming annexed or nigh us any more than if we'd taken the thing by contract. You wouldn't have thought there was anybody nearer than Bathurst. Everything seemed to be in our favor. So it was, just at the start. We drafted out. All the worst and weediest of the cattle, besides all the old cows, and when we counted the mob out we had nearly 1,100 first-rate store cattle. Lots of fine young bullocks and heifers, more than half fat altogether, a prime well-bred mob that no squatter or dealer could fault in any way if the price was right. We could afford to sell them for a shade under market price for cash. Ready money, of course, we were bound to have. Just as we were starting there was a fine roan bull came running up with a small mob. Cut him out and beat him back, says father. We don't want to be bothered with the likes of him. Why, I'm dashed if that ain't Hood's imported bull, says Billy the boy, a Monero native that we had with us. I know him well. How's he come to get back? Why, the cove gave 250 notes for him afore he left. England, I've heard him say. Bring him along, said Starlight, who came up just then. In for a penny, in for £1. They'll never think of looking for him on the Coorong. and we'll be there before they miss any cattle worth talking about." So we took 15th Duke of Cambridge along with us, a red roan he was, with a little white about the flank. He wasn't more than 4-year-old. He'd been brought out from England as a yearling. How he'd worked his way out to this back part of the run, where a bull of his quality ain't often seen, nobody could say. But he was a lively, active beast, and he'd got into fine hard fettle with living on saltbush, dry grass, and scrub for the last few months, so he could travel as well as the others. I took particular notice of him, from his little waxy horns to his straight locks and long square quarters, and so I'd need to, but that came after. He had only a little bit of a private brand on the shoulder. That was easily faked and would come out quite different. Chapter 12. We didn't go straight ahead along any main track to the Lower Murray and Adelaide exactly. That would have been a little too open and barefaced. No, we divided the mob into 3 and settled where to meet in about a fortnight. 3 men to each mob. Father and Warrigal took one lot. They had the dog Old Crib to help them. He was worth about 2 men and a boy. Starlight. Jim and I had another, and the 3 stranger chaps another. We'd had a couple of knockabouts to help with the cooking and stockyard work. They were paid by the job. They were to stay at the camp for a week, to burn the gunyahs, knock down the yard, and blind the track as much as they could. Some of the cattle we'd left behind they drove back and forward across the track every day for a week. If rain came, they were to drop it and make their way into the frontage by another road. If they heard about the job being blown, or the police set on our track, they were to wire to one of the border townships we had to pass. Weren't we afraid of their selling us? No, not much. They were well paid. And had often given Father and Starlight information before, though they took care never to show out in the cattle or horse stealing way themselves. As long as chaps in our line have money to spend, they can always get good information and other things too. It is when the money runs short that the danger comes in. I don't know whether cattle duffing was ever done in New South Wales before on such a large scale, or whether it will ever be done again. Perhaps not. These wire fences stop a deal of crosswork, but it was done then. You take my word for it, a man's word hasn't that long to live, that it's worthwhile to lie, and it all came out right. That is as far as our getting safe over, selling the cattle and having the money in our pockets. We kept on working by all sorts of outside tracks on the main line of road, a good deal by night too, for the first 200 or 300 miles. After we crossed the Adelaide border, we followed the Darling down to the Murray. We thought we were all right and got bolder. Starlight had changed his clothes and was dressed like a swell away on a roughish trip, but still like a swell. They were his cattle. He had brought them from one of his stations on the Naran. He was going to take up country in the Northern Territory. He expected a friend out from England with a lot more capital. Jim and I used to hear him talking like this to some of the squatters whose runs we passed through, as grave as you please. They used to ask him to stay all night, but he always said he didn't like to leave his men. He made it a practice on the road. When we got within a fortnight's drive of Adelaide, he rode in and lived at one of the best hotels. He gave out that he expected a lot of cattle to arrive, and got a friend that he'd met in the billiard room, and couldn't he place a pricin', to introduce him to one of the leading stock agents there. So he had it all cut and dry when one day Warrigal and I rode in, and the boy handed him a letter, touching his hat respectfully, as he had been learned to do before a lot of young squatters and other swells that he was going out to a picnic with. "My confounded cattle come at last," he says. Excuse me for mentioning business. I began to hope they'd never come. 'Pon my soul I did. The time passes so deuced pleasantly here. Well, they'll all be at the yards tomorrow. You fellows had all better come and see them sold. There'll be a little lunch, and perhaps some fizz. You go to the stock agents, Runnymall and Co. Here's their address, Jack, he says to me, looking me straight in the eyes. They'll send a man to pilot you to the yards, and now off with you, and don't let me see your face till tomorrow. How he carried it off! He cantered away with the rest of the party, as if he hadn't a thought in the world except about pleasure and honest business. Nobody couldn't have told that he wasn't just like them, other young gentlemen with only their stock and station to think about, and a little fun at the races now and then. And what a risk he was running every minute of his life, he and all the rest of us. I wasn't sorry to be out of the town again. There were lots of police, too. Suppose one of them was to say, "Richard Marston, I arrest you for," it hardly mattered what. I felt as if I should have tumbled down with sheer fright and cowardliness. It's a queer thing you feel like that off and on. Other times a man has as much pluck in him as if his life was worth fighting for, which it isn't. The agent knew all about us, or thought he did, and sent a chap to show Mr. Carrisforth's cattle, Charles Carrisforth, Esq., of Sturton, Yorkshire, and Banda, Waruna, and Abor Downs, New South Wales. That was the name he went by the way to the yards. We were to draft them all next morning into separate pens. Cows and bullocks, steers and heifers, and so on. He expected to sell them all to a lot of farmers and small settlers that had taken up a new district lately and were very short of stock. You couldn't have come into a better market, young fellow, says the agents. Man to me, our boss, he's advertised 'em that well, as there'll be smart bidding between the farmers and some of the squatters. Good store cattle's been scarce, and these is in such rattling condition. That's what'll sell 'em. Your master seems a regular free-handed sort of chap. He's the jolliest squatter there's been in town these years, I hear folks say. Puts 'em in mind of Hodden and Evelyn Sturt in the old Overlander days. Next day we were at the yards early, you bet. We wanted to have time to draft them into pens of 20 to 50 each, so that the farmers and small settlers might have a chance to buy. Besides, it was the last day of our work. Driving all day and watching half the night is pretty stiffish work, good weather and bad, when you've got to keep it up for months at a time, and we've been 3 months and a week on the road. The other chaps were wild for a spree. Jim and I had made up our minds to be. Careful. Still, we had a lot to see in a big town like Adelaide, for we'd never been to Sydney even in our lives, and we'd never seen the sea. That was something to look at for the first time, wasn't it? Well, we got the cattle drafted to rights, every sort and size and age by itself, as near as could be. That's the way to draft stock, whether they're cattle, sheep, or horses. Then every man can buy what he likes best and isn't obliged to lump up one sort with another. We had time to have a bit of dinner. None of us had touched a mouthful since before daylight. Then we began to see the buyers come. There'd been a big tent rigged, as big as a small wool shed too. It came out in a cart, and then another cart came with a couple of waiters, and they laid out a long table of boards on trestles with a real first-class feed on it, such as we'd never seen in our lives before. Fowls and turkeys and tongues and rounds of beef, beer and wine and bottles with gilt labels on. Such a set-out it was. Father began to roll a bit. If he's going to feed the whole country this way, he'll spend half the stuff before we get it, let alone drawing a down on the whole thing. But Jim and me could see how Starlight had been working the thing to rights while he was swelling it in the town, among the big bugs. We told him the cattle would fetch that much more money on account of the lunch and the blowing the auctioneer was able to do. These would pay for the feed and the rest of the fallals 10 times over. When he gets in with men like his old pals, he loses his head, I believe, Father says, and fancies he's what he used to be. He'll get fitted quite simple some day if he doesn't keep a better lookout. That might be, but it wasn't to come about this time. Starlight came riding out by and by, dressed up like a real gentleman and looking so different that Jim and I hardly dared speak to him on a splendid horse. To not Rainbow, he'd been left behind. He was always left within 100 miles of the hollow, and he could do it in one day if he was wanted to, and a lot of fine-dressed chaps with him, young squatters and officers and whatnot. I shouldn't have been surprised if he'd had the governor out with him. They told us afterwards he did dine at Government House Regslaw and was made quite free and welcomed there. Well, he jumps down and shakes hands with us before them all. Well, Jack, well, Bill, and so on, calls us his good faithful fellows, and how well we brought the cattle over. Nods to Father, who didn't seem able to take it all in. Says he'll back us against any stockman in Australia, has up Warrigal and shows him off to the company. Most intelligent lad. Warrigal grinned and showed his white teeth. It was as good as a play. Then everybody goes to lunch, swells and selectors, Germans and Paddies, natives and immigrants, a good many of them too. And there was eating and drinking and speechifying till all was blue. By and by the auctioneer looks at his watch. He'd had a pretty good tuck in himself, and they must get to business. Father opened his eyes at the price the first pin brought, all prime young bullocks, half fat most of them. Then they all went off like wildfire, the big men and the little men bidding, quite jealous, sometimes one getting the lot, sometimes another. One chap made a remark about there being such a lot of different brands, but Starlight said they'd come from a sort of depot station of his and were the odds and ends of all the mobs of store cattle that he'd purchased the last 4 years. That satisfied him, particularly as he said it in a careless, fierce way which he could put on as if it was like a man's impudence to ask him anything. It made the people laugh. I could see that. By and by we comes to the imported bull. He was in a pen by himself, looking first rate. His brand had been faked, and the hair had grown pretty well. It would have took a sharp hand to know him again. Well, gentlemen, says the auctioneer, here is the imported bull, Duke of Brunswick. It ain't often an animal of his quality comes in with a mob of store cattle, but I am informed by Mr. Carrisforth that he left orders for the whole of the cattle to be cleared off the run, and this valuable animal was brought away in mistake. He was to return by sea, but as he happens to be here today, why, sooner than disappoint any intending buyer, Mr. Carrisforth has given me instructions to put him up, and if he realizes anything near his value he will be sold. Yes, drawls Starlight, as if a dozen imported bulls, more or less, made no odds to him. Put him up, by all means, Mr. Runnimall. Expectin' rather large shipment of Bates's Duchess tribe next month. Rather prefer them on the whole. The Duke here is full of Booth blood, so he may just as well go with the others. I shall never get what he cost, though. I know that. He's been a most expensive animal to me. Many a true word spoken in jest. He had good call to know him, as well as the rest of us, for a most expensive animal, before all was said and done. What he cost us all round it would be hard indeed to cipher up. Anyhow, there was a great laugh at Starlight's easy way of taking it. First one and then another of the squatters that was going in for breeding began to bid, thinking he'd go cheap, until they got warm, and the bull went up to a price that we never dreamed he'd fetch. Everything seemed to turn out lucky that day. One would have thought they'd never seen an imported bull before. The young squatters got running one another, as I said before, and he went up to 270 pounds. Then the auctioneer squared off the accounts as sharp as he could, and it took him all his time, what with the German and the small farmers, who took their time about it, paying in greasy notes and silver and copper, out of canvas bags, and the squatters, who were too busy chaffing and talking among themselves to pay at all. It was dark before everything was settled up, and all the lots of cattle delivered. Starlight told the auctioneer he'd see him at his office in a deuced high and mighty kind of way, and rode off with his new friend. All of us went back to our camp. Our work was over, but we had to settle up among ourselves and divide shares. I could hardly believe my eyes when I saw the cattle all sold and gone, and nothing left at the camp but the horses and the swags. When we got there that night, it was late enough. After tea, Father and I and Jim had a long yarn, settling over what we should do and wondering whether we were going to get clean away with our share of the money after all. "By George," says Jim, "it's a big touch and no mistake. To think of our getting over all right and selling out so easy, just as if they was our own cattle. Won't there be a jolly row when it's all out and the Momber people miss their cattle? More than half 'em was theirs. And when they muster, they can't be off seein'." "There's some hundreds short. That's what's botherin' me," says Father. "I wish Starlight hadn't been so thundering flash with it all. It'll draw more notice on us, and everyone'll be gassin' about this big sale, and all that, till people set on to ask where the cattle come from, and what not." "I don't see as it makes any difference," I said. "Somebody was bound to buy 'em, and we'd have had to give the brands and receipts just the same. Only if we'd sold to anyone that thought there was a cross look about it, we'd have had to take half money, that's all. They fetched a rattling price, through Starlight's working the oracle with those swells, and no mistake." "Yes, but that ain't all of it," says the old man, filling his pipe. "We've got to look at what comes after. I never liked that imported bull being took. They'll rake all the colonies to get hold of him again, parcel tarpee, as he sold for near 300. Pound. We must take our share of the risk along with the money," said Jim. "We shall have our whack of that according to what they fetched today. It'll be a short life and a merry one, though, Dad, if we go on big licks like this. What'll we tackle next? A bank or government house?" "Nothing at all for a good spell, if you've any sense," growled Father. "It'll give us all we know to keep dark when this thing gets into the papers, and the police in 3 colonies are all in full cry like a pack of beagles. The thing is, what'll be our best dart now? I'll go back overland," says he. "Starlight's going to take Warrigal with him, and they'll be off to the islands for a turn. If he knows what's best for him, he'll never come back. These other chaps say they'll separate and sell their horses when they get over to the Murray, low down, and work their way up by degrees." "Which way?" "Are you boys going?" "Jim and I, to Melbourne by next steamer," I said. "May as well see a bit of life now we're in it. We'll come back overland when we're tired of strange faces." "All right," says Father. "They won't know where I'm lying by for a bit. I'll go bail, and the sooner you clear out of Adelaide, the better. News like ours don't take long to travel, and you might be nabbed very simple. One of ye write a line to your mother and tell her where you're off to, or she'll be frettin' herself and the gal too frettin' over what can't be helped. But I suppose it's the nature of some women." We done our settling up next day. All the sale money was paid over to Starlight. He cashed the checks and drew the lot in notes in gold, such a bundle of 'em there was. He brought them out to us at the camp, and then we whacked the lot. There were 8 of us that had to share and share alike. How much do you think? We had to divide? Why, not a penny under £4,000. It had to be divided among the 8 of us. That came to 500 a man. A lot of money to carry about. That was the worst of it. Next day there was a regular split and squander. We didn't wait long after daylight, you bet. Father was off and well on his way, before the stars were out of the sky. He took Warrigal's horse, Bilbah, back with him. He and Starlight was going off to the islands together, and couldn't take horses with them. But he was real sorry to part with the cross-grained varmint. I thought he was going to blubber when he saw Father leading him off. Bilbah wouldn't go neither at first, pulled back and snorted and went on as if he'd never seen only one man afore in his life. Father got vexed at last, and makes a sign to old Crib. He fetches him such a healer as gave him something else to think of for a few miles. He didn't hang back much after that. The 3 other chaps went their own road. They kept very dark all through. I know their names well enough, but there's no use in bringing them up now. Jim and I cuts off into the town, thinking we was due for a little fun. We'd never been in a big town before, and it was something new to us. Adelaide ain't as grand quite as Melbourne or Sydney, but there's something quiet and homelike about it to my thinking. Great wide streets planted with trees, lots of steady-going German farmers, with their vineyards and orchards and drawl little wagons. The women work as hard as the men, harder perhaps, and get brown and scorched up in no time. Not that they've got much good looks to lose, leastways none we ever saw. We could always tell the German farmers' places along the road from one of our people by looking outside the door. If it was an Englishman or an Australian, you'd see where they'd throwed out the teapot leavings. If it was a German, you wouldn't see nothing. They drink their own sour wine, if their vines are old enough to make any, or else hop beer. But they won't lay out their money in the tea chest or sugar bag. No fear, or the grog either, and not far wrong. Then the sea. I can see poor old Jim's face now the day we went down to the port, and he's seen it for the first time. So we've got to the big water hole at last, he said. Don't it make a man feel queer and small to think of its going away right from here where we stand to the other side of the world? It's a long way across. Jim, says I, and to think we've lived all our lives up to this time and never set eyes on it before. Don't it seem as if one was shut up in the bush or tied to a gum tree so as one can never have a chance to see anything? I wonder we stayed in it so long. It's not a bad place, though it is rather slow and wired in sometimes, says Jim. We might be sorry we ever left it yet. When does the steamer go to Melbourne? The day after tomorrow. I'll be glad to be clear off, won't you? We went to the theater that night and amused ourselves pretty well next day, until the time came for our boat to start from Melbourne. We had altered ourselves a bit, had our hair cut and our beards trimmed by the hairdresser. We bought fresh clothes, and what with this and the feeling of being in a new place and having more money in our pockets than we'd ever dreamed about before, we looked so transmogrified when we saw ourselves in the glass that we hardly knew ourselves. We had to change our names, too, for the first time in our lives, and it went harder against the grain than you'd think, for all we were a couple of cattle duffers, with a warrant of peace sure to be after us before the year was out. It sounds ugly, says Jim, after we had given our names as John Simmons and Henry Smith at the hotel where we put up at till the steamer was ready to start. I never thought that Jim Marston was to come to this, to be afraid to tell a fat, greasy-looking fellow like that innkeeper what his real name was. Seems such a pitiful mean lie, don't it, Dick? It isn't so bad as being called No. 14, No. 221, as they sing out for the fellows in Barry Magall. How would you like that, Jim? I'd blow my brains out first, cried out Jim, or let some other fellow do it for me. It wouldn't matter which. It was very pleasant, those 2 or 3 days in Adelaide, if they'd only lasted. We used to stroll about the lighted streets till all hours, watching the people and the shops and everything that makes a large city different from the country. The different sorts of people, the carts and carriages, buggies and drays, pony carriages and spring carts, all jumbled up together. Even the fruit and flowers and oysters and fish under the gas lights seemed strange and wonderful to us. We felt as if we would have given all the world to have got Mother and Eileen down to see it all. Then Jim gave a groan. Only to think, says he, that we might have had all this fun some day, and bought and paid for it honest. Now it isn't paid for. It's out of some other man's pocket. There's a curse on it. It will have to be paid in blood or prison time before all's done. I could shoot myself for being such a cursed fool. Too late to think of that, I said. We'll have some fun in Melbourne for a bit anyhow. For what comes after we must chance it as we've done before, more than once or twice either. Next day, our steamer was to sail. We got Starlight to come down with us and show us how to take our passage. We'd never done it before and felt awkward at it. He'd made up his mind to go to New Zealand and after that to Honolulu, perhaps to America. I'm not sure that I'll ever come back, boys, he said, and if I were you, I don't think I would either. If you get over to San Francisco, you'd find the Pacific Slope a very pleasant country to live in. The people and the place would suit you all to pieces. At any rate, I'd stay away for a few years and wait till all this blows over. I wasn't sorry when the steamer cleared the port and got out of sight of land. There we were, where we'd never been before in blue water. There was a stiff breeze, and in half an hour we shouldn't have turned our heads if we'd seen Hood and the rest of 'em come riding after us on seahorses with warrants as big as the mainsail. Jim made sure he was going to die straight off, and the pair of us. Wished we'd never seen Outer Back Mambra, nor Hood's cattle, nor Starlight, nor Warrigal. We almost made up our minds to keep straight and square to the last day of our lives. However, the wind died down a bit next day, and we both felt a lot better in body and worse in mind, as often happens. Before we got to Melbourne we could eat and drink, smoke and gamble, and were quite ourselves again. We'd laid it out to have a reg'lar good month of it in town, taking it easy, and stopping nice and quiet at a good hotel, having some reasonable pleasure. Why shouldn't we see a little life? We'd got the cash, and we'd earned that pretty hard. It's the hardest earned money of all that's got on the cross, if fellows only knew. But they never do till it's too late. When we got tired of doing nothing and being in a strange place, we'd get across the border, above Albury somewhere, and work on the mountain runs till shearing came round again, and we could earn a fairish bit of money. Then we'd go home for Christmas, after it was all over, and see Mother and Eileen again. How glad and frightened they'd be to see us. It wouldn't be safe altogether, but go we would. Chapter 13. We got to Melbourne all right, and though it's a different sort of a place from Sydney, it's a jolly enough town for a couple of young chaps with money in their pockets. Most towns are, for the matter of that. We took it easy and didn't go on the spree or do anything foolish. No, we weren't altogether so green as that. We looked out for a quiet place to lodge, near the Sea St. Kilda they call it, in front of the beach, and we went about and saw all the sights, and for a time managed to keep down the thought that perhaps sooner or later we'd be caught, and have to stand our trial for this last affair of ours, and maybe one or two others. It wasn't a nice thing to think of, and now and then it used to make both of us take an extra drop of grog by way of driving the thoughts of it out of our heads. That's the worst of not being straight and square. A man's almost driven to drink when he can't keep from thinking of all sorts of miserable things day and night. We used to go to the horse yards now and then, and the cattle yards too. It was like old times to see the fat cattle and sheep penned up at Flemington, and the butchers riding out on their spicy nags or driving trotters. But their cattle yards was twice as good as ours, and me and Jim used often to wonder why the Sydney people hadn't managed to have something like them all these years, instead of the miserable cockatoo things at Homebush that we'd often heard the drovers and squatters grumble about. However, one day, as we was sitting on the rails talking away quite comfortable, we heard one butcher say to another, "My word, this is a smart bit of cattle duffing, 1,000 head too." "What's that?" says the other man. "Why, haven't you heard of it?" says the first one, and he pulls a paper out of his pocket with this in big letters: "Great Cattle Robbery." 1,000 head of Mr. Hood's cattle were driven off and sold in Adelaide. Warrants are out for the suspected parties who are supposed to have left the colony. Here was a bit of news. We felt as if we could hardly help falling off the rails. But we didn't show it, of course, and sat there for half an hour, talking to the buyers and sellers and cracking jokes like the others. But we got away home as soon as we could, and then we began to settle what we should do. Warrants were out, of course, for Starlight, and us too. He was known, and so were we. Our descriptions were sure to be ready to send out all over the country. Warrigal they mightn't have noticed. It was common enough to have a black boy or a half-caste with a lot of traveling cattle. Father had not shown up much. He had an old pea jacket on, and they mightn't have dropped down to him or the 3 other chaps that were in it with us. They were just like any other road hands. But about there being warrants out, with descriptions in all the colonies for a man to be identified, but generally known as Starlight, and for Richard and James Marston, we were as certain as that we were in St. Kilda, in a nice quiet little inn overlooking the beach. And what a murder it was to have to leave it at all. Leave the place we had to do at once. It wouldn't do to be strolling about Melbourne with the chance of every policeman we met taking a look at us to see if we tallied with the full description they had at the office. Richard and James Marston are 25 and 22 respectively, both tall and strongly built, having the appearance of bushmen. Richard Marston has a scar on left temple, James Marston has lost a front tooth, and so on. When we came to think of it, they couldn't be off knowing us if they took it into their heads to bail us up any day. They had our height and make. We couldn't help looking like bushmen, like men that had been in the open air all their lives, and that had a look as if saddle and bridle rein were more in our way than the spade and plow handle. We couldn't wash the tan off our skins. Faces, necks, arms, all showed pretty well that we'd come from where the sun was hot and that we'd had our share of it. They had my scar, got in a row, and Jim's front tooth, knocked out by a fall from a horse when he was a boy. There was nothing for it but to cut and run. It was time for us to go, my boys, as the song the Yankee sailor sung us one night runs, and then, which way to go? Every ship was watched that close. A strange rat couldn't get a passage, and, besides, we had that feeling we didn't like to clear away altogether out of the old country. There was Mother and Eileen still in it, and every man, woman, and child that we'd known ever since we were born. A chap feels that, even if he ain't much good other ways. We couldn't stand the thought of clearing out for America, as Starlight advised us. It was like death to us, so we thought we'd chance it somewhere in Australia for a bit longer. Now where we put up a good many drovers from Gippsland used to stay, as they brought in cattle from there. The cattle had to be brought over Swanston Street Bridge and right through the town after 12 o'clock at night. We'd once or twice, when we'd been out late, stopped to look at them and watch the big, heavy bullocks and fat cows, staring and starting and slipping all among the lamps and pavements, with the street all so strange and quiet, and laughed at the notion of some of the shopkeepers waking up and seeing a couple of hundred wild cattle, with 3 or 4 men behind 'em, shouldering and horning one another, then rushing past their doors at a hard trot or breaking into a gallop for a bit. Some of these chaps, seeing we was cattlemen and knew most things in that line, used to open out about where they'd come from, and what a grand place. Gippsland was splendid grass country, rivers that run all the year round, great fattening country, and snowy mountains at the back, keeping everything cool in the summer. Some of the mountain country, like Onio, that they talked a lot of, seemed about one of the most out-of-the-way places in the world. More than that, you could get back to old New South Wales by way of the Snowy River and then on to Monaro. After that, we knew where we were. Going the way was easy enough, in a manner of speaking, but we'd been a month in Melbourne, and when you mind that we were not bad-looking chaps, fairishly dressed, and with our pockets full of money, it was only what might be looked for if we had made another friend or two, besides Mrs. Morrison, the landlady of our inn, and Gippsland drovers. When we had time to turn round a bit in Melbourne, of course we began to make a few friends. Wherever a man goes, unless he keeps himself that close that he won't talk to anyone or let anyone talk to him, he's sure to find someone he likes to be with better than another. If he's old and done with most of his fancies, except smoking and drinking, it's a man. If he's young and got his life before him, it's a woman. So Jim and I hadn't been a week in Melbourne before we fell across a couple of, well, friends that we were hard set to leave. It was a way of mine to walk down to the beach every evening and have a look at the boats in the bay and the fishermen, if there were anything that might be going on. Sometimes a big steamer would be coming. In churning the water under her paddles and tearing up the bay like 100 bunyips. The first screw boat Jim and I saw, we couldn't make out for the life of us what she moved by. We thought all steamers had paddles. Then the sailing boats, flying before the breeze like seagulls, and the waves, if it was a rough day, rolling and beating and thundering on the beach. I generally stayed till the stars came out before I went back to the hotel. Everything was so strange and new to a man who'd seen so little else except green trees that I was never tired of watching and wondering and thinking what a little bit of a shabby world chaps like us lived in that never seen anything but a slab hut maybe, all the year round, and a bush public on high days and holidays. Sometimes I used to feel as if we hadn't done such a bad stroke in cutting loose from all this. But then the horrible feeling would come back of never being safe, even for a day, of being dragged off and put in the dock and maybe shut up for years and years. Sometimes I used to throw myself down upon the sand and curse. The day when I ever did anything that I had any call to be ashamed of, and put myself in the power of everything bad and evil in all my life through. Well, one day I was strolling along, thinking about these things, and wondering whether there was any other country where a man could go and feel himself safe from being hounded down for the rest of his life, when I saw a woman walking on the beach ahead of me. I came up with her before long, and as I passed her she turned her head and I saw she was one of 2 girls that we had seen in the landlady's parlor one afternoon. The landlady was a good, decent Scotchwoman, and had taken a fancy to both of us, particularly to Jim as usual. She thought she was that simple, that we were up-country squatters from some far-back place, or overseers. Something in the sheep or cattle line, everybody could see that we were. There was no hiding that, but we didn't talk about ourselves over much for very good reasons. The less people say, the more others will wonder and guess about you. So we began to be looked upon as bosses of some sort and to be treated with a lot of respect that we hadn't been used to much before. So we began to talk a bit natural enough, this girl and I. She was a good-looking girl with a wonderful, fresh, clear skin, full of life and spirits, and pretty well taught. She and her sister had not been a long time in the country. Their father was dead, and they had to live by keeping a very small shop and by dressmaking. They were some kind of cousins of the landlady and the same name, so they used to come and see her of evenings and Sundays. Her name was Kate Morrison, and her sister's was Jeanie. This and a lot more she told me before we got back to the hotel, where she said she was going to stay that night and keep Mrs. Morrison company. After this, we began to be a deal better acquainted. It all came easy enough. The landlady thought she was doing the girls a good turn by putting them in the way of a couple of hard-working, well-to-do fellows like us, and as Jim and the younger one, Jeanie, seemed to take a fancy to each other, Mrs. Morrison used to, make up boating parties, and we soon got to know each other well enough to be joked about falling in love and all the rest of it. After a bit, we got quite into the way of calling for Kate and Jeanie after their day's work was done and taking them out for a walk. I don't know that I cared so much for Kate in those days anyhow, but by degrees we got to think that we were what people call in love with each other. It went deeper with her than me, I think. It mostly does with women. I never really cared for any woman in the world except Gracie Storefield, but she was far away, and I didn't see much likelihood of my being able to live in that part of the world, much less to settle down and marry there. So though we'd broken a sixpence together and I had my half, I looked upon her as ever so much beyond me and out of my reach, and didn't see any harm in amusing myself with any woman that I might happen to fall across. So, partly from idleness, partly from liking, and partly seeing that the girl had made up her mind to throw in her lot with me for good and all, I just took it as it came. But it meant a deal more than that, if I could have foreseen the end. I hadn't seen a great many women, and had made up my mind that, except a few bad ones, they was mostly of one sort. Good to lead, not hard to drive, and above all, easy to see through and understand. I often wonder what there was about this Kate Morrison to make her so different from other women, but she was born unlike them, I expect. Anyway, I never met another woman like her. She wasn't out-and-out handsome, but there was something very taking about her. Her figure was pretty near as good as a woman's could be, her step was light and active, her feet and hands were small, and she took a pride in showing them. I never thought she had any temper different from other women, but if I'd noticed her eyes, surely I'd have seen it. There was something very strange and out of the way about them. They hardly seemed so bright when you looked at them first, but by degrees, if she got roused and sent up about anything, they began to burn with a steady sort of glitter that got fiercer and brighter till you think they'd burn everything they looked at. The light in them didn't go out again in a hurry either. It seemed as if those wonderful eyes would keep on shining, whether their owner wished it or not. I didn't find out all about her nature at once. Trust a woman for that. Vain and fond of pleasure, I could see she was, and from having been always poor, in a worrying, miserable, ill-contented way, she had got to be hungry for money and jewels and fine clothes, just like a person that's been starved and shivering with cold, longs for a fire and a full meal and a warm bed. Some people like these things when they can get them, but others never seem to think about anything else, and would sell their souls or do anything in the whole world to get what their hearts are set on. When men are like this, they're dangerous, but they hardly hurt anybody, only themselves. When women are born with hearts of this sort, it's a bad lookout for everybody they come near. Kate Morrison could see that I had money. She thought I was rich, and she made up her mind to attract me and go shares in my property, whatever it might be. She won over her younger sister, Jeannie, to her plans, and our acquaintance was part of a regular put-up scheme. Jeannie was a soft, good-tempered, good-hearted girl with beautiful fair hair, blue eyes, and the prettiest mouth in the world. She was as good as she was pretty, and would have worked away without grumbling in that dismal little shop from that day to this if she'd been let alone. She was only just turned 17. She soon got to like Jim a deal too well for her own good, and used to listen to his talk about the country across the border and such simple yarns as he could tell her. Poor old Jim! Until she said she'd go and live with him under a salt bush if he'd come back and marry her after Christmas. And of course he did promise. He didn't see any harm in that. He intended to come back if he could. And so did I, for that matter. Well, the long and short of it was that we were both regularly engaged and had made all kinds of plans to be married at Christmas and go over to Tasmania or New Zealand, when this terrible blow fell upon us like a shell. I did see one explode at a review in Melbourne, and, my word, what a scatteration it made. Well, we had to let Kate and Jeannie know the best way we could that our business required us to leave Melbourne at once, and that we shouldn't be back till after Christmas, if then. It was terrible hard work to make out any kind of a story that would do. Kate questioned and cross-questioned me about the particular kind of business that called us away like a lawyer. I've seen plenty of that since, until at last I was obliged to get a bit cross and refused to answer any more questions. Johnny took it easier and was that downhearted and miserable at parting with Jim that she hadn't the heart to ask any questions of anyone, and Jim looked about as dismal as she did. They sat with their hands in each other's till it was nearly 12 o'clock, when the old mother came and carried the girls off to bed. We had to start at daylight next morning, but we made up our minds to leave them £100 apiece to keep for us until we came back, and promised if we were alive to be at St. Kilda next January, which they had to be contented with. Jeannie did not want to take the money, but Jim said he very likely lose it, and so persuaded her. We were miserable and low-spirited enough ourselves at the idea of going away all in a hurry. We had come to like Melbourne, and had bit by bit cheated ourselves into thinking that we might live comfortably and settle down in Victoria, out of reach of our enemies, and perhaps live and die unsuspected. From this dream we were roused up by the confounded advertisement. Detectives and constables would be seen to be pretty thick in all the colonies, and we could not reasonably expect not to be taken some time or other, most likely before another week. We thought it over and over again in every way. The more we thought over it, the more dangerous it seemed to stop in Melbourne. There was only one thing for it, that was to go straight out of the country. The Gippsland men were the only bushmen we knew at all. Well, and perhaps that door might shut soon. So we paid our bill. They thought us a pair of quiet, respectable chaps at that hotel, and never would believe otherwise. People may say what they like, but it's a great thing to have some friends that can say of you. Well, I never knew no harm of him. A better-tempered chap couldn't be. And all the time we knowed him he was that particular about his bills and money matters that a banker couldn't have been more regular. He may have had his faults, but we never seen 'em. I believe a deal that was said of him wasn't true, and nothing won't ever make me believe it. These kind of people will stand up for you all the days of your life and stick to you till the very last moment, no matter what you turn out to be. Well, there's something pleasant in it, and it makes you think human nature ain't quite such a low and paltry thing as some people tries to make out. Anyhow, when we went away, Our good little landlady and her sister was that sorry to lose us, as you'd have thought they was our blood relations. As for Jim, everyone in the house was fit to cry when he went off, from the dogs and cats upwards. Jim never was in no house where everybody didn't seem to take naturally to him. Poor old Jim. We bought a couple of horses and rode away down to Sale with these chaps that had sold their cattle in Melbourne and was going home. It rained all the way, and it was the worst road by chalks we'd ever seen in our lives, but the soil was wonderful, and the grass was something to talk about. We'd hardly ever seen anything like it. A few thousand acres there would keep more stock than half the country we'd been used to. We didn't stay more than a day or so in Sale. Every morning at breakfast someone was sure to turn up the paper and begin jabbering about the same old infernal business. Hood's cattle, and what a lot were taken, and whether they'll catch Starlight and the other men, and so on. We heard of a job at Omeo while we were in Sale, which we thought would just about suit us. All the cattle on our run there were to be mustered and delivered to a firm of stock agents that had bought them. They wanted people to do it by. Contracted so much ahead, anybody who took it must have money enough to buy stock horses. The price per head was pretty fair, what would pay well, and we made up our minds to go in for it. So we made a bargain, bought 2 more horses each, and started away for Omeo. It was near 200 miles from where we were. We got up there all right and found a great rich country with a big lake, I don't know how many feet above the sea. The cattle were as wild as hares, but the country was pretty good to ride over. We were able to keep our horses in good condition in the paddocks, and when we had mustered the whole lot we found we had a handsome check to get. It was a little bit strange buckling to, after the easy life we'd led for the last few months, but after a day or two we found ourselves as good men as ever, and could spin over the limestone boulders and through the thick mountain timber as well as ever we did. A man soon gets right again in the fresh air of the bush, and as it used to snow there every now and then, the air was pretty fresh, you bet, particularly in the mornings and evenings. After we'd settled up, we made up our minds to get as far as Monaro and wait there for a month or two. After that we might go in for the shearing till Christmas, and then whatever happened we would both make a strike back for home and have one happy week at any rate with Mother and Eileen. We tried as well as we could to keep away from the large towns and the regular mail coach road. We worked on runs where the snow came down every now and then, in such a way as to make us think that we might be snowed up alive some fine morning. It was very slow and tedious work, but the newspapers seldom came there, and we were not worried day after day with telegrams about our Adelaide stroke and descriptions of Starlight's own look and way of speaking. We got into the old way of working hard all day and sleeping well at night. We could eat and drink well. The corned beef and the damper were good, and Jim, like when we were at the back of Boree, when Warrigal came, wished that we could stick to this kind of thing always and never have any fret or crooked dealings again as long as we lived. But it couldn't be done. We had to leave and go shearing when the spring came on. We did go, and went from one big station to the other when the spring was regularly on, and shearers were scarce. By and by the weather gets warmer, and we had cut our last shed before the first week in December. Then we couldn't stand it any longer. I don't care, says Jim. If there's a policeman standing at every corner of the street, I must make a start for home. They may catch us, but our chance is a pretty good one, and I'd just as soon be lagged outright as have to hide and keep dark and moulder away life in some of these God-forsaken spots. So we made up to start for home and chance it. We worked our way by degrees up the Snowy River, by Buchan and Galantapee, and gradually made towards Baluka and Buckley's Crossing. On the way, we crossed some of the roughest country we had ever seen or ridden over. "My word, Dick," said Jim one day as we were walking along and leading our horses, "we could find a place here if we were hard pushed near as good for hiding in as the Hollow. Look at that bit of tableland that runs up towards Black Mountain. Any man that could find a track up to it might live there for a year, and all the police of the country be after him. What would he get to eat if he was there? That long chap we stayed with at Wargulmarang told us that there were wild cattle on all those tablelands. Often they get snowed up in winter and die, making a circle in the snow. Then fish in all the creeks besides the old Snowy. And there are places on the south side of him that people didn't see once in 5 years. I believe I shall make a camp for myself on the way and live in it till they forgot all about these cursed cattle. Rot their hides, I wish we'd never have set eyes on one of them." "So do I, but like many things in the world, it's too late, Jim." Chapter 14. One blazing hot day in the Christmas week, Jim and I rode up the gap that led from the southern road towards Rocky Creek and the little flat near the water where our hut stood. The horses were tired, for we'd ridden a long way, and not very slow either to get to the old place. How small and queer the old homestead looked, and everything about it, after all we had seen. The trees in the garden were in full leaf, and we could see that it was not let go to waste. Mother was sitting in the veranda sewing, pretty near the same as we went away, and a girl was walking slowly up from the creek, carrying a bucket of water. It was Eileen. We knew her at once. She was always as straight as a rush, and held her head high, as she used to do. But she walked very slow, and looked as if she was dull and weary of everything. All of a sudden Jim jumped off, dropped his horse's bridle on the ground, and started to run towards her. She didn't see him till he was pretty close. Then she looked up, astonished like, and put her bucket down. She gave a sudden cry and rushed over to him. The next minute she was in his arms, sobbing as if her heart would break. I came along quiet. I knew she'd be glad to see me, but, bless you, she and Mother cared more for Jim's little finger than for my whole body. Some people have a way of getting the biggest share of nearly everybody's liking that comes next, or an I am. I don't know how it's done, or what works it, but so it is, and Jim could always count on every man, woman, and child, wherever he lived, wearing his colors and backing him right out, through thick and thin. When I came up, Eileen was saying, "Oh, Jim, my dear old Jim, now I'll die happy. Mother and I were only talking of you today, and wondering whether we should see you at Christmas, and now you have come. Oh, Dick! And you too! But we shall be frightened every time we hear a horse's tread or dog's bark." "Well, we're here now, Eileen, and that's something. I had a great notion of clearing out for San Francisco and turning Yankee." "What would you have done then?" We walked up to the house, leading our horses, Jim and Eileen, hand in hand. Mother looked up and gave a scream. She nearly fell down. When we got in, her face was as white as a sheet. "Mother of mercy, I vowed to you for this," she said. "Sure she hears our prayers. I wanted to see you both before I died, and I didn't think you'd come. I was afraid he'd be dreading the police, and maybe stay away for good and all. The Lord be thanked for all his mercies." We went in and enjoyed our tea. We had had nothing to eat that day since breakfast, but better than all was Eileen's pleasant, clever tongue, though she said it was getting stiff for want of exercise. She wanted to know all about our travels. and was never tired of listening to Jim's stories of the wonders we had seen in the great cities and the strange places we had been to. "Oh, how happy you must have been," she would say, "while we have been pining and wearying here, all through last spring and summer, and then winter again. Cold and miserable it was last year. And now Christmas has come again. Don't go away again for a good while, or Mother and I'll die straight out." Well, what could we say? Tell her we'd never go away at all if we could help it. Only she must be a good girl and make the best of things for Mother's sake. When had she seen Father last? Oh, he was away a good while once. That time you and Jim were at Mr. Falkland's back country. You must have had a long job then. No wonder you've got such good clothes and look so smartened up like. He comes every now and then, just like he used. We never know what's become of him. When was he here last? Oh, about a month ago. He said he might be here about Christmas, but he wasn't sure. And so you saved Miss Falkland from being killed off her horse, Jim? Tell me all about it, like a good boy. And what sort of a looking young lady is she? All right, said Jim. I'll unload the story bag before we get through. There's a lot in there yet, but I want to look at you and hear you talk just now. How's George Storefield? Oh, he's just the same good, kind, steady-going fellow he always was, says she. I don't know what we should do without him when you're away. He comes and helps with the cows now and then. 2 of the horses got into Bargo Pound, and he went and released them for us. Then a storm blew off this part of the roof of the barn, and the bit of wheat would have been spoiled only for him. He's the best friend we have. You'd better make sure of him for good and all, I said. I suppose he's pretty well to do now with that new farm he bought the other day. Oh, you saw that, she said. Yes. He bought out the Cumberers. They never did any good with Honeysuckle Flat, though the land was so good. He's going to lay it all down in Lucerne, he says. And then he'll smarten up the cottage. And Sister Eileen, I'll go over and live in it, says Jim. And a better thing she couldn't do. I don't know, she said. Poor George, I wish I was fonder of him. There never was a better man, I believe. But I cannot leave Mother yet, so it's no use talking. Then she got up and went in. That's the way of the world, says Jim. George worships the ground she treads on, and she can't make herself care 2 straws about him. Perhaps she will in time. She'll have the best home and the best chap in the whole district if she does. There's a deal of if in this world, I said, and if we're copped on account of that last job, I'd like to think she and Mother had someone to look after them, good weather and bad. We might have done that, and not killed ourselves with work either, said Jim, rather sulkily for him, and he lit his pipe and walked off into the bush without saying another word. I thought, too, how we might have been 10 times, 20 times, as happy if we'd only kept on steady ding-dong work, like George Storefield, having patience and seeing ourselves get better off, even a little year by year. What did he come to, and what lay before us? And though we were that fond of poor Mother and Eileen, that we would have done anything in the world for them. That is, we would have given our lives for them any day. Yet we had left them, Father, Jim, and I, to lead this miserable, lonesome life, looked down upon by a lot of people not half good enough to tie their shoes, and obliged to a neighbor for help in every little distress. Jim and I thought we'd chance a few days at home, no matter what risk we ran. But still we knew that if warrants were out, the old home would be well watched, and that it was the first place the police would come to. So we made up our minds not to sleep at home, but to go away every night to an old deserted shepherd's hut, a couple of miles up the gully, that we used to play in when we were boys. It had been strongly built at first. Time was not much matter then, and there were no wages to speak of, so that it was a good shelter. The weather was that hot, too. It was just as pleasant sleeping under a tree as anywhere else, so we didn't show at home more than one at a time and took care to be ready for a bolt at any time, day or night, when the police might show themselves. Our place was middling clear all round now, and it was hard for anyone on horseback to get near it without warning. And if we could once reach the gully, we knew we could run faster than any man could ride. One night, laddish, just as we were walking off to our hut, there was a scratching at the door. When we opened it, there was old Crib. He ran up to both of us and smelt round our legs for a minute to satisfy himself, then jumped up once to each of us as if he thought he ought to do the civil thing, wagged his stump of a tail, and laid himself down. He was tired, and had come a long way. We could see that, and that he was footsore too. We knew that father wasn't so very far off, and would soon be in. If there'd been anybody strange there, Crib would have run back fast enough. Then father'd have dropped there was something up and not shown. No fear of the dog, not knowing who was right and who wasn't. He could tell every sort of a man a mile off, I believe. He knew the very walk of the police troopers' horses, and would growl, father said, if he heard their hoofs rattle on the stones of the road. About a quarter of an hour after father walks in, quiet as usual. Nothing never made no difference to him, except he thought it was worth while. He was middlin' glad to see us, and behaved kind enough to mother, so the poor soul looked quite happy for her. It was little enough of that she had for her share. By and by father walks outside with us, and we had a long private talk. It was a brightish kind of starlight night. As we walked down to the creek, I thought how often Jim and I had come out on just such a night, possum hunting, and came home so tired that we were hardly able to pull our boots off. Then we had nothing to think about when we woke in the morning, but to get in the cows, and didn't we enjoy the fresh butter and the damper and bacon and eggs at breakfast time? It seems to me the older people get the more miserable they get in. This world. If they don't make misery for themselves, other people do it for 'em, or just when everything's going straight and they're doing their duty first rate and all that, some accident happens, just as if they was the worst people in the world. I can't make it out at all. Well, boys, says Dad, you've been lucky so far. Suppose you had a pretty good spree in Melbourne. You seen the game was up by the papers, didn't you? But why didn't you stay where you were? Why, of course, that brought us away, says Jim. We didn't want to be fetched back in irons, and thought there was more show for it in the bush here. But even if they grabbed Starlight, says the old man, you'd no call to be afeard. Not much chance of his peaching if it had been a hanging matter. You don't mean to say there ain't warrants against us and the rest of the lot? I said. There's never a warrant out agin anyone but Starlight, said the old man. I've had the papers read to me regular, and I rode over to Bargo and saw the reward of £200 a chap alongside of me read it as is offered for a man generally known as Starlight, supposed to have left the country, but not a word about you two and me, or the boy, or them other coes. So we might as well have stayed where we were, Jim. Jim gave a kind of groan. Still, when you look at it, isn't it queer, I went on, that they should only spot Starlight and leave us out? It looks as if they was keeping dark for fear of frightening us out of the country, but watching all the same. It's this way I worked it, says father, rubbing his tobacco in his hands the old way, and bringing out his pipe. They couldn't be off marking down Starlight along of his carrying on so. Of course he drawed notice to himself all roads, but the rest of us only come in with the mob, and soon as they was sold, stashed the camp, and cleared out different ways. Them 3 fellers is in Queensland long ago, and nobody was to know them from any other road hands. I was back with the old mare and Bilbah in mighty short time. I rode 'em night and day, turn about, and they can both travel. You kept pretty quiet, as luck had it, and was off to Melbourne quick. I don't really believe they dropped to any of us, bar Starlight, and if they don't nab him, we might get shut of it altogether. I've known worse things as never turned up in this world, and never will now. Here the old man showed his teeth as if he were going to laugh, but thought better of it. Anyhow, we'd made it up to come home at Christmas, says Jim. But it's all one. It would have saved us a deal of trouble in our minds all the same if we'd known there was no warrants out after us too. I wonder if they'll nail Starlight. They can't be well off it, says father. He's gone off his head and stopped in some swell town in New Zealand, Canterbury. I think it's called livin' tip-top among a lot of young English swells, instead of making off for the islands, as he laid out to do. How do you know he's there? I said. I know, and that's enough, snarls father. I hear a lot in many ways about things and people that no one guesses on, and I know this that he's pretty well marked down by old Stillbrook the detective, as went down there a month ago. But didn't you warn him? Yes, of course, as soon as I heard tell. But it's too late, I'm thinking. He has the devil's luck as well as his own, but I always used to tell him it would fail him yet. I believe you're the smartest man of the crowd, Dad, says Jim, laying his hand on father's shoulder. He could pretty nigh get round the old chap once in a way, could Jim, surly as he was. What do you think we better do? What's our best start? Father shook up his hand, but not roughly, and his voice wasn't so hard when he said, Why, stop at home quiet, of course, and sleep in your beds at night. Don't go planting in the gully, or someone'll think you're wanted and let on to the police. Ride about the country till I give you the office. Never fear, but I'll have word quick enough. Go about and see the neighbors round just as usual. Jim and I was quite stunned by this bit of news. No doubt we was pretty sorry as ever we left Melbourne, but there was nothing for it now but to follow it out. After all, we were at home, and it was pleasant to think we wouldn't be hunted for a bit and might ride about the old place and enjoy ourselves a bit. Eileen was. As happy as the day was long, and poor mother used to lay her head on Jim's neck and cry for joy to have him with her. Even father used to sit in the front, under the quinces, and smoke his pipe, with old Crib at his feet, most as if he thought he was happy. I wonder if he ever looked back to the days when he was a farmin' boy and hadn't took to poaching. He must have been a smart, handy kind of lad, and what a different look his face must have had then. We had our own horses in pretty good trim, so we foraged up Eileen's mare and made it up to ride over to George Storefield's and gave him a look up. He'd been away when we came, and now we heard he was home. George has been doing well all this time, of course, I said. I expect he'll turn squatter some day and be made a magistrate. Like enough, says Jim. More than one we could pick began lower down than him and sits on the bench and gives coves like us a turn when we're brought up. Before 'em, fancy old George saying, Is anything known, constable, of this prisoner's antecedents, as I heard old Higgler say one day at Bargo. Why do you make fun of these things, Jim dear, says Eileen, looking so solemn and mournful like. Oughtn't a steady worker to rise in life, and isn't it sad to see cleverer men and better workers, if they liked, kept down by their own fault? Why wasn't your roan mare born black or chestnut, says Jim, laughing, and pretending to touch her up. Come along, and let's see if she can trot as well as she used to do. Poor Loan, says she, patting the mare's smooth neck. She was a wonderful neat, well-bred dark roan, with black points, one of Dad's perhaps, that he'd brought her home one time he was in special good humor about something. Where she was bred or how, nobody ever knew. She was born pretty and good. How little trouble her life gives her. It's a pity we can't all say as much or have as little on our minds. Whose fault's that, says Jim. The dingo must live as well as the collie or the sheep either. One's been made just the same as the other. I've often watched a dingo turn round twice, and then pitch himself down in the long grass like as if he was dead. He's not a bad sort, old dingo, and has a good time of it as long as it lasts. Yes, till he's trapped or shot or poisoned some day, which he always is, said Eileen bitterly. I wonder any man should be content with a wicked life and a shameful death. And she struck Lowen with a switch and spun down the slope of the hill between the trees like a forester doe with the hunter hound behind her. When we came up with her, she was all right again and tried to smile. Whatever. Put her out for the time, she always worked things by kindness, and would lead us straight as she could. Driven she knew we couldn't be, and I believe she did us about 10 times as much good that way as if she had scolded and raged or even sneered at us. When we rode up to Mr. Storefield's farm, we were quite agreeable and pleasant again, Jim making believe his horse could walk fastest and saying that her mare's pace was only a double shuffle of an amble like Bilbah's, and she declaring that the mare's was a true walk, and so it was. The mare could do pretty well everything but talk, and all her paces were first class. Old Mrs. Storefield was pottering about in the garden with a big sunbonnet on. She was a great woman for flowers. "Come along in, Eileen, my dear," she said. "Gracie's in the dairy. She'll be out directly. George only came home yesterday. Who'll be these you've got with ye?" "Why, Dick," she says, looking again with her sharp old gray eyes, "it's you, boy, is it? Well, you've changed a deal too. And Jim, too. Is he as full of mischief as ever? Well, God bless you, boys. I wish you well. I wish you well. Come in out of the sun, Eileen, and one of you take the horses up to the stable. You'll find George there somewhere." Eileen had jumped down by this time and had thrown her rein to Jim, so we rode up to the stable, and a very good one it was, not long put up that we could see. How the place had changed and how different it was from ours. We remembered the time when their hut wasn't a patch on ours, when old Isaac Storefield, that had been gardener at Mulgoa to some of the big gentlemen in the old days, had saved a bit of money and taken up a farm. But bit by bit their place had been getting better and bigger every year, while ours had stood still, and now was going back. Chapter 15. George Storefield's place, for the old man was dead and all the place belonged to him and Gracie, quite stunned Jim and me. We'd been away more than a year, and he pulled down the old fences and put up new ones, first-rate work. It was too. He was always a dead hand at splitting. Then there was a big hay shed, chock full of good sweet hay and wheat sheaves, and, last of all, the new stable, with 6 stalls and a loft above, and racks, all built of iron bark slabs, as solid and regular as a church, Jim said. They'd a good 6-roomed cottage, and a new garden fence ever so long. There were more fir trees in the garden, and a lot of good draft horses standing about, that looked well, but as if they'd come off a journey. The stable door opens, and out comes old George, as hearty as ever, but looking full of business. "Glad to see you, boys," he says. "What a time you've been away." "Been away." Myself these 3 months with a lot of teams carrying, I've taken greatly to the business lately. I'm just settling up with my drivers. But put the horses in, there's chaff and corn in the mangers, and I'll be down in a few minutes. It's well on to dinner time, I see. We took the bridles off and tied up the horses there was any amount of feed for them, and strolled down to the cottage again. "Wonder whether Gracie's as nice as she used to be," says Jim. "Next to Eileen, I used to think she wasn't to be beat. When I was a little chap I believed you, and she must be married for certain. And old George and Eileen. I never laid out any one for myself, I remember." The first two don't look like coming off, I said. You're the likeliest man to marry and settle if Jeannie sticks to you. She'd better go down to the pier and drown herself comfortably, said Jim. If she knew what was before us all, perhaps she would. Poor little Jeannie. We'd no right to drag other people into our troubles. I believe we're getting worse and worse. The sooner we're shot or locked up, the better. You won't think so when it comes, old man, I said. Don't bother your head. It ain't the best part of you about things that can't be helped. We're not the only horses that can't be kept on the course with a good turn of speed, too. They want shooting like the dingoes, as Eileen said. They're never no good, except to ruin those that back 'em and disgrace their owners and a stable they come out of. That's our sort all to pieces. Well, we'd better come in. Gracie'll think we're afraid to face her. When we went away last, Grace Storefield was a little over 17, so now she was 19 all out, and a fine girl she'd grown, though I never used to think her a beauty. Now I almost began to think she must be. She wasn't tall, and Eileen looked slight alongside of her, but she was wonderful fair and fresh-colored for an Australian girl, with a lot of soft brown hair and a pair of clear blue eyes that always looked kindly and honestly into everybody's face. Every look of her seemed to wish to do you good and make you think that nothing that wasn't square and right and honest and true could live in the same place with her. She held out both hands to me and said, "Well, Dick, so you're back again. You must have been to the end of the world, and Jim too. I'm very glad to see you both." She looked into my face with that pleased look that put me in mind of her when she was a little child and used to come toddling up to me, staring and smiling all over her face the moment she saw me. Now she was a grown woman and as sweet. Looking one too. I couldn't lift her up and kiss her as I used to do, but I felt as if I should like to do it all the same. She was the only creature in the whole world, I think, that liked me better than Jim. I'd been trying to drive all thoughts of her out of my heart, seeing the tangle I'd got into in more ways than one, but now the old feeling which had been a part of me ever since I'd grown up came rushing back stronger than ever. I was surprised at myself and looked queer, I dare say. Then Eileen laughed, and Jim comes to the rescue and says, "Dick doesn't remember you, Gracie. You've grown such a swell, too. You can't be the little girl we used to carry on our backs." "Dick remembers very well," she says, and her very voice was ever so much fuller and softer. "Don't you, Dick?" And she looked into my face as innocent as a child. I don't think he could pull me out of the water and carry me up to the cottage now. "You tumble in, and we'll try," says Jim. "First man to keep you for good, eh, Gracie? It's fine hot weather, and Eileen shall see fair play." "You're just as saucy as ever, Jim," says she, blushing and smiling. "I see George coming, so I must go and fetch in dinner. Eileen's going to help me instead of Mother. You must tell us all about your travels when we sit down." When George came in, he began to talk to make up for lost time and told us where he had been a long way out in some new back country, just taken up with sheep. He had got a first-rate paying price for his carriage out and had brought back and delivered a full load of wool. "I intend to do it every year for a bit," he said. "I can breed and feed a good stamp of draft horse here. I pay drivers with 3 wagons and drive the 4th myself. It pays first rate so far, and we had very fair feed all the way there and back." "Suppose you get a dry season," I said. "How will that be?" "We shall have to carry forage, of course, but then carriage will be higher, and it will come to the same thing. I don't like being so long away from home, but it pays first rate, and I think I see a way to its paying better still." "So you've ridden over to show them the way, Eileen," he said as the girls came in. "Very good of you it was. I was afraid you'd forgotten the way." "I never forget the way to a friend's place, George," she said, And you've been our best friend while these naughty boys have left Mother and me so long by ourselves. But you've been away yourself. Only 4 months, he said. And after a few more trips, I shan't want to go away any more. That will be a good day for all of us, she said. You know, Gracie, we can't do without George, can we? I felt quite deserted, I can tell you. He wouldn't have gone away at all if you'd held up your little finger, you know that, you hard-hearted girl, said Grace, trying to frown. It's all your fault. Oh, I couldn't interfere with Mr. Storefield's business, said Eileen, looking very grave. What kind of a country was it you were out in? Not a bad place for sheep and cattle and blacks, said poor George, looking rather glum, and not a bad country to make money or do anything but live in, but that hot and dry and full of flies and mosquitoes that I'd sooner live on £1 a week down here than take a good station as a present there. That is, if I was contented, he went on to say, with a sort of a groan. There never was a greater mistake in the world, I believe, than for a man to let a woman know how much he cares for her. It's right enough if she's made up her mind to take him, no odds what happens. But if there's any half and half feeling in her mind about him, and she's uncertain and doubtful whether she likes him well enough, all this down on your knees business works against you, more than your worst enemy could do. I didn't know so much about it then. I found it out since, worse luck. And I really believe if George had had the saby to crack himself up a little and say he'd met a nice girl or two in the back country and hid his hand, Eileen would have made it up with him that very Christmas and been a happy woman all her life. When old Mrs. Storefield came in, she put us through our facings pretty brisk, where we'd been, what we'd done, what took us to Melbourne, how we liked it, what kind of people they were, and so on. We had to tell her a good lot, part of it truth, of course, but pretty mixed. It made rather a good yarn, and I could see Grace was listening with her heart as well as her ears. Jim said generally we met some very nice people in Melbourne named Jackson, and they were very kind to us. Were there any daughters in the family, Jim? Asked Grace. Oh, yes, 3. Were they good-looking? No. Rather homely, particularly the youngest. What did they do? Oh, their mother kept a boarding house. We stayed there. I don't think I ever knew Jim do so much lying before, but after he'd begun he had to stick to it. He told me afterwards he nearly broke down about the 3 daughters, but was rather proud of making the youngest the ugliest. I can see Gracie's as fond of you as ever she was, Dick, says he. That's why she made me tell all those crammers. It's an awful pity we can't all square it and get spliced this Christmas. Eileen would take George if she wasn't a fool, as most women are. I'd like to bring Jeanie up here and join George in the carrying business. It's going to be a big thing, I can see. You might marry Gracie and look after both places while we were away. And how about Kate? The devil take her, and then he'd have a bargain. I wish you'd never dropped across her, and that she wasn't Jeanie's sister, blurts out Jim. She'll bring bad luck among us before she's done, I feel, as sure as we're standing here. It's all a toss-up like our lives. Married or lagged, bushwork or road work in irons, free or bond. We can't tell how it will be with us this day year. I've half a mind to shoot myself, says Jim, and end it all. I would too, only for Mother and Eileen. What's the use of life that isn't life, but fear and misery, from one day's end to another, and we only just grown up? It's hard that a chap's brains don't grow along with his legs and arms. We didn't ride home till quite the evening. Grace would have us stay for tea. It was a pretty hot day, so there was no use riding in the sun. George saddled his horse, and he and Grace rode part of the way home with us. He got regular sunburnt, like us, and, as he could ride a bit, like most natives, he looked better outside of a horse than on his own legs, being rather thick-set and shortish. But his heart was in the right place, like his sister's, and his head was screwed on right, too. I think more of old George now than I ever did before, and wish I'd had the sense to value his independent, straight-ahead nature and the track it led him, as he deserved. Jim and I rode in front, with Gracie between us. She had on a neat habit and a better hat and gloves than Eileen, but nothing could ever give her the seat and hand and light, easy, graceful way with her in the saddle that our girl had. All the same, she could ride and drive too, and as we rode side by side in the twilight, talking about the places I'd been to, and she wanting to know everything, Jim drew off a bit when the road got narrow. I felt what a fool I'd been to let things slide, and would have given my right hand to have been able to put them as they were 3 short years before. At last we got to the Gap. It was the shortest halt from their home. George shook hands with Eileen and turned back. "We'll come and see you next," he said. "Christmas Eve," said Eileen. "Christmas Eve let it be," says George. "All right," I said, holding Grace's hand for a bit, and so we parted for how long do you think? Chapter 16. When we got home it was pretty late, and the air was beginning to cool after the hot day. There was a low moon, and everything showed out clear, so that you could see the smallest branches of the trees on Nulla Mountain, where it stood like a dark cloud bank against the western sky. There wasn't the smallest breeze. The air was that still and quiet you could have heard anything stir in the grass, or almost a possum digging his claws into the smooth bark of the white gum trees. The curlews set up a cry from time to time, but they didn't sound so queer and shrill as they mostly do at night. I don't know how it was, but everything seemed quiet and pleasant and homelike, as if a chap might live 100 years, if it was all like this, and keep growing better and happier every day. I remember all this so particular because it was the only time I'd felt like it for years, and I never had the same feeling afterwards nor likely to. "Oh, what a happy day I've had," Eileen said on a sudden. Jim and I and her had been riding a long spell without speaking. I don't know when I've enjoyed myself so much. I've got quite out of the way of being happy lately, and hardly know the taste of it. How lovely it would be if you and Jim could always stay at home like this, and we could do our work happy and comfortable together, without separating, and all this deadly fear of something terrible happening. That's never out of my mind. Oh, Dick, won't you promise me to stop quiet and work steady at home if you and Jim haven't anything brought against you?" She bent forward and looked into my face as she said this. I could see her eyes shine, and every word she said seemed to come straight from her heart. How sad and pitiful she looked, and we felt for a moment, just as we did when we were boys. And she used to come and persuade us to go on with our work and not grieve Mother and run the risk of a licking from Father when he came home. Her mare, Lowen, was close alongside of my horse, stepping along at her fast. Tearing walk, throwing up her head and snorting every now and then, but Eileen sat in her saddle better than some people can sit in a chair. She held the rein and whip together and kept her hand on mine till I spoke. "We'll do all we can, Eileen dear, for you and poor Mother, won't we, Jim?" I felt soft and downhearted then, if ever I did. But it's too late. Too late. You'll see us now and then, but we can't stop at home quiet, nor work about here all the time as we used to do. That day's gone. Jim knows it as well as me. There's no help for it now. We'll have to do like the rest, enjoy ourselves a bit while we can, and stand up to our fight when the trouble comes. She took her hand away and rode on with her rein loose and her head down. I could see the tears falling down her face, but after a bit she put herself to rights, and we rode quietly up to the door. Mother was working away in her chair, and Father walking up and down before the door smoking. When we were letting go the horses, Father comes up and says, "I got a bit of news for you boys. Starlight's been took, and the darky with him." "Where?" I said. Somehow I felt struck all of a heap by hearing this. I got out of the way of thinking they'd drop on him. As for Jim, he heard it straight enough, but he went on whistling and patting the mare's neck, teasing her like, because she was so uneasy to get her headstall off and run after the others. Why, in New Zealand, to be sure, the blamed fool stuck there all this time, just because he found himself comfortably situated among people as he liked. I wonder how he'll fancy Berrima after it all. Sarvice him well right. But how did you come to hear about it? We knew Father couldn't read nor write. I have a chap as is paid to read the papers regular and to put me on when there's anything in 'em as I want to know. He's been over here today and give me the office. Here's the paper he left. Father pulls out a crumpled up dirty-looking bit of newspaper. It wasn't much to look at, but there was enough to keep us in readin', and thinkin' too for a good while, as soon as we made it out. In pretty big letters too. Important capture by Detective Stilbrook of the New Sulbor Psychitsperbo. That was the top of the page. Then comes this. Our readers may remember the description given in this journal some months since of a cattle robbery on the largest scale, when upwards of 1,000 head were stolen from one of Mr. Hood's stations, driven to Adelaide, and then sold. By a party of men whose names have not as yet transpired. It is satisfactory to find that the leader of the gang, who is well known to the police by the assumed name of Starlight, with a half-caste lad recognized as an accomplice, has been arrested by this active officer. It appears that, from information received, Detective Stilbrook went to New Zealand and, after several months' patient search, took his passage in the boat which left that colony, in order to meet the mail steamer, outward bound, for San Francisco. As the passengers were landing, he arrested a gentlemanlike and well-dressed personage who, with his servant, was about to proceed to Menzies's hotel. Considerable surprise was manifested by the other passengers, with whom the prisoner had become universally popular. He indignantly denied all knowledge of the charge, but we have reason to believe that there will be no difficulty as to identification. A large sum of money in gold and notes was found upon him. Other arrests are likely to follow. This looked bad. For a bit we didn't know what to think, while Jim and I was. Making it all out, with the help of a bit of candle we smuggled out. We dursn't take it inside. Father was smoking his pipe in the old fashion and saying nothing. When we done, he put up his pipe in his pouch and begins to talk. It's come just as I said and knowed it would, through Starlight's cussed flashness and carryins on in fine company. If he'd cleared out and made for the islands as I warned him to do, and he settled to, or as good, afore he left us that day at the camp, he'd been safe in some of the American places he was always gassin' about, and all this wouldn't a happened. He couldn't help that, says Jim. He thought they'd never know him from any other swell in Canterbury or wherever he was. He's been took in like many another man. what I look at is this: he won't squeak. How are they to find out that we had any hand in it? That's what I'm dibersome about, says father, lighting his pipe again. Nobody down there got much of a look at me, and I let my beard grow on the road, and shaved clean soon's I got back, same as I always do. Now the thing is, does anyone know that you boys was in the fakement? Nobody's likely to know but him and Warrigal. The knockabouts and those other 3 chaps won't come it on us for their own sakes. We may as well stop here till Christmas is over and then make down to the Barwon or somewhere thereabouts. We could take a long job at droving till the dairy's off a bit. If you'll be said by me, the old man growls out, you'll make tracks for the hollow afore daylight and keep dark till we hear how the play goes. I know Starlight's as close as a spring lock, but that chap Warrigal don't cotton to either of you, and he's likely to give you away if he's pinched himself. That's my notion of him. Starlight'll keep him from doing that, Jim says. The boy'll do nothing his. Master don't agree to, and he'd break his neck if he found him out in any dog's trick like that. Starlight and he ain't in the same cell, you take your oath. I don't trust no man except him. I'll be off now, and if you'll take a fool's advice, though he is your father, you'll go too. We can be there by daylight. Jim and I looked at each other. We promised to stay Chris. I miss with Mother and Eileen, says he, and if all the devils in hell tried to stop us, I wouldn't break my word. But we'll come to the hollow on Boxing Day, won't we, Dick? All right. It's only 2 or 3 days. The day after tomorrow's Christmas Eve. We'll chance that, as it's gone so far. Take your own way, growls father. Fetch me my saddle. The old mare's close. By the yard. Jim fetches the saddle and bridle, and Crib comes after him, out of the veranda where he had been lying. Bless you, he knew something was up, just like a Christian he was, and nothing never happened that Dad was in as he wasn't down to. May as well stop till morning, Dad, says Jim as we walked up to the yard. Not another minute, says the old man, and he whips the bridle out of Jim's hand and walks over to the old mare. She lifts up her head from the dry grass and stands as steady as a rock. Goodbye, he says, and he shook hands with both of us. If I don't see you again, I'll send you word if I hear anything fresh. In another minute we heard the old mare's hoofs proceeding away among the rocks up the gully and gradually getting fainter in the distance. Then we went in. Mother and Eileen had been in bed an hour ago, and all the better for them. Next morning we told Mother and Eileen that Father had gone. They didn't say much. They were used to his ways. They never expected him till they saw him, and had got out of the fashion of asking why he did this or that. He had reasons of his own, which he never told them, for going or coming, and they'd left off troubling their heads about it. Mother was always in dread while he was there, and they were far easier in their minds when he was away off the place. As for us, we had made up our minds to enjoy ourselves while we could, and we had come to his way of thinking that most likely nothing was known of our being in the cattle affair that Starlight and the boy had been arrested for. We knew nothing would drag it out of Starlight about his pals in this or any other job. Now they'd got him, it would content them for a bit, and maybe take off their attention from us and the others that were in it. There were 2 days to Christmas. Next day George and his sister would be over, and we all looked forward to that for a good reminder of old times. We were going to have a Merry Christmas at home for once in a way. After that, we would clear out and get away to some of the far-out stations where chaps like ourselves always made to when they wanted to keep dark. We might have the luck of other men that we had known of and never be traced till the whole thing had died out and been half forgotten. Though we didn't say much to each other, we had pretty well made up our minds to go straight from this out. We might take up a bit of back country and put stock on it with some of the money we had left. Lots of men had begun that way that had things against them as bad as us and had kept steady and worked through in course of time. Why shouldn't we as well as others? We wanted to see what the papers said of us, so we rode over to a little post town we knew of and got a copy of the Evening Times. There it all was in full, cattle lifting extraordinary. We have heard from time to time of cattle being stolen in lots of reasonable size, say from 10 to 100 or even as high as 200 head at the outside. But we never expected to have to record the erecting of a substantial stockyard and the carrying off and disposing of a whole herd, estimated at 1,000 or 1,100 head, chiefly the property of one proprietor. Yet this has been done in New South Wales, and done, we regret to say, cleverly and successfully. It has just transpired, beyond all possibility of mistake, that Mr. Hood's outer Batmambara run has suffered to that extent in the past winter. The stolen herd was driven to Adelaide, and there sold openly. The money was received by the robbers, who were permitted to decamp at their leisure. When we mention the name of the notorious Starlight, no one will be surprised that the deed was planned, carried out, and executed with consummate address and completeness. It seems matter of regret that we cannot persuade this illustrious depredator to take the command of our police force, that body of life assurers and property protectors which has proved so singularly ineffective as a preventative service in the present case. On the well-known proverbial principle, we might hope for the best results under Mr. Starlight's intelligent supervision. We must not withhold our approval as to one item of success which the force has scored. Starlight himself and a half-caste henchman have been cleverly captured by Detective Stillbrook, just as the former, who has been ruffling it among the aristocratic settlers of Christchurch, was about to sail for Honolulu. The names of his other accomplices, 6 in number it is said, have not as yet transpired. This last part gave us confidence, but all the same we kept everything ready for a bolt in case of need. We got up our horses every evening and kept them in the yard all night. The feed was good by the creek now, a little dried up but plenty of bite, and better for horses that had been ridden far and fast than if it was green. We had enough of last year's hay to give them a feed at night, and that was all they wanted. They were 2 pretty good ones and not slow either. We took care of that when we bought them. Nobody ever saw us on bad ones since we were boys, and we had broken them in to stand and be caught day or night, and to let us jump on and off at a moment's notice. All that day, being awful hot and close, we stayed in the house and yarned away with Mother and Eileen till they thought, poor souls, that we had turned over a new leaf and were going to stay at home and be good boys for the future. When a man sees how little it takes to make women happy, then that's good and never thinks of anything but doing their best for everybody belonging to 'em. It's wonderful how men ever make up their minds to go wrong and bring all that loves them to shame and grief, when they've got nobody but themselves to think of. It don't so much matter as I know of, but to keep on breaking the hearts of those as never did you anything but good, and wouldn't if they lived for 100 years, is cowardly and unmanly any way you look at it. And yet we done very little else ourselves these years and years. We all sat up till nigh on to midnight, with our hands in one another's gym, down at Mother's feet. Eileen and I close beside them on the old seat in the veranda that Father made such a time ago. At last Mother gets up, and they both started for bed. Eileen seemed as if she couldn't tear herself away. Twice she came back, then she kissed us both, and the tears came into her eyes. "I feel too happy," she said. "I never thought I should feel like this again. God bless you both and keep us all from harm." "Amen," said Mother from the next room. We turned out early and had a bathe in the creek before we went up to the yard to let out the horses. There wasn't a cloud in the sky. It was safe to be a roasting hot day, but it was cool then, the little water hole where we learned to swim when we were boys was deep on one side and had a rocky ledge to jump off. The birds just began to give out a note or two. The sun was rising clear and bright, and we could see the dark top of Nola Mountain getting a sort of rose color against the sky. "George and Gracie'll be over soon after breakfast," I said. "We must have everything look shipshape as well as we can before they turn up." "The horses may as well go down to the flat," Jim says. "We can catch them easy enough in time to ride back part of the way with them. I'll run up Lowen and give her a bit of hay in the calf pen." We went over to the yard, and Jim let down the rails and walked in. I stopped outside. Jim had his horse by the mane and was patting his neck as mine came out, when 3 police troopers rose up from behind the bushes and, covering us with their rifles, called out, "Stand in the Queen's name." Jim made one spring onto his horse's back, drove his heels into his flank, and was out through the gate and halfway down the hill before you could wink. Just as Jim cleared the gate, a tall man rose up close behind me and took a cool pot at him with a revolver. I saw Jim's hat fly off, and another bullet grazed his horse's hip. I saw the hair fly, and the horse make a plunge that would have unseated most men with no saddle between their legs. But Jim sat close and steady and only threw up his arm and gave a shout as the old horse tore down the hill a few miles an hour faster. "D in those cartridges," said the tall trooper. "They always put too much powder in them for close shooting. Now, Dick Marston," he went on, putting his revolver to my head, "I'd rather not blow your brains out before your people, but if you don't put up your hands I'll shoot you where you stand." I had been staring after Jim all the time. I believe I had never thought of myself till he was safe. "Away! Get your horses, you d-fools," he shouts out to the men, "and see if you can follow up that madman. He's most likely knocked off against a tree by this time." There was nothing else for it but to do it and be handcuffed. As the steel locks snapped, I saw Mother standing below wringing her hands, and Eileen trying to get her into the house. "Better come down and get your coat on, Dick," said the senior constable. "We want to search the place too. By Jove, we shall get pepper from Sir Ferdinand when we go in." "I thought we had you both as safe as chickens in a coop. Who would have thought of Jim giving us the slip on a bare-backed horse without so much as a halter? I'm devilish sorry for your family, but if nothing less than 1,000 head of cattle will satisfy people, they must expect trouble to come of it." "What are you talking about?" I said. "You've got the wrong story and the wrong men." "All right, we'll see about that. I don't know whether you want any breakfast, but I should like a cup of tea. It's deuced slow work, watching all night, though it isn't cold. We've got to be in Bargo Barracks tonight, so there's no time to lose." It was all over now. The worst had come. What fools we had been not to take the old man's advice and clear out when he did. He was safe in the hollow, and would chuckle to himself and be sorry too when he heard of my being taken, and perhaps Jim. The odds were he might be smashed against a tree, perhaps killed, at the pace he was going on a horse he could not guide. They searched the house, but the money they didn't get. Jim and I had taken care of that in case of accidents. Mother sat rocking herself backwards and forwards, every now and then crying out in a pitiful way, like the women in her country do, I've heard tell, when someone of their people is dead. Keening, I think they call it. Well, Jim and I were as good as dead. If the troopers had shot the pair of us there and then, same as Bushmen told us the black police did their prisoners when they gave 'em any trouble, it would have been better for everybody. However, people don't die all at once when they go to the bad, and take to stealing or drinking, or any of the devil's favorite traps. Pity they don't, and have done with it once and for all. I know I thought so when I was forced to stand there with my hands chained together for the first time in my life. Though I'd worked for it, I know that. And to see Eileen walking about laying the cloth for breakfast like a dead woman, and know what was in her mind. The troopers were civil enough, and Goring, the senior constable, tried to comfort them as much as he could. He knew it was no fault of theirs, and though he said he meant to have Jim if mortal men and horses could do it, he thought he had a fair chance of getting away. He's sure to be caught in the long run, though, he went on to say. There's a warrant out for him, and a description in every police gazette in the colonies. My advice to him would be to come back and give himself up. It's not a hanging matter, and as it's the first time you've been fitted, Dick, the judge, as like as not, will let you off with a light sentence. So they talked away until they had finished their breakfast. I couldn't touch a mouthful for the life of me, and as soon as it was all over they ran up my horse and put the saddle on. But I wasn't to ride him. No fear. Goring put me on an old screw of a troop horse, with one leg like a gatepost. I was helped up, and my legs tied under his belly. Then one of the men took the bridle and led me away. Goring rode in front and the other men behind. As we rose the hill above the place, I looked back and saw Mother drop down on the ground in a kind of fit, while Eileen bent over her and seemed to be loosening her dress. Just at that moment George Storefield and his sister rode up to the door. George jumped off and rushed over to Eileen and Mother. I knew Gracie had seen me, for she sat on her horse as if she had been turned to stone and let her reins drop on his neck. Strange things have happened to me since, but I shall never forget that to the last day of my miserable life. Chapter 17. I wasn't in the humor for talking, but sometimes anything's better than one's own thoughts. Goring threw in a word from time to time. He'd only lately come into our district and was sure to be promoted, everybody said. Like Starlight himself, he'd seen better days at home in England. But when he got pinched, he'd taken the right turn and not the wrong one, which makes all the difference. He was earning his bread honest anyway, and he was a chap as liked the fun and dash of a mounted policeman's life. As for the risk, and there was some danger, more than people thinks, now and then he liked that the best of it. He was put out at losing Jim, but he believed he couldn't escape, and told me so in a friendly way. He's inside a circle, and he can't get away, you mark my words, he said, 2 or 3 times. We have every police station warned by wire, within 100 miles of here 3 days ago. There's not a man in the colony sharper looked after than Master Jim is this minute. Then you only heard about us 3 days ago, I said. That's as it may be, he answered, biting his lip. Anyhow, there isn't a shepherd's hut within miles that he can get to without our knowing it. The country's rough, but there's word gone for a black tracker to go down. You'll see him in Bargo before the week's out. I had a good guess where Jim would make for, and he knew enough to hide his tracks for the last few miles if there was a whole tribe of trackers after him. That night we rode into Bargo. A long day too we'd had. We were all tired enough when we got in. I was locked up, of course. And as soon as we were in the cell, Goring said, "Listen to me," and put on his official face, devilish stern and hard-looking. He was then, in spite of all the talking and nonsense we'd had coming along. "Richard Marston, I charge you with unlawfully taking, stealing, and carrying away, in company with others, 1,000 head of mixed cattle, more or less." The property of one Walter Hood, of Outer Beck, Mombira, in or about the month of June last. "All right, why don't you make it a few more while you're about it?" "That'll do," he said, nodding his head. "You decline to say anything. Well, I can't exactly wish you a Merry Christmas, Bancy, this being Christmas Eve, by Jove! But you'll be cool enough, this deuced hot weather, till the sessions in February, which is more than some of us can say. Good night." He went out and locked the door. I sat down on my blanket on the floor and hid my head in my hands. I wonder it didn't burst with what I felt then. Strange that I shouldn't have felt half as bad when the judge the other day sentenced me to be a dead man in a couple of months. But I was young then. Christmas Day. Christmas Day. So this is how I was to spend it after all, I thought, as I woke up at dawn and saw the gray light just beginning to get through the bars of the window of the cell. Here was I locked up, caged, ironed, disgraced, a felon and an outcast for the rest of my life. Jim, flying for his life, hiding from every honest man, every policeman in the country looking after him, and authorized to catch him or shoot him down like a sheep-killing dog. Father living in the hollow, like a blackfellow in a cave, afraid to spend the blessed Christmas with his wife and daughter, like the poorest man in the land could do if he was only honest. Mother half dead with grief, and Eileen ashamed to speak to the man that loved and respected her from her childhood. Gracie Storefield not daring to think of me or say my name, after seeing me carried off a prisoner before her eyes. Here was a load of misery and disgrace heaped up together, to be borne by the whole family, now and for the time to come, by the innocent as well as the guilty. And for what? Because we had been too idle and careless to work regularly and save our money, though well able to do it, like honest men. Because, little by little, we had let bad dishonest ways and flash manners grow upon us, all running up an account that had to be paid some day. And now the day of reckoning had come sharp and sudden with a vengeance. Well, what call had we to look for anything else? We had been working for it. Now we had got it, and had to bear it. Not for want of warning, neither. What had Mother and Eileen been saying ever since we could remember? Warning upon warning. Now the end had come just as they said. Of course I knew in a general way that I couldn't be punished or be done anything to write off. I knew law enough for that. The next thing would be that I should have to be brought up before the magistrates and committed for trial as soon as they could get any evidence. After breakfast, flour and water or hominy, I forget which, the warder told me that there wasn't much chance of my being brought up before Christmas was over. The police magistrate was away on a month's leave, and the other magistrates would not be likely to attend before the end of the week anyway. So I must make myself comfortable where I was. Comfortable! Had they caught Jim? Well, not that he'd heard of, but Goring said it was impossible for him to get away. At 12 he'd bring me some dinner. I was pretty certain they wouldn't catch Jim, in spite of Goring being so cocksure about it. If he wasn't knocked off the first mile or so, he'd find ways of stopping or steadying his horse and facing him up to where we had gone to join Father at the tableland of the Nulla Mountain. Once he got near there, he could let go his horse. They'd be following his track while he made the best of his way. on foot to the path that led to the hollow. If he had 5 miles start of them there, as was most likely, all the blacks in the country would never track where he got to. He and Father could live there for a month or so and take it easy until they could slip out and do a bit of Father's old trade. That was about what I expected Jim to do, and as it turned out, I was as nearly right as could be. They ran his track for 10 miles. Then they followed his horse tracks till late the second day and found that the horse had slewed round and was making for home again with nobody on him. Jim was nowhere to be seen, and they'd lost all that time, never expecting that he was going to dismount and leave the horse to go his own way. They searched Nulla Mountain from top to bottom, but some of the smartest men of the old mounted police and the best of the stockmen in the old days, men not easy to beat, had tried the same country many years before and never found the path to the hollow. So it wasn't likely anyone else would. They had to come. Back and owned that they were beat, which put Goring in a rage and made the inspector, Sir Ferdinand Morringer, blow them all up for a lot of duffers and old women. Altogether, they had a bad time of it, not that it made any difference to me. After the holidays, a magistrate was fished up somehow, and I was brought before him and the apprehending constable's evidence taken. Then I was remanded to the bench at Noma, where Mr. Hood and some of the other witnesses were to appear. So away we started for another journey. Goring and a trooper went with me, and all sorts of care was taken that I didn't give them the slip on the road. Goring used to put one of my handcuffs on his own wrist at night, so there wasn't much chance of moving without waking him. I had an old horse to ride that couldn't go much faster than I could run for fear of accident. It was even betting that he'd fall and kill me on the road. If I'd had a laugh in me, I should have had a joke against the police department for not keeping safer. Horses for their prisoners to ride. They keep them till they haven't a leg to stand upon, and long after they can't go 100 yards without trying to walk on their heads. They're thought good enough to carry packs and prisoners. Some day, Goring said, one of those old screws will be the death of a prisoner before he's committed for trial, and then there'll be a row over it, I suppose. We hadn't a bad journey of it on the whole. The troopers were civil enough, and gave me a glass of grog now and then when they had one themselves. They'd done their duty in catching me, and that was all they thought about. What came afterwards wasn't their lookout. I've no call to have any bad feeling against the police, and I don't think most men of my sort have. They've got their work to do like other people, and as long as they do what they're paid for, and don't go out of their way to harass men for spite, we don't bear them any malice. If one's hit in fair fight, it's the fortune of war. What our side don't like is men going in for. Police duty that's not in their line, that's interfering according to our notions. And if they fall into a trap or are met with when they don't expect it, they get it pretty hot. They've only themselves to thank for it. Goring, I could see by his ways, had been a swell, something like Starlight. A good many young fellows that don't drop into fortunes when they come out here take to the police in Australia, and very good men they make. They like the half-soldiering kind of life, and if they stick steady at their work and show pluck and gumption, they mostly get promoted. Goring was a real smart, dashing chap, a good rider for an Englishman. That is, he could set most horses and hold his own with us natives anywhere but through scrub and mountain country. No man can ride there. I don't care who he is, the same as we can, unless he's been at it all his life. There we have the pull. Not that it is so much after all. But give a native a good horse in thick country, and he'll lose any man living that's tackled the work after he's grown up. By and by we got to Noma, a regular hot-hole of a place with a log lockup. I was stuck in, of course, and had leg irons put on for fear I should get out, as another fellow had done a few weeks back. Starlight and Warrigal hadn't reached yet. They had farther to come. The trial couldn't come till the quarter sessions. January and February, too, passed over, and all this time I was mewed up in a bit of a place enough to stifle a man in the burning weather we had. I heard afterwards that they wanted to bring some of the cattle over so as Mr. Hood could swear to 'em being his property, but he said he could only swear to its being his brand, that he most likely had never set eyes on them in his life, and couldn't swear on his own knowledge that they hadn't been sold, like lots of others, by his manager. So this looked like a hitch, as juries won't bring a man in guilty of cattle stealing unless there's clear swearing that the animals he sold were the property of the prosecutor, and known by him to be such. Mr. Hood had to go all the way to Adelaide himself, and they told me we might likely have got out of it all, only for the imported bull. When he saw him, he said he could swear to him point blank, brand or no brand. He'd no brand on him, of course, when he left England, but Hood happened to be in Sydney when he came out, and at the station when he came up. He was stabled for the first 6 months, so he used to go and look him over every day and tell visitors what a pot of money he'd cost, till he knew every hair in his tail, as the saying is. As soon as he seen him in Adelaide, he said he could swear to him as positive as he could to his favorite riding horse. So he was brought over in a steamer from Adelaide, and then drove all the way up to Noma. I wished he'd broken his neck before we ever saw him. Next thing I saw was Starlight being brought in, handcuffed, between 2 troopers, and looking as if he'd ridden a long way. He was just as easy-going and devil-may-care as ever. He said to one of the troopers, "Here we are at last, and I'm deuced glad of it. It's perfectly monstrous you fellows having better horses. You ought to make me remount agent, and I'd show you the sort of horses that ought to be bought for police service. Let me have a glass of beer. That's a good fellow, before I'm locked up. I suppose there's no tap worth speaking of inside." The constable laughed and had one brought to him. "It will be some time before you get another, Captain. Here's a long one for you. Make the most of it. Where in the devil's name is that Warrigal?" I thought to myself. Has he given them the slip? He had, as it turned out. He had slipped the handcuffs over his slight wrists in small hands, bided his time, and then dashed into a scrub. There he was at home. They rode and rode, but Warrigal was gone like a rock wallaby. It was a good while before he was as near the jail again. All this time I'd been wondering how it was they came to drop on our names so pat, and to find out that Jim and I had a share in the Momborough cattle racket. All they could have known was that we left the back of Boree at a certain day, and that was nothing, seeing that for all they knew we might have gone away to new country or anywhere. The more I looked at it, the more I felt sure that someone had given to the police information about us, somebody who was in it and knew all about everything. It wasn't Starlight. We could have depended our life on him. It might have been one of the other chaps. But I couldn't think of anyone except Warrigal. He would do anything in the world to spite me and Jim, I knew, but then he couldn't hurt us without drawing the net tighter round Starlight. Sooner than hurt a hair of his head, he'd have put his hand into the fire and kept it there. I knew that from things I'd seen him do. Starlight and I hadn't much chance of a talk, but we managed to get news from each other, a bit at a time. That can always be managed. We were to be defended. and a lawyer fetched all the way from Sydney to fight our case for us. The money was there. Father managed the other part of it through people he had that did every kind of work for him, so when the judge came up, we should have a show for it. The weary long summer days, every one of them about 20 hours long, came to an end, somehow or other. It was so hot and close, and I was that miserable I had two minds to knock my brains out and finish the whole thing. I couldn't settle to read as I did afterwards. I was always wishing and wondering when I'd hear some news from home, and none ever came. Noma was a bit of a place where hardly anybody did anything but idle and drink and spend money when they had it. When they had none, they went away. There wasn't even a place to take exercise in, and the leg irons I wore night and day began to eat into my flesh. I wasn't used to them in those days. I could feel them in my heart, too. Last of all, I got ill, and for a while was so weak and low they thought I was going to get out of the trial altogether. At last we heard that the judge and all his lot were on the road and would be up in a few days. We were almost as glad when the news came as if we were sure of being let off. One day they did come, and all the little town was turned upside down. The judge stopped at one hotel, they told us, the lawyers at another, then the witnesses in ours and other cases came in from all parts and made a great difference, especially to the publicans. The jurors were summoned and had to come unless they had a fancy for being fined. Most of this I heard from the constables. They seemed to think it was the only thing that made any difference in their lives. Last of all I heard that Mr. Hood had come, and the imported bull, and some other witnesses. There were some small cases first, and then we were brought out, Starlight and I, and put in the dock. The court was crammed and crowded, every soul within 100 miles seemed to have come in. There never were so many people in the little courthouse before. Starlight was quietly dressed and looked as if he was there by mistake. Anybody would have thought so, the way he lounged and stared about, as if he thought there was something very curious and hard to understand about the whole thing. I was so weak and ill that I couldn't stand up, and after a while the judge told me to sit down, and Starlight too. Starlight made a most polite bow and thanked His Honor, as he called him. Then the jury were called up, and our lawyer began his work. He stood alongside of Starlight and whispered something to him, after which Starlight stood up, and about every second man called out, "Challenge." Then that juror had to go down. It took a good while to get our jury all together. Our lawyer seemed very particular about the sort of jury he was satisfied with, and when they did manage to get 12 at last, they were not the best-looking men in the court by a very long way. The trial had to go on, and then the Crown Prosecutor made a speech in which he talked about the dishonesty which was creeping unchecked over the land, and the atrocious villainy of criminals who took 1,000 head of cattle in one lot, and made out the country was sure to go to destruction if we were not convicted. He said that unfortunately they were not in a position to bring many of the cattle back that had been taken to another colony. But one remarkable animal was as good for purposes of evidence as 100. Such an animal he would produce, and he would not trespass on the patience of jurors and gentlemen in attendance any longer, but call his first witness. John Dawson, sworn, was head stockman and cattle manager at Momberah, knew the back country and in a general way the cattle running there. Was not out much in the winter. The ground was boggy and the cattle were hardly ever mustered till spring. When he did go, with some other stock riders, he saw at once that a large number of the Momberah cattle, branded Holt and other brands, were missing. Went to Adelaide a few months after, saw a large number of the Momberah of cattle of the Hod brand, which he was told had been sold by the prisoner now before the court, and known as Starlight and others to certain farmers. He could swear that the cattle he saw bore Mr. Hood's brand, could not swear that he recognized them as having been at Mambra in his charge. Believed so, but could not swear it. He had seen a short-horned bull outside of the court this morning. He last saw the said bull at the station of Messrs. Fordham Brothers near Adelaide. They made a communication to him concerning the bull. He would and could swear to the identity of the animal with the 15th Duke of Cambridge, an imported short-horned bull, the property of Mr. Hood. Had seen him before that at Mambra, knew that Mr. Hood had bought said bull in Sydney and was at Mambra when he was sent up. Could not possibly be mistaken. When he saw the bull at Mambra 9 months since, he had a small brand like Knight, or portrayal, or portrayal. Witness could see the original brand quite plain underneath. As far as he knew, Mr. Hood never sold or gave anyone authority to take the animal. He had missed him some months since and always believed he had strayed. Knew the bull to be a valuable animal, worth several £100s. We had one bit of luck in having to be tried in an out-of-the-way place like Noma. It was a regular outside bush township, and though the distance oughtn't to have much to say to people's honesty, you'll mostly find that these far out back of beyond places have got men and women to match 'em, except the squatters and overseers. The other people's mostly a shady lot. Some's run away from places that were too hot to hold 'em. The women ain't the men's wives that they live with, but somebody else's who's well rid of 'em too, if all was known. There's most likely a bit of horse and cattle stealing done on the quiet, and the publicans and storekeepers know who are their best customers, the square people or the cross ones. It ain't so easy to get a regular up and down straight ahead jury in a place of this sort. So Starlight and I knew that our chance was a lot better than if we'd been tried at Bargo or Dutton Forest, or any steady-going places of that sort. If we'd made up our minds from the first that we were to get into it, it wouldn't have been so bad. We'd have known we had to bear it. Now we might get out of it, and what a thing it would be to feel free again, and walk about in the sun without anyone having the right to stop you. Almost, that is, there were other things against us, but there wasn't so much of a chance of their turning up. This was the great stake. If we won, we were as good as made. I felt ready to swear I'd go home and never touch a shilling that didn't come honest again. If we lost it, seemed as if everything was so much the worse, and blacker than it looked at first, just for this bit of hope and comfort. After the bull had been sworn to by Mr. Hood and another witness, they brought up some more evidence, as they called it, about the other cattle we had sold in Adelaide. They had fetched some of the farmers up that had been at the sale. They swore straight enough to having bought cattle with certain brands from Starlight. They didn't know, of course, at the time, whose they were, but they could describe the brands fast enough. There was one fellow that couldn't read nor write, but he remembered all the brands, about a dozen, in the pen of steers he bought, and described them one by one. One brand, he said, was like a long-handled shovel. It turned out to be D.C.T. Tom Dawson's, of Mundry. About 100 of his were in the mob. They had drawn back from Mundry, as was nearly all frontage and cold in the winter. He was the worst witness for us of the lot, very near. He'd noticed everything and forgotten nothing. In the original text, the horizontal bar is represented by a capital I rotated 90 degrees, and a bit lower than center, but from the description, D may be better, where the represents the upright of the T in TD. A.L. 1997. Do you recognize either of the prisoners in the dock? He was asked. Yes, both of 'em, says he. I wish I could have got at him. I see the swell chap first him, as made out he was the owner, and gammoned all the Adelaide gentlemen so neat. There was a half-caste chap with him, as followed him about everywhere. Then there was another man as didn't talk much, but seemed, by letting down slip rails and whatnot, to be in it. I heard the Starlight, as he calls himself now, say to him, "You have everything ready to break camp by 10 o'clock, and I'll be there tomorrow and square up." I thought he meant to pay their wages. I never dropped, but what they was his men, his hired servants, as he was going to pay off or send back. "Will you swear," our lawyer says, "that the younger prisoner is the man you saw at Adelaide with the cattle?" "Yes, I'll swear." I looked at him pretty sharp, and nothing ain't likely to make me forget him. He's the man, and that I'll swear to. Were there not other people there, with the cattle? Yes. There was an oldish, very quiet, but determined like man. He had a stunning Doric with him, and a young man, something like this gentleman, I mean, the prisoner. I didn't see the other young man, nor the half-caste in court. "That's all very well," says our lawyer, very fierce. "But will you swear, sir, that the prisoner Marston took any charge or ownership of the cattle?" "No, I can't," says the chap. "I see him a-drafting 'em in the morning, and he seemed to know all the brands and so on, but he done no more than I've seen hired servants do over and over again." The other witnesses had done, when someone called out, "Herbert Falkland." And Mr. Falkland steps into the court. He walks in quiet and a little proud. He couldn't help feeling it, but he didn't show it in his ways and talk, as little as any man I ever saw. He's asked by the Crown Prosecutor if he's seen the bull outside of the court this day. Yes, he has seen him. Has he ever seen him before? Never to his knowledge. He doesn't then know the name of his former owner. Has heard generally that he belonged to Mr. Hood of Momberah, but does not know it of his own knowledge. Has he ever seen, or does he know either of the prisoners? Knows a younger prisoner, who has been in the habit of working for him in various ways. When was prisoner Marston working for him last? He, with his brother James, who rendered his family a service he shall never forget, was working for him, after last shearing, for some months. Where were they working? At an outstation at the back of the run. When did they leave? About April or May last. Was it known to you in what direction they proceeded after leaving your service? I have no personal knowledge. I should think it improper to quote hearsay. Had they been settled up with for their former work? No, there was a balance due to them. To what amount? About £20 each was owing. Did you not think it curious that ordinary laborers should leave so large a sum in your hands? It struck me as unusual, but I did not attach much weight to the circumstance. I thought they would come back and ask for it before the next shearing. I am heartily sorry that they did not do so, and regret still more deeply that two young men worthy of a better fate should have been arraigned on such a charge. "One moment, Mr. Falkland," says our counsel as they call them, and a first-rate counselor ours was. "If we'd been as innocent as two schoolgirls, he couldn't have done more for us. Did the prisoner Marston work well and conduct himself properly while in your employ?" "No man better," says Mr. Falkland, looking over to me with that pitying kind of look in his eyes as made me feel what a fool and rogue I'd been. 10 times worse than anything else. No man better. He and his brother were in many respects, according to my overseer's report, the most hard-working and best-conducted laborers in the establishment. The end. Thank you for listening to this story. I hope you enjoyed the journey, the characters, and the world they carried with them. If you enjoyed this audiobook, please subscribe to the channel and leave a comment below. Your support helps keep these stories alive and allows more timeless books to be shared with listeners around the world. Until next time, thank you for listening.